What's an industry secret in the field you work in? Former aircraft fueler. Don't check your pets in kennels, especially in summer or winter. They are submitted to some very harsh environments, left on belt loaders in the sweltering heat right next to a running Apu that's loud enough to deafen human ears, let alone a dog's. It's terrible. I always feel so sorry for them. American Airlines will destroy your luggage. They get overloaded on carts, fall off on the way to the plane, and are left there to get run over by tankers and yes, fuelers, and rained on, then dragged to the edge of the ramp to sit all night while you arrive at your destination and wonder where the hell your bags are point. If your departure is delayed, 90% of the time it's us, the fueler. Look out the window to the right side if it's a small plane, left side if it's a really big plane. If there's a truck sitting under the wing, we are the reason you're late. Sorry. Edit. Look guys, I don't know what it's like for the pets on the flight. I've only seen them countless times left in kennels on belt loaders in the hot sun next to an engine. I was a fueler at DFW International for 6 years. I don't have insider knowledge of the airlines beyond my station. I would advise against checking pets if you can help it, but I don't have any advice beyond that. There are some people in these comments that worked for the airlines and have better knowledge. Second edit. Just want to let you guys know the pets in kennels are not always left outside. It's not an everyday occurrence and it's not just AAL that does it. I just fueled more AAL than anything else. But I've seen it happen more than enough times. Healthcare. Home care. If your grandparent or parent gets in home care, please know that your family member could live in a cockroach infested house and not have to move if they didn't want to. It's not up to the company to give your loved ones environmentally safe places to live. It's up to the family. They can certainly try to persuade, but they can't force. Why do I know this? Because I've been to the cockroach infested house where an 80-year-old woman lives. I have a mentally ill client that put bleach in his dog's water to help with its breath. I have a client who never cleans his cat box. I have a client who has a caved-in ceiling. I've called it in, but there is no help from the company. All they say is, there's nothing we can do. It's up to the family members. It's a sad thing, because there are so many family members and friends who really don't give a shit how some people are living. Sure, they'll visit. But do they clean the litter box? Do they make sure there are no cockroaches? Do they make sure the house is stable and not falling apart? Nope. They say they care and that they love the person, but they don't care enough to make sure they live in a healthy environment. It really worries me, because if I imagine my own mother having such a deteriorated mind, and there were no other family members to help her, she could live in a rundown, cockroach-infested house if she was stubborn enough. It frustrates me, because whereas the client does have rights, should they really have the right to live somewhere where their health could be at risk? Where their caregivers could be at risk as well? Edit. I've never been actually told by my company that I'm obligated to report to Adult Protective Services. They only told me to call them, and we'll work it out. They never informed me of ever taking it a step further on my own terms. I've never been given phone numbers for apps or animal abuse numbers. I'm only 20 years old, and I'm barely a year into this job, so everything is new, and I'm still learning about how this whole healthcare system works. I'd also like to add that I understand that there are different perspectives. I'm well aware that many elderly/mentally ill are severely stubborn and won't let you help. I know, because I care for these types of people and hear about them often. I'm not disregarding your struggles. I simply wrote this post when I was overwhelmed and stressed from work. I've met many families who care for their families, and bless you all who do. We need more of you in the world. Audio engineer here. A few seemingly obvious things to point out 9/10 times with a studio. You get what you pay for. You have to pay 4 years of experience, acclaimed expertise, plus hundreds of thousands of dollars in equipment and software tools, not to mention the hundreds of thousands of dollars that went into the acoustic engineering of the physical recording space alone. People walk into great studios balk at $1,000 plus a song, but don't realize they're getting access to close to $1 million in tools, plus an engineer who's going to make them sound better than LifePoint. On the flip side of that coin, beware of eye candy. Don't be fooled by big mixing consoles. Sometimes they are not even used for your music. Hell, sometimes they don't even function. I've seen studios where the sole purpose of a large board is to dupe unsuspecting musicians into parting with their money. Point in larger studios, bands with smaller budgets are often stuck with an intern who may not even be getting paid. Point if your music is shit, no amount of production is going to make it a hit. Point as a small studio owner, I only share work that I think will bring me more business. Wondering why I haven't shared your music? It's because it's garbage. Point Billie Eilish recorded on budget equipment at home with her brother. Those recordings were then worked on by some of the best engineers in the world to make it sound like it wasn't. Point be wary of a record label. They may offer to front the costs of your recording and touring, but you have no creative control over your sound, where you record, your tour schedule, and usually the label will own your music. Oh, and you have to pay all of that money back to the label. Point be cautious of studios that claim so and so recorded here. There's a studio in Iowa that claims Slipknot recorded here. And while it's true, Slipknot did record in that building, it was a different owner, different engineers, and some different equipment. You're not going to sound like Slipknot by recording there, sorry. Worked at a department store photography studio owned by a major photography company that you can imagine probably took your school yearbook photos. The company also is partnered with a popular online photo order website. Point notice how quickly we write down a price, strike it out, and write a new price as a deal? Yeah, that's pretty much just the price that everyone gets. We aren't doing the math that fast, we have it memorized, because almost everyone that comes in has that 40% off coupon. Point don't come in without a coupon. There is always a coupon on the website. If you end up paying for sitting fees, it's because you just didn't go on our website. Point honestly, don't buy our photos. If you just do the session and say that you'll buy them online later on said partnered photo order site, it'll be cheaper than if you buy them in store that day. Yes, even when we say oh, but you won't get this deal online. If you do buy in studio that day, just buy the digital CD of your photos. You get to keep all of them instead of having to pick your favorite 3 to 4 pictures. Oh, and again, it is way cheaper to take that CD to a photo kiosk and have them printed yourself. Please don't spend $400 on a couple photos that you can't legally copy when you could have gotten an $80 CD of all the photos and have the copyright to them. I'm a massage therapist and the biggest secret is stretching. If you stretch properly you will get rid of effectively 90% of the problems, but no one is taught how to stretch properly. The best stretches are actually the stretches you learn in middle school. Hold still, count to 10, take deep breaths, move on. Point I'm not going to lie, this post has blown up a lot more than I expected and I'm just going to give a little more information. The whole point of stretching is to do the opposite motion of what the muscle does whenever it's in use, and the whole point of stretching is also to alleviate pain and bring circulation to the area and regulate the muscle's basic systems. So here's the basic rule. If you hurt somewhere, do not stretch that place. Find the opposite muscle in the opposite movement and stretch that one. The way the body works is kind of like a giant game of tug-of-war. Muscle actually controls the movement of bone and helps with your posture. No one has perfect posture though, so stretching make sure that nobody wins the tug-of-war and that your bones remain in place as close to perfect posture as possible, which means that your bones and ligaments don't take any damage from gravity or any other force that affects your body during your daily life. I will not lie, however, if you do have injuries like if you broken or torn or dislocated or separated something, that pain will never go away. It will dissipate and it will get to a lower level in which your body will be able to tolerate on a daily basis, but it will never go away. The body can never correct something that's been broken. This should help you be able to search your own stretches online, but apparently I need to make a YouTube channel. Just thinking opposites. If your back hurts, look for stretches for your front, like in your chest and your core. If the front of your legs hurts, you need to stretch the back of your legs. If the front of your arms hurts, stretch the back of your arms. Just do the complete opposite of wherever you hurt and start stretching that area, and you should notice pretty quickly that it's tighter when you stretch the side that does not hurt them versus when you stretch the side that does. If I make a YouTube channel, I'll make the post here somewhere in the comments so people can find it. Good luck. Edit. Additional context. I worked in jewelry retail for the past 5 years. 90% of what retail corporate/upper management says is not practical to use in the field. Most of the time, we would tell corporate what they wanted to hear and then just do what actually worked. Point: you can't make sales if no one comes into the store, but you're not allowed to use that as an excuse. Everything in the retail world is coded. So if the reason sales are down is traffic, you have to tell corporate something like, our area of opportunity is driving business by increasing customer outreach. It's bullshit. Customer outreach usually would turn into 1 or 2 more people coming in to get their rings cleaned per week. Hours and hours of call logs for no benefit, annoying customers, and sometimes even driving away business. Sometimes we'd be told to say a specific, extremely stiff line at a certain point in the sale. It sounded okay on paper or during corporate role plays, but I never once saw anyone pull these off a real sales scenario. Sales are all about tailoring the experience to the customer in front of you. Using scripts will only get you so far. Also, corporate would go through phases with the credit cards where they'd threaten our jobs. If we didn't hit the quota, then they'd get sued due to overpressured employees breaking regulations, so they'd back off credit until the next year. It was an endless cycle, and honestly, the credit pitch in the field was the same the whole time. Point: I guess the retail industry secret is that the field employees usually have deep disdain for corporate. Applying for a mortgage 101 from an underwriter. If you're applying for a mortgage, especially through a broker who should be coaching you on this, make sure they're smart. Do not give more documentation than you need. So many loans I tried underwriting, but had to inevitably deny them because they disclose new debts to be transparent. I thank you for the honesty, but now you're making me make you hate me. Typically, once it's seen, it can't be unseen. Point: also, do not for whatever reason pay off a car lease. A car loan is different. We can exclude that as an obligation in your debt to income ratio. We cannot, however, exclude auto leases because the very nature of them is for you to enter a new lease. So many times borrowers will try to jump the gun and pay off a bunch of monthly obligations and will pay off a $6,000+ auto lease only to realize we can't exclude it, and now you just paid it off months in advance for no benefit. Another thing, if you are applying for a home loan and will be also taking out a credit card from a furniture, appliance, or tool store, IKEA, Home Depot, etc., do it after you have your hard credit report is pulled. Once a credit line is open, its monthly payment has to be factored into your DTI. However, if it's not on the credit report and say shows up on your asset statements, in certain cases underwriters can have it disregarded as not important new debt, unlike an auto loan or something. So long as it can't be proven to be a fixed loan of some kind, it can generally be left off your DTI because it's not risky enough. One more thing, don't shift money around in the last 2 months before applying for a loan. Keep it in one account for 2 months before applying, and don't touch it, or at least don't make deposits into the account that are over 50% of your monthly income. Fannie needs 2 months bank history, and Freddie needs 1, but loans can flip between the two. What this means is, if you deposit say $20K in June, but then shift it around to another account in July, not only do I need the second account that holds the $20K, but I also need to see 2 months of statements for the first account. And if there are any other large deposits into that one, then I might need to see 2 months of those as well. Anything over 50% of your monthly income often has to be tracked to make sure it's not bad money. Also, seeing $20K go in and then $20K go out does not mean it's the same money. I need proof like wire transfers, etc. The analogy I use is, if I pour a bucket of water into a pool, I get down and scoop a bucket of water out. I can't be certain that the exact same water I poured in is the same I scooped out. I need to confirm the money coming out is the same good money going in. Point edit. This is the very first time I have been awarded on Reddit. Thank you so much, kind person of Reddit. Just made my day. Grocery store employee here. Gonna just list a bunch of things a lot of people don't know. There are rats. The conveyors have a 99% chance of having dried chicken juice on them. Anything the customer doesn't directly look at doesn't get cleaned unless the health department requires it. The cashier has complete power to decide to bend the rules for you or not. If they don't, it's because you were rude or annoying. Everyone hates you if you bring more than 15 items through the self-check. Also, when you say you accidentally wrote the number 4 peanuts on a bag of bulk pine nuts, we know you did it on purpose. You aren't slick. Loss prevention are usually dudes who enjoy hurting people or want to be cops but aren't cut out for it. They absolutely have the right to grab you if you steal a candy bar, and if you resist they will leap at the opportunity to slam you into the co-insta machine because they enjoy it. They have a muzzle for biters and they keep every weapon they confiscate. Big chain managers make $200k plus a year. My store does $300k in sales every day. We don't care if you take your business elsewhere because we wouldn't take your expired coupon. If you never shopped here again it would not even register as a blip in the numbers. There is no warehouse out back where we keep extras of everything. We get 3 Swift trucks a night and our freight crew puts all of it on the shelves. If you're a WIC recipient and you are rude we can contact the WIC office and potentially get your benefits revoked. Also if you hide things you don't want in a shelf somewhere that it doesn't belong instead of giving it to an employee or, God forbid, putting it back yourself, we will all gather in a graveyard that night and perform a ritual to give your entire family a terrible pox. It hasn't worked yet but you should know we are getting better. Order phones online. In-store salesmen will scam the shit out of you and laugh. I did it for nearly 2 years until I started to whistleblow and told every customer that came in what to look out for. Then a customer came in and specifically waited for me to be free to complain. My manager was free and I was with a customer and she decided to wait. Then came to me asking for another carrier's SIM card which we OBV wouldn't carry, and the complaint got me fired. Just to give you an idea I was charging people an extra $40 to $300 depending on how much money I wanted to make. Things to look out for. Free usually means they are using a discount/sale to justify a purchase you don't need. Accessories are marked up to almost 200%. You don't need insurance. If you don't want it, you don't have to pay $20-50 to get your phone set up. Activation fees are typically 50%. Cheaper ordering online. If you've been a customer for at least a few years you can call customer service and tell them you want new phones but don't want to pay for the activation fee and they'll probably waive it. If you need support quickly call customer service and ask for sales. The most important thing to know is we are not tech support. Everything I know about fixing phones is from googling the issues and seeing what works. There is no cell phone repair school that I attended before being hired. When I started I didn't even have a manager and had to figure things out on my own with another new hire. You only have to pay taxes on a phone. Google price of phone and multiply it by your state's sales tax and that is all you have to pay. $1 more and they are taking advantage somehow. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I write and sell erotica and romance novels online. It's not exclusive to writers, but there's a bunch of acronyms that people throw in on their book blurbs that must be relatively confusing to someone just getting into it, but the regular reader will know immediately, the most prominent of which is guaranteed E, a promise from the author that by the time you get to the end of the novel, your 2 leads will have a happy ever after. Slightly more towards the erotic side, you've got SETI, Joy, RAC, Prick, SSC, Pi, ABDL, CFNM, DDLG, and, my personal favorite, the delightful Akinkbiki arc. You'll also find certain words that mean specific things. Taboo, for example, usually designates incest and pseudo-incest stories, whereas shifter refers to the whole category of I'd quite like to fuck a sexy were animal books. And then there are words that are used more by sellers than by casual fetishists. Forced B, that is, the fetish where, usually, a man is forced to go down on another man, and almost invariably finds himself overcome by the sheer erotic humiliation of it all that he comes right then and there, has fallen out of favor in a lot of services search algorithms, which will block and potentially ban you for any indication of the idea that force is involved. That was replaced with coerce B for a while, but when that started to get flagged as well the industry settled on the term encouraged B instead. Forced B is still the term that's mostly used by people who are into it, but people who spend money on it know what to search for online, knowing how to jump through the hoops, to help people in the know find what they want, is one of the weirder sides of marketing smut. Not much of a secret, but how anything survives the shipping/receiving process is about as mysterious as the specific biological function or functions directly responsible for life and consciousness. The people are overworked and underpaid. The facilities and equipment are typically in various states of neglect and disrepair, where not even something as standard as a parking brake to a forklift can't be assumed to just work. Many of the freight/pallets a shipping company receives from its customers are constructed by other people who are also overworked and underpaid, or are following a rule set implemented by corporate that is concerned with saving $$ and nothing else, which means pallets that are too tall, top heavy, are loosely wrapped, and or are riddled with snag points. KitchenAid is the worst faking offender for all of this. As a result, pallets of freight will topple, either in transit or on the warehouse floor. Stuff will fall on other stuff. Freight gets crushed. ID stickers have incorrect information, etc. Some workers won't give a fuck and will place something like a heavy transmission on top of a pallet of paint cans with no padding, or they are under pressure to get a trailer filled to the company's minimum required cubic feet of product per trailer. I don't know how the industry was before the 1980s, but deregulation of the shipping industries turned warehouse work for some trucking companies into a faking death trap. Working in warehouses associated with the Teamster solved some of the problems mentioned above, but pay was still terrible, the hours still long, and part-timers were treated like shit. I do not work in insurance, but this is a bit of insider information that served me so well I will share it here. If you ever have a serious work injury that requires long-term treatment, you may get the case closed drawn around by the workers' compensation insurer. This is when they arbitrarily tell you that your case has been closed and that to reopen it, you will need to file for a hearing with your state's Department of Labor. This usually takes around 6 months, during which they will do nothing, will not pay for treatment, will not answer your calls, etc. And when that hearing comes around, they won't even show up. Why? Because they know that they can't keep you from getting treatment. They can declare your case closed, and the Department of Labor will simply tell them no, by state law, the case is open until these conditions are met. For example, in my state the case is open for 8 years, since the most recent payment made on the case by the insurance company. They do this just to give you a hoop to jump through, a roadblock, basically trying to make you give up. I had a friend who worked in insurance, and here's the advice he gave me. When they do that, go ahead and file for that hearing with the Department of Labor, but at the same time file a complaint with your state's Department of Insurance. A DOI complaint requires a prompt response or else is met with a hefty fine, so doing this will light a fire under some as in a hurry. When I did this, instead of waiting 6 months for that hearing, I got a letter back from the insurance company 6 days after filing the complaint, basically saying we are so sorry for the mix-up, your case is open, your treatment is approved, you're receiving supplemental partial disability compensation, and here's the office and cell phone numbers for the lead adjuster in this branch, if there are any further problems. Control systems. Nearly all of our programming is done as China. Nearly all of our manufacturing is done in China. We are an American company with American workers and proud of it. We tell all of our clients, however, the only thing American about us is our CEOs, our board of directors, and the actual techs in the field. Everything else, nearly the entire rest of the company, is outsourced to India and China. Basically, if a control system lead breaks or the software goes awry, or there's heavy issues with a new release, the in the field people rely entirely on foreign work to do our jobs. There are exceptions in particular areas, but that's because the people we hired 44 years ago are still in the company and working. God help us all when they quit or die. I ran into that issue a number of years ago with a legacy system that exactly 4 people in the world knew how it worked. Replacing it would be in the $80 million range. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't pretty, but it was required for 6 separate assembly lines that collectively at 3 manufacturing warehouses probably turned out $40 million in profit each year. The money was there, but management didn't want to spend it, which is why they ended up in the situation, or eventually. They were down to 2 guys who would not train anyone. All of the documentation is what they had written themselves and were getting paid 4 times as much as the nearest technicians, because paying them both $500,000 between them was cheaper than the $80 million it would take to replace the entire line, never mind the downtime of that aforementioned lost profit. Domino's. Some things you probably don't know. None of our ingredients are actually fresh or prepared in-house, they're all pre-packaged. Domino's is all about speed. Thin crust and gluten-free are pre-packaged, and possibly the cleanest option for germaphobes, because half of the people making your food aren't washing their hands, and of the half that are, only half are doing it properly. Almost none of them are wearing gloves. The wings are pre-cooked before they even get to the store, and the new wings are breaded and not soggy. So we judge the piss out of you if you want them cooked twice, because they're really being cooked until they're almost hard. The oven is 450 degrees. The conveyor takes 7 minutes to cook your food. Orders come in on a screen in the order that they're placed. We absolutely cannot make things out of order. I'm sorry your small pizza got stuck behind a 30 pizza order. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. Check the date on that salad you ordered. From what I observed, about 30-40% of the time it's expired. An easy way to tell if your salad is bad is if the plastic cover is bulging out. When food starts to rot, it releases gas which builds pressure inside the container and causes the plastic cover to bulge. If you ever get an upset stomach from a hand-tossed or Brooklyn crust pizza, bread bites or twists, or cheese bread, odds are the dough was overproofed. Trays of dough come in on a truck about 2 to 3 times a week. If you're traveling and want Domino's, walk into the local store for a carry-out and pretend like you work for Domino's. Ask them for the DTM coupon code, employee discount. More often or not, they'll give it to you. If they ask what store you ask for, basically tell them any number between 1000 and 2000 and they'll buy it. Honestly, they don't generally give a shit. Domino's stores are either corporate run or franchised. Franchise stores tend to be more likely to have health and safety violations because they are not as closely regulated. Nobody is going to mess with your food. Insiders are either too busy, too stoned, too apathetic, or too all of the above to give a fuck about your food. And drivers aren't going to compromise a tip. The new cheeseburger pizza? Curious about the sauce? It's a mixture of ketchup and mustard. Want to make your cheeseburger pizza a bacon BBQ cheeseburger pizza? Swap the sauce for BBQ sauce and swap the American cheese for bacon. Same price. Nobody answering the phone. Look up the store hours. If they are open, it's super busy, which means your food is going to take longer. Sometimes a lot longer. If they are closed, hang up, because nobody gives a shit. Once the store is closed. Think you're going to call the store and demand the name of the person you're talking to? 9 times out of 10 you're getting a fake name. Some even use fake voices on the phone, because calls are recorded. If you order carry out, please actually pick it up. There were days where I saw over 30 pizzas thrown in the trash that were never picked up. Don't scare the bums that hang around the stores. Sometimes the store manager gives them messed up or abandoned orders to keep them fed. Domino's doesn't care about product quality as much as they care about time. Does your pizza have a little hole in it that was just covered with cheese? Wonder if the people at the store knew? Yes, they knew. Domino's stores have a very high turnover. Most of the people in a store have been there for less than 6 months. Menu items. Domino's does not have breadsticks. They have twists and bites, and both are drowning in oil. Domino's does not have stuffed crust. If you order wings, buy plain and get sauces on the side. Your cleaner, less sticky fingers will thank you. Do not order the Alfredo. The sandwiches are drowning in grease. There is nothing healthy about them. Really, don't order the Alfredo. The pan pizza is floating in a pool of grease and then has more grease on top. It's more grease soaked bread with cheese and toppings than anything else. Seriously, for the love of God, do not order the Alfredo. Delivery drivers. If you tip on credit card and call back for a refund, your driver loses that tip. Don't be that person. You should never tip less than $5 for a delivery. Drivers using personal vehicles are not insured by Domino's. If a driver gets into a wreck on the clock or gets a flat tire, Domino's will not pay them a dime for it. Most of your drivers are carrying knives or other weapons for protection. They deliver to some sketchy places. Drivers really can't take $100 bills. They are not lying. They also really don't carry more than $20 in change. Also, if you ask for full change back, it really does ruin their day. Domino's drivers are highly exploited in terms of safety. They are forced to drive in conditions that are blatantly unsafe. After tornadoes, during flash floods, blizzards, ice storms, etc. Be kind to them. And if the weather is bad, tip as well as you possibly can. Smarter drivers will absolutely hoard Parmesan bite coupons and trade them for free food coupons at other fast food places. Cops don't even know the law. One of the unofficial steps in the booking process is sit for 5 to 15 minutes flipping through a penal code trying to figure out what to book people with. CHP has a game where at the start of the week or month someone will flip through the vehicle code and find a code no one knows. Then they will enforce that code for the week or month until they pick a new one. During the academy, one of my CHP instructors inspected all of our sunglasses and found out that 90% of us qualified for a ticket if we drove with them due to obstructed peripheral vision. Most cops collect a number of stupid laws that they know everyone breaks to use in pretext stops. Example: anything hanging from the rear view mirror, including a handicap placard while driving, is grounds to get pulled over. The best part though, the law as it's written isn't the law. The actual law is defined by case law, and most lawyers and judges don't even have the basic outline case law memorized. They specialize in different fields of law such as DUI or domestic violence, because it's the only way they can keep up on the ever-changing law by ignoring 99% of it. Most of the court process is lawyers presenting different interpretations of laws to each other that they have had to dig up in libraries that you have to pay to access, so the general public does not get to know what the actual law is unless they pay to access these case law libraries. And even if you somehow paid for every applicable case law to be sent to you, there is no reasonable way any one human could ever keep up with reading it all. If a cop wants to, they can always find a reason to arrest you and always find a reason to cut you loose. There is no really cool protection under law in America. As I write this, I hear the cop Fords and Dodges accelerating louder than the sideshow drivers they are chasing at freeway speeds through residential neighborhoods, and I know it's the cops endangering the public far more than the sideshows. Also, if any car people care, the Crown Vic and the Cop Marquis both have a governor that tops them out at 128 miles per hour because they shake and become uncontrollable past that. The Dodge Charger half of California's cops are driving failed testing because during the endurance test the engines kept exploding due to whatever tuning CHP demanded. Placer County and El Dorado County sheriffs have been eluded by an imposter sheriff who pulls people over on the freeway in a custom Ford Pinto, and no one questions the sheriffs driving a Pinto to the point they had to put out a press release that the Pinto did not meet their standards and was not in their fleet. Prices on items that don't sell well don't necessarily go down to reduce merchandise, they go up sometimes. I work at Gap and we've had these ugliest sweaters in since June. Originally when they came in, they were priced at $11, but hidden under the $25 marker, where no one would think to look for a sweater in June. Sometime in early August they were marked down to $10.50. A few people bought some, and though nothing of it, because the original price was marked over with the clearance sticker. Today, I had to put new sale price tags on them. Guess how much? $25.99. So in about 3 months time, those ugliest sweaters went from $11 to $25. Same for jeans, except once in a while they'll have a wild sale, like 50% off on family denim. This Friday and Saturday were those days actually. They moved all the expensive $45 plus jeans up front and put them on sale for 50% off, and all the inexpensive $15-20 jeans in a back corner of the store with no sign, but they had clearance stickers on the tags for the same discount. All the expensive jeans went first and the majority of the $15-20 jeans remained untouched. I put new tags on them today and moved them up front with a big sale sign above them. Guess how much? All $25. In 2 days, $15 jeans went up to $25. It makes me so mad. But I can tell you that when we go to the back to find a bigger size or color for you. No, we are not smoking a joint or lazing around. There are HD cameras and security guards in the back at all times, and one of my managers patrols the back just waiting to catch one of us slipping up. Grades are there to be given to you, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I will follow their logic. If I see you got a really faking horrendous F the first time you took the test, but then you got a decent C and I can see you tried, it's a pass from me point. If you got a legit story for missing an assignment, or handing in some late work and the teacher refuses it, it's because they don't like you. Simple as that. Stuff you think is pointless is usually what we teachers consider the most when deciding whether to round up your score or to let you do something we usually wouldn't. Sitting in the front row, not using your phone often, asking questions, and at least looking interested go a long way. We all have favorite students, and will favor them if we feel like. Same can be said about the disrespectful sheetheads. Not gonna generalize with this one, but 9 out of 10 teachers in many institutions I've worked at would often work hungover or high on something. If you feel like taking a test is exhausting, imagine making a test. Many times we just change some questions from the books, or recycle them from previous assignments. If you're smart you'll always review those. Cheat sheets are just an attempt we make on forcing you to study. Maybe for exact sciences they work better, but for humanities, if I'll let you use a cheat sheet it means the test will have lots of stuff you can't answer with your sheet. I would never ask you when did slavery end in America, but analyze the social impacts of the end of slavery in America. You won't be able to answer this if you copy your sheet from someone, but if you made it yourself and summarized all the info from the book on it, you studied and didn't even realize. Choice of textbooks is something that's usually completely out of our control. If I could I would never ask my students to spend a fortune on something I don't even think is that good and will only use for a year/semester. I have my own teaching material and would honestly prefer using nothing else but that, but there's always politics and people making money out of that market, so it's something we have no control over, unfortunately. We teachers have a sheetload of personal issues as well. I've taught classes after finding out my best friend had killed himself, after hearing that my dad had suffered a heart attack and some other stuff people have no idea about, but you have to put on your teaching persona mask and go on with your day. If we look a bit weird, don't give us a hard time. We are people just like you, and being in front of a classroom doesn't change that. You really think the cooks and takeout people are wearing masks and washing every surface everybody touches all day? Hot kitchen on a Friday night in a job slot that managers will suck a dick to fill? Not a chance. Restaurants in general are much dirtier than you probably think they are, as well. Also, it's amazing how many people don't know how to pronounce quesadilla. Also, you could make that $11 margarita at home for 57 cents. No, I'm not joking. We buy the $11 handles and pour them into blank fifth bottles, 52 shots per handle, 2 per drink, plus margarita concentrate, and even cheaper triple seconds. Also, why does everybody hate tomatoes so much? Also, old people love to comment on my left-handedness. Also, for higher end restaurants, when they put bread on the table, don't eat it. Maybe they really don't reuse bread, but maybe they do. Don't order mussels unless you really trust that the place is draining them properly and keeping them alive. Dull knives take fingers, sharp knives save lives. Don't ever order a special, it usually means old. If you ever ask for a manager, know that we all make fun of you for the next 2 hours in solidarity. Yes, this smile is fake. I work at a vet. Trust me when I say that no one, not the veterinarians nor the vet techs, go into this field for money. 99.9% of veterinarians aren't price gouging you, or in the pocket of big pharma, or just trying to order more tests so they can make more money. There is very little money in veterinary sciences. We just want your pets to be well. Even the neurotic hellbeasts who bite and cheat on us. Medications are that expensive because veterinary clinics aren't pharmacies. We don't have the purchasing power that some place like Costco or CVS or Walmart has, so we have to charge accordingly. We don't care if you get your pet's meds cheaper elsewhere or online. We only care if they are coming in for checkups to make sure the meds are working. Diagnostics are that expensive because your pet doesn't have insurance like humans can. Yes, the tests are necessary. Your cat can't tell us where the pain is, or if it's feeling dizzy, or if bright light hurts, or if its ears are itchy and sore. Animal illnesses are a guessing game, and even the obvious answers can have twists. Even if we are 100% sure it's an ear infection, we still should do a cytology to check if it's yeast or staph or something else entirely. And we love them. Sometimes we love them almost as much as you do. We celebrate their victories and mourn them when they're gone. We keep pictures of them in our break room and get an extra paw print for ourselves when they pass. Former nail tech. Most nail technician makes less than what you think. They get paid 50-60% of your service point if they take 1 hour to take care of your pedicure and the bill is $20. They make $10 to $12 for that service. 4 pedicures day at $20 equals $80. $80/2 equals $40. $40 is their pay for the day. Some tips/secrets. Do not go when it's busy. It's crunch time for them. It's where they make the most of their money. TBH, most survive from their tip. Their paycheck only pays their living. Sometimes giving tip first will be the deciding factor in a good work. Even if it's a few dollars, look for the person who answer the phone. They will most likely give you the best service. Knowing that they are the face of the shop, but they will always be busy. Appointments matter. Make one. Give info on what you want done, so they can note it and give you the best tech for that service within your time limit. Do not wear top brand items. They will pick you apart and fight over you. I have seen so many tech fight over a client because they have guxy bag. It's ridiculous, and most of the time, the good techs will not even fight for it because it's not worth it. You will eventually get money hungry techs that keeps trying to upscale your service. Most nail tech have back issues. I don't have to explain this. If they are pulling your arm or leg in a different angle, help them. Adjust yourself for a minute and say something so they can speed through what needs to be done. When you walk in, ask them to clean the basin/pedicure tub in front of you. This will make the technician stay on their toes and not use anything unsanitary. If they're hungry, ask for snacks. They always have snacks and they love to feed anyone. Former Sephora employee here, left for unrelated reasons. Do not, I repeat do not, apply any testers directly to your face. Not a single product laid out on gondolas for you to try out before buying is clean enough for you to risk your skin or bodily health for Macup. I've seen children and adults sneeze full slobbery sneezes onto testers and walk away like nothing happened. Many people drop products on the ground, face down, by accident and put it back, even if there is mud and weather-based filth on the floor. I once saw a customer eating a burger that had a lot of onions, which smelled great by the way, choke a bit and start coughing profusely, without covering her mouth, onto a brand gondola. Many people apply glosses and lipsticks straight from the tube onto their lips. I've seen kids do this too, and twist it back closed. The same lip product might be used that way by 10 to 15 customers on a given day without any of them being aware of contamination. Using Macup testers is really asking to get an eye infection or herpes. We've had customers come back and tell us they had to go through such things. You don't know who actually washes their hands after using the washroom, and since my store was located in a mall, many people must have done so. The hygiene issue really bothered me when I worked there. In my head it wasn't as uncontrollable as the store made it out to be. My store location was particularly hectic year round because we didn't have a competitor in the city at the time I worked there. So even if we tried we couldn't guarantee no cross-contamination. Still, I think they should have at least tried. I figured they should have had an employee for each zone going around sanitizing the testers throughout their shift. If you really want to try something out, make sure to ask an employee to sanitize the lipstick/eyeshadow/etc. in front of you. They will use isopropyl alcohol, wipe off the surface layer of the powder. They go more heavily on lipsticks, wiping several layers of product, and leave it for a few seconds until the alcohol dries off. Unfortunately for products like concealers, mascaras, and lip glosses that come in twist tubes with applicator wands, there really isn't any way for us to properly sanitize them. You're better off getting the Sephora app and trying products on using a virtual try-on application. They offer note, I'm new to Reddit, not too familiar with formatting etc. In most cases, speaking from a US perspective, virgin pulp paper is more environmentally friendly than recycled paper. The pulp to make paper is harvested from managed forests, which are planted a decade or so in advance to be later harvested for lumber and paper pulp. Managed forests are more efficient than wild as the tree stock is homogeneous, evenly planted, and access and the roads planned in advance. The first cycle of fibers made into paper creates the strongest, most stable wood pulp paper as the fibers are the longest and interlock with little to no binders. But from there it's all downhill. Point with each recycling cycle the paper is chemically and physically broken down, solvents are used to remove the ink, and then the cleaned, bleached fibers are formed into recycled paper. With each cycle the fibers become shorter and more broken, the paper is a little dirtier, and not as white, it is chemically not as pH neutral, and the fibers require more binders to hold them together. Paper goes from virgin to different grades of recycled to eventually different grades of cardboard and chipboard, losing strength and gaining chemicals and binders. And, with each recycling, the process gets dirtier. The majority of paper recycling is done in China, where the government turns a blind eye to the polluting, carcinogenic chemicals and their spills. And the richest woman in China built her fortune recycling paper. So, with each recycling, your waste paper travels from the US to China and back. And when it finally ends up in a landfill, it contains unknown solvents and binders. And those managed forests, most of them in the US, are in the US or Canada. They have less distance to travel to the mill and the reserved land keeps it from being developed. The key to sustainability, like most things, is managed decisions and local infrastructure. Paper goods that have low recycle rates, like notebooks and hardcover books, should be printed on virgin pulp paper. Paper pulp that goes to recycling should be recycled in the US to ensure that it is done in an environmentally friendly way which will protect our local environment as well as drinking water affected by long-term landfills. And if it raises the price of the lowest grade papers, that might benefit us all by reducing junk mail. We can't recycle our way to sustainability. I'm an American sushi chef. No one knows the first thing about sushi and will enjoy the food if it looks visually appealing and tastes like the same kind of low quality sushi they are used to, and sushi chefs take advantage of that by putting out less than up to spec dishes because they know that even their faking manager couldn't tell you how the order is messed up. Seriously. I have worked at a restaurant that served a California roll with the classic canny crab meat that is in every American California roll. Pro tip, this stuff is just ground up white fish with crab extract for flavoring. Essentially a fish hot dog, and people would actually prefer that over the King California roll that was made with actual king crab meat, because the canny crab roll tasted like a real California roll. The only way to get quality sushi made with quality ingredients is if you order at an upscale restaurant. The mom and pop shops and chains literally give you what you'd be able to get at Publix, except it won't be older and refrigerated like the supermarket sushi. Also, God help you, if you order from a mom and pop shop where sushi isn't the main food on the menu, more than likely the prep is at least a day old because of how little sushi sells compared to the main food on the menu, and they are gonna be looking to save on food costs. So it's likely they won't throw out not fresh prep until it starts to be obviously going bad. Finally, if you work in a kitchen, getting really good at sushi is an amazing opportunity. There aren't exactly a lot of quality sushi chefs walking around, and, as stated before, even managers and executive chefs are typically woefully ignorant of sushi. This means they are willing to pay you good money if you are able to put out even decent quality sushi at a fast rate, because they almost always think sushi takes more skill than it actually does. Furthermore, it's cold food, so the actual day-to-day of a sushi chef is magnitudes more relaxed and stressful as, say, the grill guy on the line, surrounded by hot machines all day and having to do way more work putting out the main food instead of the sushi. Hot tubs, all brands, much like other retail places, and despite what we are trained to tell you, there is always a sale. We have big margins. I mean, cost is on average half of listed retail for the spas themselves. Most places have at least 2 if not 3 relevant numbers, listed MSRP, which, ironically, is often listed as sale or everyday price, the event/sale price, and the target price. Obviously we won't sell it to you for cost. Hot tub guys gotta eat too. But where I work, at least, one of the largest spa retailers for the largest spa brand in the world, we can typically go even a certain amount below target, which can sometimes result in an on-paper savings of $6K plus. Push for the best price always. Bonus secret: if you buy a hot tub from a place that sells pools, you're almost guaranteed to be a second-rate customer and a low priority. They make more money on filling and maintaining pools than they do on hot tubs, so they usually don't really care. Second bonus: don't buy built-in music systems or TVs, especially if they are the focus of the sales pitch. Or God forbid, if they are the focus of the pitch, and also listed as free with the tub. Usually means the hot tub itself is built poorly and will break in less than 5 years. Hot tubs are not created equally. If it's $10-15K after you've pushed and made the sales guy wait, you're getting a premium unit most likely. That or a sales guy who is way better at lying than most are. Third bonus: don't buy a salt system for a hot tub unless you can verify for sure that the spa manufacturer builds it, warranties it, and that it doesn't void the warranty on your hot tub. Most salt systems are third party and run ridiculously high salt concentrations. It'll wreck your tub. Salt is corrosive. One retailer has their own that is vetted and actually works, that I'm aware of, Hot Spring Spas, which is not a sales pitch here. Source: 5+ years in the industry and family who have been in it for 20+. Worked for Marriott for a long time, so here's a few. Never ever book through a third party website. They can and will fuck you over and give zero sheets, nor will they reimburse you for anything if something happens, even if it's their fault. Additionally, hotels typically cannot give complimentary upgrades to anyone who books third party. Most third party websites are owned by Expedia. Hotels intentionally oversell their rooms. There are no regulators on websites for booking room types that are already sold out, and most hotels have to manually close their inventory. Most of the time it's not an issue, because if the hotel has 50 basic king rooms and 10 king suites and sells 60 basic kings, then that's 10 guests who are getting upgraded to the suite. Unfortunately, this also means the reverse, and if you reserved a fancier room that the hotel didn't have, they can downgrade you if you don't have a high tier membership. Very occasionally, they will sell more rooms than are even in the building, because there is a chance some guests won't show up. If you arrive for your reservation and your hotel says there was a mechanical issue with your room, typically something generic like plumbing or heating, it's probably because they oversold. Please don't argue with the desk clerk about it. There's nothing that person can do, and you're getting a free hotel room out of it. The pickier you are about your hotel room, view, bed type, which floor, etc., the earlier you need to arrive at the hotel. Not before checkout time, though, please. The earlier in the day it is, the more options the hotel will have available. Your reservation does not guarantee room type unless you are a high tier member of that hotel chain. Your reservation guarantees you a room. That's it. This is why it's important to include how many people will be in the room in your reservation. If we see 5 people coming in for a double queen, then we will not move that reservation into a single king. The blankets are very rarely washed. The sheets and duvet covers are the bedding pieces that are washed regularly, not the blankets themselves, unless something was spilled on it. So please keep the flat sheet where it is. It's in your best interest. If you find hair at your bed, it's probably not because your sheets weren't washed. Hair is one of the most difficult things to police and has a tendency to work itself into the actual weave of the sheet while in the dryer, so it's nearly impossible to police. Truly dirty sheets are actually very easy to spot. If there's a fire alarm, don't be the asshole who calls the front desk to ask if there's a fire. Just evacuate and follow the desk agent's instructions. Best case scenario, it's a false alarm or a system test and you're slightly inconvenienced. Worst case, you and your family die in a hotel fire. Get out of the building. If you are a smoker, hotels have highly sophisticated alarm systems that will alert the front desk immediately if something is amiss in your room. The system will tell us which room is having a problem and typically give us info on what that problem is. More to the point, the system will tell us if you tamper with the smoke detector in your room, which is illegal. Don't fucking do that. So I used to work as a cold caller. I basically went from door to door and bothered people to promote my client's product. The job was terrible, but it taught me few things about marketing, mostly impulse factors. I'm on phone on my way to lecture, so I apologize for the format, but I think it's very important to know these things. Marketing is usually based around these: building greed, show people how much money can they save, the amount things they can buy with those saved money, the holidays they can afford with that money. Urgency, be assumptive, lead the conversation, and don't let people interrupt you. My teammate was once selling his pitch to a macho man and I saw the teammate take action, and literally after short intro he asked the macho man if he should take his shoes off when entering his home. He went in and absolutely sold his pitch to the macho man. The man didn't mind my mate entering his house because he was confident. You can do anything to people as long as you look confident. Fear of loss. People might be deciding if they want to buy from you. Lie to them by saying, yeah, but I have only 3 products left, or I'm leaving in an hour. They are going to fear they will lose great deal. Indifference. You will sort everything for the customer out. They don't have to do anything. Jones effect. Show their neighbors or friends bought your product. Especially in field-based sales, it's important to remember people's names. If their neighbors bought it, the person you're talking to is very likely to buy it as well. Power of suggestion. Use language for your advantage. Be short, quick, and explain why you're talking to them very simply. Distract from business. This is super important. Compliment their dogs. Ask them what they are cooking. Make them laugh so they forget how boring business is. Yes, train. Ask them questions they will answer yes to. If they answer yes to every question you ask them, they are very likely to say yes to the product. This list of impulses is more or less found in every ad. People looking like you, distracting you from business, being all happy and beautiful. Don't be fooled, guys, but you can use this to your advantage to make people like you. Basically, it was my job to make people like me and the product. You can use this in job interviews. Smile. People instinctively smile back, and if makes them happy, works like a charm. Maintain eye contact. It builds trust. Be excited about talking to people. It makes them like you. Keep your introduction short and simple. Keep them interested in what you're saying. Have a good attitude. Maintain that attitude. Be prepared. Be on time. Know what you're doing and why. The bigger picture. Mind your body language. Be excited even with your hands. Buying a mobile home is usually a poverty perpetuating trap, and selling them is not. Owning a park is by nature highly predatory, usually on the poorest people and the elderly in our society, so really scummy all around. Don't buy mobile homes, guys. They are not mobile, and it is rare someone buys a used MH home, so essentially, when you are ready to move you will get zero return on your investment, and if it's not paid off you still owe that money. Most MHs, paid off or not, end up being abandoned because they won't sell and or the park won't approve a new person to rent it. They don't meet our criteria, so you end up leaving. The park reclaims the home as an abandoned structure. They fix it up and either resell it or rent it as a park-owned Joman Voiler. The owner makes bank off your investment that you walked away from, likely with debt still, because they cacked up your space rent again and you couldn't afford it anymore. Worst part is all of that is completely legal. No recourse for anyone. Just robbed you of years and thousands knowingly. It's a racket, and it makes me sick to my stomach. I work for someone who has made an entire business out of it. If you are going to buy a MH, put it on your own land. You can buy a home and plot and then for maybe 2,000 to 5,000 more put it on a permanent foundation, which then will, in turn, qualify as an FHA loan. I.e. don't have to pay cash for the land. It all gets rolled into an FHA like a regular as house loan. Get a good real estate agent who knows this field and you can save $100,000 plus and still have a decent home when you are done. Best part is your house's value is evaluated at the level of your neighbors, so you can instantly value $100,000 higher as far as the bank is concerned. Seriously, it's the only smart way to buy a MH home. Auto sales industry here. Do not go to the dealership until you know what car you want to buy. And once you know what car you want to buy, do not go to the dealership that doesn't have your car. Why is buying a car so hard? The Best case scenario is, go to dealership point, find your car /sign for car /drive car home point. Why does this scenario never happen? If you don't know what you're looking for, how are you going to be sure if you found it or not? If you don't know what you're looking for, you cannot be sure you found what you're looking for. What did you think was going to happen? That the car itself was gonna tell you, I'm the car for you, test drive me, and take me home with you? That only works at the animal shelter, and even then it's not the animal's voice in your head, it's your voice personifying the animal's reaction and behavior to your presence. Even if, after several hours, you and the salesperson find you a car that feels right, they're not going give you the price you want, because after spending several hours you've given up all your leverage to walk away. They know what you want, and that you're in the mood to buy it now. It's a coin flip that you'll leave and look for what you found here at the next dealership. They know it, and you know it. You'll drive home feeling like you overpaid. Even if they give you a great deal, you'll never know. Ever go on a scavenger hunt where you weren't given a list what to find, but you were given clues for what you were supposed to find? Here's another way of putting it. There are millions of cars listed online. What's gonna be faster? Looking at all millions of cars until you find the right one, or starting with a wants and needs assessment and narrowing down your search parameters until you get down to 3 to 5 cars? You don't want to be pushed into a car that is more than you need. You need to know what you need and what you want on top of what you need, like a moonroof, for example. No one needs a moonroof and then pay the lowest price for that at the dealership that has your car, not the other way around. Please visit for more info. Worked at the counter for my school's library. Use the catalog system. If you ask me for a specific book, all I did was search in the catalog, which anyone can go to from any browser. Also, tons of books had online copies that you could access through the catalog, and you can search for articles and journals and access results from other schools. I'm not doing anything on the computers. We only have them to look productive. The supervisors tell us just to do our homework or go on Facebook or something. I've seen the supervisors just reading or looking at videos behind their desks. 2-point library sensors are sheet. We have one going into a reserve room, but they built it next to some huge metal thing. Sensors are based on magnetization, so it'll literally go off even when no one went through it. I've never seen anyone taking non-checked out books out of the library before. Usually when the sensors go off, it's either a false alarm or someone checked out books from another library / bought something from the bookstore and those employees didn't desensitize them. But also, please don't steal our books. It's so annoying seeing that a book says available in the catalog, but checking every possible place in the library and not finding it. You don't even have to be a student to check out our books. You just have to get a library card from the county. Also, don't shelve books yourself unless you can read Library of Congress call numbers. If a book goes in the wrong place, we'll most likely never find it unless we notice a book in the wrong area while shelving. I used to work at Wendy's. The chili is made with stale, week-old frozen hamburger meat. They've got a bin that they put all of the stale patties in when nobody orders enough burgers. At the end of the day, they put all of the meat in a bin full of water, nuke it in the microwave for 20 minutes, and then they chop it up with the lid of the container. When it's thoroughly mashed up, they put it in bags and toss it into the freezer. It usually takes a week until it's pulled out and used. This isn't even mentioning how often they leave the chili out without stirring it or adding water under the container. That wasn't even the worst part about working at Wendy's. I'd say the only thing they put any effort in is their Twitter account. Here's the thing with Wendy's, they have literally no standards. They leave just about everything up to the franchisee. So if the franchisee wants to literally run a sweet shop, then that's what it'll be. I'm talking broken equipment, slippery floors, no first aid kit, machines are filthy, nothing is ever cleaned, no breaks ever, minimum wage, flat out lying about giving you raises, vastly understaffed. At one point it was literally just me and the manager at rush hour. It usually took until 3 to 4 AM to finally close the store when it should have been at 2. Quite a few of the employees were high school students who were 14 to 18. They were treated just as bad. We had to eat lunch on our own time between customers. I started working there at the age of 16 to 17, and I legit thought about killing myself. I thought that every place of employment was that bad. No. Just vendors. They probably run restaurants better in communist regimes and third world countries. Eventually I got a nasty second-degree burn on my arm. The first aid kit was empty, and I had to wait until the end of my shift, which was 2 more hours, and drive home to get some first aid. My manager first claimed ignorance and pretended that they were confused that I got injured, saying when did that happen. Then he blamed me and told me I did it on purpose for some reason. This was after lying about giving me a raise for 3 months. I was earning minimum wage, so I decided to quit. I tried to do workers' compensation, and it took them 3 months to give me $60 to pay for some burn ointment. I had to go in every week to ask if they had filled out any paperwork at all, and they didn't do any of it until one day after 3 months. I asked another manager who was substituting there because we were understaffed, and they said they had worked at various Wendy's locations across the state for 15 years, and every restaurant was like this to this day. I still can't eat at Wendy's. I've got that big of a grudge. If you're a man or woman who is over the age of 55, you can ask your doctor for a bone density test to find out if you're on the verge of osteoporosis, a disease that makes your bones brittle and very easily breakable. If the doctor refuses, you can file for medical neglect, because you have a right to get any tests done that you want. Everyone thinks you have to be really old, or that only women will get it, but that's entirely untrue. While it is more prevalent in women, men are still likely to get it or its preform, osteopenia. This disease is also silent, meaning that if you don't get the screening done, you won't know you have it until it's already too late and you fractured something. One of the main things that I know happens is people falling and breaking their hips from this, but the thing is, they didn't fall and break their hips. Their hip broke while they were simply standing or walking, and then they fell as a result. Very often, hip replacements are needed, and they come with a variety of limitations. Osteoporosis has limitations too, to prevent spinal fractures, but they are less so than hip replacements. There is no way to wholly prevent osteoporosis, but there are ways to help lessen the risk of it. The first and best way is to get that test done when you can. The sooner the better. That way you can take appropriate measures to slow the progression and prevent fractures. Another good way to help is diet. Vitamin D, calcium, and manganese are used in the body for bone strength. The best foods to eat to get these nutrients are kale, spinach, egg yolks, and especially fatty fish such as salmon. Salmon has such a high quantity of vitamin D, and a fair amount in egg yolk. Spinach is a good source of calcium, like cheese and kale. Mussels, sweet potato, lima beans, brown rice, spinach again, and pineapple are all good sources of manganese. Incorporate these foods into your diet, and you'll have better bone strength and a less likely chance of osteoporosis. But definitely get that test done too, once a year after 55. It can save you a lot of headache and a lot of pain and money later on. Want to save money at the supermarket? When you are in a supermarket dairy case, look the plant numbers on the milks, creams and orange juices. There will be a plant side code printed on it. These are usually 2x2, 2x3 or 2x4 numeric codes. The first 2 numbers will be the state designation number and the last ones will be that particular dairy identifier. So, take this example. I worked in a dairy about 25 years ago. The plant side code for us was IIC 25 to 10. The 25 was the ID for Massachusetts and the 10 was for the dairy. So how do you save money? You look for these codes on the private label dairy products and compare them to their national brand counterparts. If they are the same, buy the cheaper version. For instance, the plant code 25 to 100 means a certain dairy processing plant in Massachusetts. This plant number used to be for Garlic Farms, and then also for West Lynn Creamery, IIC, when Dean Foods bought both out. Dean Foods is now Pet, I believe, but the plant number is the same. But you may know by their national name, Dairy Pure. So, if you're in MA and you buy Stop and Shop milk, Shaw's milk, Dairy Pure, Garlic Farms milk or Hood milk, they're all the same milk from the same dairies and the same plant. The only difference is the price and the label. You'll pay about $1 less for the store brand gallon versus the name brand gallon. Don't pay a hardware store chain to install an appliance when you purchase it. Yeah, Lowe's, Here's looking at you, you corporate rip-off factards. If you can find a qualified installer or electrician, more on that in a minute, call them directly and tell them where you've bought insert appliance, dishwasher, hot water tank, microwave, gas stove/dryer, sink disposal, etc. and schedule an install. My husband will do it for the exact same price as what he gets from Lowe's to do the job, and you'll also get it done much faster. Usually within 2 to 3 days as opposed to a week or more, depending. Why? Because the store marks up the price of an install alert and pockets the difference, and what customers have no way of knowing is that the installers Lowe's and other chains have as employees are all private contractors anyway, and own their own businesses, and can do as they please, ergo. They are not "married" or contractual bound to Lowe's. Let's say you buy a new hot water tank, but you can't install it yourself, so you pay Lowe's an install fee, in addition to the price of the tank, to do it. They'll charge you anywhere from $350 to $400 for the install. This includes my husband going to get it, loading it on his truck, bringing it to our residence himself, doing the install, and then hauling the old one away. But the installer gets only $200 of this. Also, the work order we would get to do the install takes anywhere from a couple days to a week to get channeled from the store through to corporate, then to our office, after which we can finally call and schedule you, which might take even a few more days depending on our schedule and workload that week. So, it saves you a lot of money. There's no reason to pay Lowe's $400 to install something when the faking installer only gets $200. Saves both you and the installer time. We'll know about you way faster, ergo we'll get to you faster now. The best way to find a contractor on your own that you know already works for that Lowe's. By the way, they all have a whole roster of different kinds of contractors working for them for diff kinds of projects. So if you are getting, let's say again for example, this water tank, go to the plumbing department and ask the dude behind the counter who the best contractor they have is. They'll know. And they'll gladly give you their number. It's part of their job too. And if you want or feel you should give them a reason to ask them for the phone, just simply say, I have some other related projects besides the water heater I need to discuss this installer about getting done as well. They don't know any different. And when you pay for the unit, tell them specifically you do not wish to pay for an install. They can't OFC force you to pay for an install. Then call the contractor. Tell them where you purchased it, that you need it installed, and give them your address. They'll set you right up. For the same price they get. TLDR. Don't pay hardware stores to install appliances. Call the contractor directly, not through store channels, because you'll both save time and you'll save money. Source: me and my hubby have a private contracting company, LLC. He's a certified master electrician and master plumber, HVAC/gas certified, and we cover several chain hardware and appliance stores, and it's ridiculous how they rip people off on the price of an appliance installation. Hairdresser here, probably commonly known, but school for hairdressing is basically 50% about sanitation/safety and 50% about passing the exam. Booking with a stylist with less than a year experience is just as much of a gamble as booking with a beauty school student. In the US, because other countries have very different licensing procedures. Also, bonus, I worked retail at Urban Outfitters a few years ago, and please don't buy their clothes. I watched clothes move from the floor to the sale room in under a month, because they all ripped in exactly the same ways. I brought the last romper in a set of rompers to my manager, let her know it had ripped just like the rest, and she asked if a customer noticed. No, put it back, and wait for a customer to notice. Likely true of all fast fashion, but that was my first and last clothing retail job. Another bonus, I worked at McDonald's in high school. Corporate restaurants are great, but franchise suck. Probably true of all fast food, but they cut costs in any way they could. Literally, a manager once poured water into the grilled chicken hot holding cabinet because it had dried out and was a few too many hours old. Good as new, she said. My former corporate-owned restaurant was very strict about every food safety guideline since they had corporate money and the food was just better. For further context, I was a mediocre to average employee at the corporate and excellent at the franchise store. The US healthcare system. Despite the uninformed gossip out there, your insurance company wants you to be healthy because it is cheaper for them and hates denying services and procedures for you. If you get a denial, the problem is most likely the crappy documentation your personal physician wrote in your medical record. Costly services and procedures require documentation in your medical record of your condition and all other options that have been tried and failed. If your insurance company ever denies a service or procedure for you, have your physician file an appeal. If your physician did their job correctly and there is documentation in your record for why you need it, it will be approved, unless it is a non-covered benefit. If the appeal is denied, appeal again. This is called a second-level appeal, and the physician who works for the insurance company who determines approvals or denials will have a phone call with your physician. This is where your physician who did the crappy documentation can explain the necessity of the service/procedure or an uncovered benefit can be approved if it will significantly enhance your quality of life and isn't just a cosmetic or non-life-threatening procedure. If the second-level appeal is denied, you usually have one more option. You can file an appeal with the governing body over the insurance company. This option can only be done after both appeal attempts have been exhausted with the company itself. Almost always, the person appealing wins these decisions. This is true for Medicaid, Medicare, healthcare exchanges, and private insurances. Some of the details might be different from state to state regarding the number of appeals available and timing of appeal requests, so you should check your explanation of benefits for details. But the point is that almost nothing will be denied to you if there isn't an alternative option you haven't tried before and failed, except for non-essential cosmetic procedures. This isn't much of a secret in the animation community, but almost no one outside the field knows about this, and often gets it mistaken. Point animation has little to nothing to do with your skill at drawing, and vice versa. Point you can be one of the best artists in the world, and can't animate for sheet, as well as the other way around. They're similar, sure, because after all, you are drawing all the time in both. So knowing how to do one of them will definitely help in learning the other, but the actual skill sets and knowledge involved are fundamentally different. A very large number of people outside of the animation community has a general disrespect for stick figure animation, as they generally don't think it takes the same level of skill as professional animation such as cartoons or anime, but this couldn't be further from the truth. Animators generally follow the idea that there's 12 different principles to animation as a whole. Arcs, secondary action, straight ahead / pose to pose, etc., which are all the main general aspects to what makes an animation. Solid drawing is only one of those aspects, while all 12 are required to make an animation appear good. So despite a stick figure animation not having good drawings, the other 11 aspects are still followed, and in most cases even more focused on, since the animator has to make the animation more visually appealing, since the viewer is looking at a stick figure instead of a complex character. What many don't understand is that the actual key animator in a studio, the person doing the actual animation, typically draws very simple figures in their animations, compared to what ends up in the final product. A lot of people will look at something animated, see that the art looks pretty, and confuse it with good animation, and I wish a lot more people would understand that the things that make an animation good goes far beyond what a normal person who's never studied it is going to notice. Tattoo artist. Can't indulge in too many secrets. You'll have to bust your balls in an apprenticeship like the rest of us to get those lol. I guess all I can say is that if an artist quotes you on a price, make sure you prepare to pay that with an extra 15% minus 20% plus tacked on as a tip. Most shops require a cut from artists to pay the bills. Different shops have different agreements, so we don't get to keep 100% of what we make. There's no minimum wage, health plans, etc., and we have to file our own taxes each year. Plus that shop cut doesn't usually cover materials, so we have to pay out hundreds for needles, machines, electronics, PPE, sanitary items, etc. from week to week, all out of pocket. Point especially now with COVID, the tools we need are pricier than ever. Gloves alone have skyrocketed in cost, so please remember to take tips into account when budgeting for tattoos. It helps a ton and keeps us from having to jack up our own prices, which would drive away traffic before the apps are even made. Also, if we say no to a super cool tattoo idea you have, that's a good indicator that it's probably not as cool as you thought. Don't argue. Don't get offended. We are not trying to insult your taste. We are just the professionals who want to give you work that we can be proud of and will know will heal, right, and look good for years, even decades, to come. Basement scratchers and cheaty artists say yes to everything. Professionals will at worst say no. Otherwise, we'll do our best to come up with a compromise that achieves your vision without sacrificing our personal standards of quality. Point most of all, repeat after me. Good tattoos aren't cheap, and cheap tattoos aren't good. I don't work in the field, but know many who do. I also can't name the experiment or site, but anyone in STEM will know what I'm talking about. Point around 2012 there was a hoax/conspiracy that a black hole ate a man. It was fueled by video footage of a man working at one of the leading experimental science labs in Europe. It went viral, not only because of the fear that science did it, but as this was around the time of the Higgs boson was making news, and people genuinely thought it had teleported him to a wormhole. It was kept hush-hush so as to not ruin the public image of the lab and university, but it was in fact just done by video editing. The man in question went underground online to prevent his uni in the lab letting him go for causing public disbelief and fear of science, though he was in trouble anyway. Fake. I think he had to sign something to stop him spreading any more damaging false information/disinformation about the experiment. They never released an official statement, and there are, to my knowledge, still hundreds of thousands of people who think a random STEM student was eaten by the God particle nearly 10 years ago. Edit. While trying to find the original video, I stumbled upon this, which was a similar hoax at another European lab with more coverage. To roughly translate, multiple students/employees at CERN, Switzerland, pulled off yet another elaborate scheme by pretending to sacrifice a woman to Satan. A few years after the incident I mentioned above, it caused a media storm, as I believe at the time they were running the collider, which tends to attract bad press from some religious groups. A mock satanic sacrifice must have been the cherry on top, because I haven't seen as much hype around the LHC since. Adult industry, men really should not take pills or use a penis pump to gain length, girth, etc. The traditional cork ring is incredibly inexpensive, under $20, and helps you not only gain length and girth, but also helps with stamina and strength of the male kegel muscle. Point. If you use a pump, you will always need to use a pump to gain that length and girth. So if you travel, for example, you have to pack that thing if you want to have fun while you're away. If you use a pump incorrectly, you can burst blood vessels. If you take pills, you have to keep taking pills, so the effects rarely last for very long, and it gets extremely expensive. Again, the traditional cork rings run less than $20. If you have health conditions, pills are also not a good idea. If you are a drinker, also not a good idea. If you use a cork ring, you can gain length and girth, and as long as you remain fairly active, set your masturbation, you don't have to keep wearing that cork ring for the rest of your life. I began using one at 18, and did so regularly for 2 years, making substantial gains. Now I only wear a cork ring when I miss how it used to feel. Don't waste your money and risk your health. Look into a cork ring, get beyond any weirdness or stigma you might have about them, and then thank me later. Not really an industry, but I'm an artist. I do character illustrations for a commission fee, and I'm trying to build up a following. I have several things to say. For social media, everything is an act. I do my best to appear natural and approachable, but in actuality I'm terrified of people, and I'm only regurgitating funny memes, or acting silly on purpose, to appear more social and friendly. If the person you commissioned takes a lot longer than you expect, but still maintains contact, and is online often, or if your favorite artist hasn't posted in a while, but they assure you they're not dead, 90% of the time they are having some of the worst mental health days of their life. Yes, we see and read everything, especially your nice comments, and yes, we depend on that sheet to live. If we ever run dry on compliments or conversation about sheet we like, then we die. Not literally, but we'll beat ourselves up about it and force art out for views as a result. Please talk about us. If you love us, let us know by spreading our art around and recommending people to us, not just for views, but because we so commonly thrive on positive feedback. Additionally, for future artists or anyone interested in being an artist, the secret to enjoying your art is to let go of the idea that you will ever reach the peak of talent. Being an artist isn't about a single destination, it's about multiple destinations and how you navigate yourself to them. It's about the joy of figuring out how to create. Never compare yourself to others, just learn from them instead. This isn't technically the field I work in, but something I found out while researching online stores / dropshipping. The majority of those ads for products you see on Facebook and Instagram are extremely overpriced and come directly from AliExpress. So on top of getting ripped off, they'll likely take ages to arrive anyway. My dad and grandmother have both fallen for these ads. Just go directly to AliExpress if you really want what's being advertised. Just keep in mind things can take months to arrive, although they do refund if it doesn't arrive by a certain date. It might be obvious to some people, but it's crazy how many people are commenting on the ads post saying they want the things and are just getting ripped off. I'm all for people to make a profit from their business, but when they are taking advantage and blatantly ripping people off, it's not cool. The latest ad I saw was a resin astronaut figurine for $70. On AliExpress it was maybe $7. The set was $200. On AliExpress around $20. Even a popular blogger is selling her signature necklace for $45, reduced from $55, and it literally costs about $1 including shipping from AliExpress. Worked for an auto parts store. Whenever big time shops call us for parts, they always get the store brand first because they are the cheapest, but would charge the customers for the gold or performance package. Think your premium synthetic oil is really the premium brand? Lol, is not. We work retail and most parts stores hire regular people. We don't know what kind of car you have, so please always have your plate number or VIN number ready. If you don't know, just bring in your insurance card and we can take it from there. Please. If you need an AC recharge, a lot of the times we can help, but please come to the store right away. It sucks to have to be outside on a hot day, and with most customers having driven all day, the engine bay is insanely hot, so please don't burn us up. The people hired in this kind of stores really don't know much about cars. Now there will be some that do know, so if you find someone like that, please value them. I had a customer who was going to be charged $1,489.002, and I quote here, flush and performance clean TPS sensor. He came to the store to buy some coolant and was on the phone talking about the price, so I asked him if I could see his quote and then sold him the entire TPS assembly. For the most part, cleaning a defective TPS sensor does nothing. You need to change the entire assembly for $250.00. Told him how to change it and also found him a YouTube video of how to do it. Guy didn't want to believe me, but went ahead with it. Anyways, the next day he was back at the store driving his car. Said the service tech saw him pulling his car out and told him he would hurt the trans and engine due to him changing the part himself, but he went ahead and trusted himself more than the techs. Changed the part and came back to the store to thank me for saving him some $sign and bought lunch for all of us, which was most welcomed. Be nice to every single worker at any place and you'll get better treatment and better prices. I was a sales manager at both Verizon Wireless and AT&T for over 16 years. Never go into a store to buy anything or to get tech/bill support. Verizon has decent tech support. AT&T outsources all customer service and tech jobs. Verizon does as well, so it's basically luck if you get the help you need. The best option is to chat with someone. The entire conversation is recorded and a copy is sent to you free. When you want to buy something, buy it from their website. Go into the store to look at the thing you are thinking about buying, but purchase it online. The sales reps are trained to rip you off or convince you to add services you don't need. Their jobs depend on getting you to buy stuff you didn't come in for. District managers and area presidents are all in on it, and the push to sell is relentless. Salespeople don't care at all what phone you buy. Their job is to make your bill stay the same by adding services you don't need, or increase it by a few bucks adding lines you don't need. They all like to get you to buy something For example, they say crap, like they would waive your activating fee or upgrade fee if you add a line or buy accessories you don't need. Non-corporate stores are much worse, and they outnumber corporate stores by far. Always ask if the store is corporate owned. AT&T sends sales reps to your home if you set up, upgrade or need troubleshooting for DirectV. They claim to be managers, but they are not, and they promise, lie and cheat to convince you to leave your current wireless provider and switch to AT&T. They rip you off way more than a sales rep at a corporate store. But don't forget, store reps are also fighting to keep their jobs, so they will go through any lengths to rip you off. Have you ever bought the hub from Verizon? That useless gadget you put in your car for diagnostics, etc. point as a hub, and I guarantee you were ripped off and practically told you had no choice but to buy it. Ever heard you can get a free tablet and your upgrade fee waived if you buy all these accessories that you know you'll need? Then realize when it is too late that the tablet or hub were not really free because they came with a 2-year contract. Haha. There are so many different ways they will cheat you, and they will. There is no integrity at either company, from the top down. Those that don't lie and rip you off don't last at all, because they will get fired or pushed out by management, leaving only the best liars, cheats and cons behind waiting just for you. Remember Wells Fargo got in trouble for activating accounts that were never needed? Both Verizon and AT&T do this. They will add lines, so that the company keeps recording growth, and lying to shareholders. Business accounts are landlines, because plans change all the time, always getting cheaper, so they will tell you to add 10 lines and that's the only way that the business will get the best cheaper plan. It works because plans can drop $50 to $100 off the bill, and even if they add multiple lines you don't need, in the end you still end up paying less by about $10-20 on your new bill than you did on your old plan. AT&T salespeople were telling DirectV customers that their phones already had 5G because all screens displayed 5G. They would use this to their advantage because the service 5G is not 5G at all. It's a bit fast at 4 grams. The E means evolution, so it's evolving to 5G, but it's not there yet. So by lying and saying AT&T already had 5G, they enticed you to buy phones. At Verizon stores, do you remember being told accessories had to be returned to the original store they were purchased at? Were you told that you had to upgrade online instead of the store? Were you told to transfer your pics and contacts at home? This was because the store reps would be punished if they did any of these things for the customer. If they accepted accessories returned, the store's accessory metrics would be ruined for the day and the district manager would punish the store manager, who would then punish the reps. If you were turned away when wanting to upgrade, it was for the same reason. Most people that want to upgrade to get a new phone do not want any accessories at all, ruining the store's sales metric as well. If you were sent home to transfer your own stuff, it was because you didn't want to buy anything. If you were turned away when you needed tech help, it was because you didn't want to buy anything. Did you ever get turned away when you wanted to return a phone/accessory you bought online at a store? This is because it damaged the reps and store's sales metrics and you didn't want to buy anything. Cell phone sales is a dirty business. There is no integrity whatsoever, and you will get ripped off one way or another, because that is exactly what the reps are trained to do. The best corrupt, lying, con people get rewarded by being sent to all expense paid trips to Las Vegas, Atlantic City, and even other countries on all expenses paid vacations. Where do they get all the money? Lol, by ripping you off daily. The cell phone sales business is the biggest scam in retail. You put up with it because you need your cell phone. The companies know it, so they turn a blind eye when you get cheated. Look at the parking lot. You'll see a lot of expensive cars parked belonging to the salespeople of that store. Look at their expensive shoes, watches, etc. It is a system created to milk you out of everything you have in your pocket when you walk in. Software engineer here, been doing software development for about 6 years. The amount of gatekeeping, code tests, and psychology questions are all bullshit to actually job performance. All those coding interviews are often 5 times harder than what the job really does, and I'm extremely sure many people just cheat on them, because I've seen a lot of people don't even know the language they are supposed to code in, or even basic data structures, or even seen a faking flowchart. Bowers or whoever asked you to code this problem is only doing it to cover their ass in any bias lawsuit, or because they know anything about software. Hence why the problem is so fucking complex with so little time. Truth is, it doesn't matter how good you were in the interviews, you will always be in a 1 to 2 month training phase that teaches how to do the job. If you know basic coding, that's fine. Veteran software engineers are more of a rare thing, to come by even rarer, if they know exactly what they are doing, rather than just soaking up the years for their next job jump point. Often we only want new talent, and then after a while companies just don't care about you anymore once you're a performer in said company. Basically, tech is just as aggressive as hiring young talent as a born agency. Therefore is almost always better to just jump around, cause fake loyalty, and the company will be fine even without you. If not, they call you right away, and you can name your price. What has any company ever done for your loyalty? Nothing. Probably. Oftentimes people really just fuck around all day for tasks that really don't require someone with a 4-year degree, and often are from people that don't have one. Sometimes people are hired for the usual corrupt reasons, and people are not for very much the same. Company just wants the newest shiny thing, even if it doesn't justify why they need it. Like is trendy now, to have tons of new management styles that waste hours of meetings for something that could have been done if we just directly talk to the people that goddamn need it and then code it. You work with less engineers and more managers, or very much people that do not know how to code software. Most of the pay is really about keeping your mouth shut about the amount of bullshit the company shouldn't be doing, bad code practices, and stress the job gives you, and how to problem solve around it. If you make more than 100k, the only thing you are jumping for is a better work environment. Money isn't much of an issue unless you have serious debt, which would immediately bar you from any security clearance job, so good luck. That other 20% is just being a warm body that could be bonus points for any corporate PR if needed. Okay, rant over. Sorry for expose some dirty industry secrets. Working in the IT industry and as a designer, I have worked on a wide spectrum of projects and fields for the past few years. So just some of the stuff I have learned. We have access and see all of your data. So when you're in doubt if big corporations like FB, Manuscript, Google, Apple, etc. have that same access, oh, it is so much more than that, so much worse. How else would they provide you with a service before even you know that you need it? How else would they work on AI? How else would they target you? One of the worst, if not the worst thing you can say and believe, is I have nothing to hide. They can track me and do whatever they want. This is a phrase that makes the higher ups literally laugh and make fun of people who say that point. In order to improve our products, we literally can record your screens in a lower FPS number, and you won't ever notice that. We will see pretty much every interaction you make with our product. I have worked on projects for one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies in the world, and the amount of shady businesses, absurd patent rules, bribes, disregard for privacy is just beyond everything that you can imagine. In EU, the GDPR is a nasty thing for them, but in US they can do whatever they want. I have worked around 6 to 8 months on one digital product whose main purpose is to avoid Swiss laws for pharma industries that will come into play in a year or two. And that was just an MVP version of it. When you get a prescription for pills or whatever, it's very rarely because it's actually the best thing for you to consume, but it's because they have signed a contract with some big company and they get a cut out of each sale. Big corporations don't give a shit about you or your health. They want you to be unhealthy because they sell more of their stuff that way. I have worked in the food industry for 15 years as a server and bartender. There are so many things the general public doesn't realize. The ice bins are disgusting almost always. If they do burn the ice, they generally just wipe it out with the same sunny towel used for the tables and counters, then refilled with new ice. Also, closing the lid causes a minor inconvenience, so it usually doesn't stay closed. And the scoop we are supposed to use there is one per side. So the cups that just got ran through the dishwasher once and are still dripping wet are used directly to scoop the ice. Less ice does not mean more alcohol. Lemons typically don't get washed before they get cut. Sometimes there is no way to ring in your special request, so we have to go tell the cook who has several other tickets. So if it takes a little longer, it's probably the extra communication/distractions for the cooks. If there is multiple stations in the kitchen, chances are the order will come up over a 10 to 20 minute span. The first dishes up will be cold, or they get ran first. Yes, a manager and expo should have it running smoothly, but generally they don't, and it isn't your server's fault. The hosts do not care. They hardly wipe the tables, usually don't move any caddy condiments to wipe underneath, and almost never wipe the booth. And the prints on the windows, they ignore seeing them. Also, the dirty bathrooms or lack of tissue is usually the host server assistant. We pay them to do all of those things, then usually end up doing it ourselves, and miss out on tables. Most places pass their health inspection by waiting until the week before and forcing everyone to detail clean everything. Once inspection is over, so is the extra cleaning point. If you try to call in sick, even with a doctor's note, management will almost always make you come in and try to work until they deem you too sick, usually right after the rush is dying down. They will literally not let you call off. Most servers do not get breaks. Some prefer it, but some need a break and don't get one. People will steal food out of the server window if given the chance. Fries, chips, any bread or finger food, they are the most common. New cooks are awful for everyone, and I mean no offense to anyone. They will hire anyone if they are in need, and if the person has no cooking experience, it is not a 1 or 2 week training, especially for salmon, chicken, steak, and if they are proud or too confident, they become uncoachable. The guest suffers, then your server, then ultimately the restaurant. With that said, there are many people who come in willing to learn and take pride in their work. But there are so many more that are there for the check, and they do the absolute bare minimum and do not care if they send out half-cooked tilapia 3 times in a row. Building off the last point, the number of cooks and servers that are unaware of the proper food handling and storage is astounding. The number that are completely aware and disregard it is just as high. Management is solely responsible for ordering products. Servers have no control of it and are just as frustrated when a product is unavailable. When you have a party of 10 or more and don't call ahead, it is inconsiderate to everyone, staff and guests alike. It usually isn't just 1 or 2 during a rush, and having the extra 10 minutes to set up makes the entire experience more fluent. The dishwasher heats up to sanitization level during rinse, and aside from bringing out boiling water, the cup of hot water for the silverware is not hot enough to sterilize. It should be polished right after being run through twice, so they don't get the water spots, but during busy times they generally get ran and sit a while, leaving the spots. If the servers polish them properly, the silverware is much cleaner. Before putting it in the questionable cup, and hot water running out of large boxes is so common because everyone requests them, even for the smallest things. Likewise, employees use them for employee meals, no matter the size. Used to work in a major chain US amusement park. I'm sure you can guess which one. Carnival games are all rigged. There's plenty of information online on how to beat the ones that are possible to win, but most of them are impossible. Don't waste your money. Most employees are young teens who have no idea what the hell they are doing. Ask for directions, and there's a good chance they will tell you a bullshit answer because they are not allowed to say I don't know. We only work in an assigned part of the park, so we don't know where everything is. The turnover rate is incredibly high. Training is basically 2 to 3 days of watching videos. If you fail the written test, the supervisors will sit down with you and guide you through the answers. I've seen it with my own eyes. If you have someone in your group with a legal disability, then you can go to guest services and receive a ride access pass, RAP. A pass that lets you skip the lines by entering through the ride exits. You will always be serviced first and virtually never wait for anything. Legal disabilities include diabetes, mobility issues, and cognitive impairments. Call ahead to see if your party can qualify. Don't ride water rides. Ever. The water is dirty and full of chemicals. I've seen so much trash float in the streams where guests aren't permitted access. Never go on a weekend or holiday. Believe me. Try to pick a day where it will be cloudy too. The difference in crowds is insane. I've worked on rides where the wait was up to 3 hours on a weekend and 5 minutes on a cloudy Tuesday. It's normal on a busy day for a guest to spend up to half of the entire day waiting. Parents who wish to take their kids, just call them out of school for one day. It will save you a ton of time and stress. Parking is a huge rip-off. Ideally one would park in a lot nearby the park, but most of these will have warning signs and are heavily patrolled by local police. Getting towed or the boot will cost hundreds in fines. Instead do this. Most park entrances will have a bus stop nearby. Look for a shopping mall parking lot that's on the same line. When you ride the train and see us waving at the employee crossings, it's because we'll be immediately fired if we don't. There are cameras watching us. There's even a giant sign, guests can't see it, that says to smile and wave. You can easily be fired in the blink of an eye. If you're angry, please don't take it out on us. I've seen high school workers cry backstage because some angry parent decided to take out their anger on them. They're just kids making low pay. Point ending on a fun note, every start of the hour you will hear the same song play. That's for employees to know that it's the start of new hour, because we are not allowed to wear watches or check our phones. Those great looking indoor plants seen at HD, Lowe's, etc. Point are great looking because they were professionally grown in optimal maintained, usually very controlled indoor growing environments. Residential home owners are unlikely to be professional horticulturalists or plant people, or be able to duplicate those same or similar growing environments. Orchids can be a good example. Such big box outlets cater to residential home owners often seeking foundation plants within the Goldilocks foundational growing sizes about 4-5x4-5. Quote. Labels can be mismarked to reflect that consumer category's purchasing desire that doesn't accurately reflect their true potential. Larger or smaller size. Point. These same big box stores may have large regional buyers that represent regions across several plant cold hardiness zones or heat zones that have to order minimums of certain species or cultivars. Plants allocated to some store locations in that buyer's region that may be listed as hardy are definitely not. For example, Ixoris, bananas, semi-tropical fruit trees, vegetable plants, non-desert plants that are sold far out of their survivable environment, or plants that need cold chilling like many apple or stone fruit varieties sold in too warm of an area. These stores used to have a larger, higher qualified associates on hand, but now lease floor space to plant vendors that may be there more to restock and clean away plants, not act so much as sales associates. Local chocolate factory in Pennsylvania. I was a line tech for 13 years before I got so fed up with it. Co-manufacturing. The factory produces its own brand of chocolate candy, but also co-manufactures for big names like Hershey, Dove, Cadbury. We get their chocolate liquid in and use the same equipment to mold it. The big names do have a higher quality standard than the local factory brand, but the big names are not always watching. It's all about mass producing as much as possible. So just because you are eating a Hershey candy bar or Dove chocolate bunny does not mean they produced it. It's produced by the cheapest co-manufacturing bidder. Point. Quality control. Management does try to have good quality control, but it's all about the numbers. Middle management pushes the factory workers to get out the most numbers as possible, even if some poor quality stuff goes though. Ever get some small foiled balls by a smaller, named chocolate brand and the foil was half off or loose? It's all about getting the most product through. Point. Poor equipment conditions. Management does try to have clean and modern equipment, but it's all about numbers. Some equipment is from the 1950s or falling apart. It's all about what the yearly SQF food safety can pass. It always fails at first, then we get a list of must fixes. Then after the bare minimums are fixed it's inspected again, and maybe again, until it passes. Line belts free, parts breaks, and water leaks into tanks. It's all about the numbers. Management at top rarely sets foot into the production facility and middle management has to push the numbers to keep their job and get their yearly bonus. Poor working conditions. When you are hired you are told there will be some overtime. I didn't realize that meant 7 days a week. Probably 6 months out of the year you work 7 days a week. No advance notice either. A few times I was told on Friday afternoon we are working weekends. I tried to talk to management about this early on in my career, but was told, if you don't come in, a temp is waiting to take your position. Also poor environmental conditions. You really think working like this the vast majority of employees will really care when you are pushing out so much product? Remelt. When some chocolate is not molded correctly, is too old, or has possible foreign pieces from broken equipment in it, it is remelted, screened, and metered back into the chocolate line. Sometimes skids of product are found sitting for 5+ years in the warehouse. It's remelted back in. Equipment breaks and broken pieces get into the candy. It's screened, well if the screen is working, and remelted back in. Bugs. Management does try to keep the place bug free, but there are so many bugs showing up. Cockroaches occasionally, but mostly small fruit flies living around drains that clogged. Sometimes they get in, and if the employees see it, it's a joke. Yeah, there is a lot more, but this is some of it. Overall your food is safe, and I worked in one of the better places, but this is just the kind of stuff that goes on. Primary care physician here. Your annual physical is supposed to be about preventive care, screenings, vaccines, and updating your medical history. Once you bring up a specific complaint such as pain, requiring blood work or other diagnostic and treatment management, you will be billed separately for a problem-based visit, even though it occurred during your preventive care visit. Most patients are surprised to see this in their bill. If you take your car in for its 5,000-mile tune-up, and you have a broken rear-view mirror and a flat tire, would you necessarily get either of those for free? If you come in with pain and specifically ask for oxycodone or even Tylenol with codeine, that automatically raises red flags and you likely will get neither one. There is a database that spans multiple states that logs when pharmacies dispense controlled substances. In New York, it's called iStop. It's both sad and satisfying to catch patients lying and scamming. Not a secret, but surprised more patients aren't understanding. Antibiotics are not used to treat colds and URIs, since they are usually viral. Antibiotics are for bacterial infections, with uncommon exceptions like COPD exacerbations, etc. Patients who use antibiotics inappropriately can enjoy nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, vaginal yeast infections, the guilt of contributing to community-based bacterial resistance, and other drug-specific side effects. Ciprofloxacin/levofloxacin known to rupture tendons. Nitrofurantoin can trigger drug-induced lupus. Trust your doctor to make the right call. More to come later, probably. 1. I work in the furniture industry from sales to now marketing, and let me tell you, you're paying 200% above cost. Sure, you can find the same furniture for lower prices at bigger retailers, but that's solely because they have the traffic to purchase higher container orders. Mom and pop shops don't have that luxury. Shop local too. Mattress stores are not greedy, the manufacturer is. If you're purchasing a mattress that's considered middle of the road or high end, 99% of the time it's going to be price protected and will be the same price in every store across the country, which means no negotiating. It's like Apple products. And when the salesman offers you free pillows and mattress protectors, that comes with the mattress for free, and they are just using it to close the deal. You get it anyway. I'm referring to most mattresses made by Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, Serra, Simmons Beauty Rest, Stearns & Foster, etc. Online mattresses are terrible. If it comes in a tiny box and has to inflate for a day, think about that. 3. Ashley Furniture is sheet. In furniture you get what you pay for. Not just a cheesy saying. You'll be replacing your furniture in less than 2 to 3 years, spending the money once again, and wishing you had just spent the extra money up front to get better quality. We see upset customers every day. Stop being cheap. Invest in good quality. Finance if you have to. You'll save money in the long run. I own a managed services IT company. Stop switching your IT providers every 2 to 3 years only to go back again. It's not saving you money. Most companies specialize in certain firewalls/switches/etc. They will always suggest you swap to that brand, since that is what their staff is used and more proficient in. Time spent on each issue and resolving issues quickly is where they concentrate their business, and time wasted learning unfamiliar hardware is money out the door. There are companies that do HAAS and will get rid of year-old hardware, and then they charge you an arm and a leg for hardware that's likely a few years old. A lot of cases they will run that hardware till it's dead or slow before investing in replacing it. This tactic drives me insane. Yes, Microsoft does software audits, and yes, they will find you if you're not in compliance. Stop being cheap. The best way to avoid crypto is to make sure your employees aren't checking their personal mail surfing during work. Test them. Lots of places to send vulnerability testing emails that test. If your employees click links they shouldn't point. And for the love of God, save everything to the server, do backups, and if you're changing a physical drive don't forget, or skip weeks/days whatever is your system. That is your lifeline. Oh, and be patient with your techs, they are trying to figure out your definition of wonky while you're swearing up a storm and yelling about it. There's a million/trillion different technologies out there. We can't be masters of everything. Point steps off desktop tower soapbox. I work in produce distribution. Point we ship to bulk grocery to the store, you buy it from point. Wash your fruit. It has most likely been dropped on the point ground, touched by a sick worker, had juices from other point product drip on it, or poured through by workers looking to point eat a few pieces. Biggest offenders. Berries. I don't know how many times I have seen people drop their stack then sweep the berries back into the clamshell. Bananas are berries. Second biggest offenders, bunch and bulk greens. That twist tie spinach, any type of greens or herbs have been dropped in an area with melted ice from 100 other products too. Bagged salads. When you buy one you need to get the flattest bags you can. They come in pretty compressed, and through time or some tiny hole in the bag air gets introduced. 3. I can't say anything about organic vs regular quality. Butte Organic is handled by more trusted workers and is treated with more care due to the price. So still dropped, but usually not as often, or as hard for. Pay attention to what is out in stores. If they get a shipment and then are out for a long time again, then you are getting what quality control was told to send out. They may have rejected it then been overridden. Either look at that produce really well or just don't buy it. Tends to be berries and apples. 5. The more yellow on the watermelon, the sweeter it is going to be. Lots of retail departments, usually smaller, more personal stores, have something called a conversion counter. It counts the number of people that walk in compared to how many sales are made. So if 10 people walk in and 5 sales are made, then you have 50% conversion. At my last job, we were constantly judged on our conversion every single day. If we had a high conversion we would get a shout out to the whole district. If we had a low conversion we would have to explain to the district manager why that was. That's why some employees stay constantly on top of you, just hoping you'll buy something, anything, even if it's small point. And while we understood people who just wanted to look around, that's why it made us a little upset if that was the case. Oh gosh, especially during the holidays, when huge families would walk in and not buy anything, or during the summertime when people just got so hot and wanted some air conditioning. Oh, and the worst of all, parents who let their kids just run in and out of the store like it was nothing, or people who used shop kicks. Another thing to point out is that if you just stood under it for whatever reason, it would count you multiple times. So some wives would come in to look, and their husbands would just stay in the front of the store under that damn counter. It was awful. Clearly, the whole ordeal is actually a little bit unrealistic and super annoying, but we were forced to pay close attention to it. Sometimes, we tried to explain to people about it when they were doing something I mentioned above, even though we weren't supposed to, but it's really hard to explain sometimes without doing into detail about it. I'm an employee at a company who does commercial and residential roofing. We are a rare beast in the industry to have actual working employees. Most roofing companies, who are the ones that you see on the billboard/TV/Google/whatever, usually only have a small handful of employees that are either office staff or salespeople. Point this front company will sell you on their company and how great it is. All the while, they don't have a single person employed that will climb up onto your roof. They then turn around and subcontract the roof out to another company who does the work. This company has probably had 3 other names in the last few years because they are avoiding OSHA due to fines. They are likely to have anywhere from 1 to 10 plus different crews of guys. Most of these guys will be paid a pittance to do some damned hard work in extreme conditions. And what makes this worse is this company probably works for 10 other front companies in the same area point, so in reality you are gonna get the same set of guys on your roof, whether you go with front company X or front company Y point, and the front companies are the ones getting rich off of the whole thing, because anytime something goes wrong they get to wash their hands of it, because they just throw the subcontracted company under the bus. Then that sub closes shop and opens under a new name with a new owner in a matter of days. The ultimate effect to you, the customer, is that usually the guys doing the work could care less what kind of product they are giving you. Their boss is off driving trailers back and forth, and the company they are subbing to is only waiting for the job to be done so they can get paid. It's a really ugly thing that is happening. And I'm leaving out the part that in many locales, they are using undocumented immigrants to do the work so they can pay less in labor. So the little secret for you is to try and ensure you are working with companies that employ people to put your roof on. The corporate workers start to finish employment has been netted out with age, geography, salary and benefits costs being factored. The corporation knows how long you will stay with your position if you do not increase your value. Additional education, certification, recertification. As examples, the worker will always be considered replaceable, with job assignments pushing their productivity limits, while working under assumptions they may be fired or reassigned/passed for promotion for missing prescribed work goals/targets. Every worker's role will be tested quarterly and annually to align to published or unpublished goals of the executives, whom often reap bonuses, financial incentives, including stocks and bonus monies, for meeting or exceeding those goals, which the worker sees very little to no added incentives. Furthermore, college students, 20s, will be hired inexpensively, groomed for leadership and growth, sink or swim, and be deemed replaceable when the work product doesn't yield results against goals/targets. Older, wiser, experienced workers are often retained if they are adaptable and able to meet goals/targets. However, executives will prioritize the hiring of 2 to 3 lesser experienced workers over a seasoned, proven worker, depending on the role. Experienced workers equals more value, more costs. Again, the corporation has already factored all workers' start to finish net worth, regardless of age. The corporation will usually hire the least expensive option, such as Bangalore versus New York, as one example, to save costs, even if there are qualified applicants with superior skills for the role in both geographies. This includes green card workers with work visas who are prioritized over similarly qualified citizens of a country, US. As one example, the current social justice environment is producing a lot of virtue signaling that is all talk, no action. However, some corporations are taking actions, resulting in prioritizing less qualified candidates over other, more qualified ones. Only the almighty bottom line, economics/profits, will change this over time, including investing in more trainings, adoptions of business approaches, methodologies, which add more rigor, more results, more accountabilities to weed out poor performers. Corporations would like everyone to believe they are in the cloud when, in fact, much of their data isn't. Corporations are watching everything, from the workers' Netflix use over lunchtime, to Facebook and Twitter use throughout the workday. Some corporations are using AI to scan for specific patterns and wrong speak, including all communications applications in use, from mobile to desktop/laptop to cloud platforms. One corporation recently fired workers for their comments in a company chat. Lastly, artificial intelligence, AI, is already here and taking some jobs away within the corporate infrastructure. Workers in finance, legal, manufacturing, design and software development may see an increase in AI which negates aspects of their jobs, or the complete replacement of their jobs. AI will not replace all workers in all fields/disciplines anytime soon. Disclaimer, all of this is my opinion via decades of observations, and does not necessarily reflect my current employer. Probably said already, but I once worked for a cleaning company that has a reputation for doing a great job cleaning toilets, glass, and stainless steel. For the toilets, we use Simple Green. It's a biodegradable degreaser that you can get in any hardware store or industrial supply, Menards, Fleet Farm, Farm and Fleet, Tractor Supply Company, even large Walmarts. Straight out to the bottle with a little water. Left in the toilet bowl will clean just about any stain the human body can create. For glass and other shiny stuff, take a spray bottle 16 to 32 ounce size. Put 2 to 3 drops of Dawn dish soap in it and fill most of the way with water, leaving enough room to shake it a bit. Spray, wipe dry, done. Cleans better than Windex and won't make you high on the fumes in small rooms with lots of shiny. Point also worked as a meat clerk. The meat you buy in the grocery store that I worked in is not tampered with at all. We receive the meat from the truck. It gets put in the main cooler or freezer. Then it's cut, ground, or seasoned as needed. That's it. We don't spray it with chemicals or coat to keep it red. We don't stuff our sausage or brats with gluten-based fillers. And we certainly don't slice off bad parts and add an extra 2 days onto the sell-by date before a packaging. Come on. The Food Lion scandal is now 20+ years old. Get over yourselves. The ground beef, pork, and turkey is pre-ground. There's just a fancy tool on the end of our grinder that pushes it out into that familiar rectangle. The ground meat in the large packages in the one-day sale section is still good. It just reached the day before its sell-by date. Oh, and we were required to pull any meat that's a day before sell-by and either toss it or package it to go in the sale section for 1 business day only. Some banks make an active choice to do things in a certain way because they increase overdraft fees, but not the things you think they do. It is a common practice when running nightly processing to sort the debits in decreasing order of the amount. If you end up going odd, there's more of a chance this will result in multiple odd charges than the other way around. For example, say you have $600 available and pending debits of $500, $250 and $275. Low to high results in a single odd charge, while high to low gets you twice. A lot of people assume that this is dumb or outright malicious on the part of the bank, but it's actually intended to be a best guess at the least bad solution for the customer. How? Well, people forget that generally there's a maximum amount of overdraft protection banks are willing to extend, so even ignoring the annoyance of fees, there's a real chance some of your debits will actually be denied outright. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that odd protection is only $200 so they'll pay the $500. They'll pay the $275 and hit you with the fee. They'll deny the $250. If they go low to high, they'll pay the $250 and the $275 without a fee being incurred, and then deny the $500. Either way you had one denial, but the first way they also charged you a fee, so that sucks. The bit you're missing is that the bank has made a guess that higher amounts are in general going to be more urgent. That is, the consequences for you outside of anything the bank does are presumed to be worse for denial of the $500 than of the $250. Whether or not this presumption is correct varies from one case to the next, but they can't realistically check and change processing account by account, night by night. They like their fees, but they don't particularly want you evicted for not paying your rent. Now where they will get you is on card activity. Typically, retail card transactions happen in 2 phases. The merchant starts by getting an approval, sending a request to reserve some amount of money to cover the amount of the transaction. Then, at some later point, which might be minutes or might be days, they'll send a second message to collect on the promise. That second message cannot be denied. The promise was made, so as long as a settlement request arrives within the window mandated by Visa, MC, whoever it will be paid. Now, how long does the promise from the first transaction impact your available balance? Depends on the bank, but it's generally much lower than the time limit allowed by the transaction network, often less than 24 hours. Then your available balance goes back up, and new authorizations can be granted based on it. This can easily result in promises being made well in excess of how much you actually have. Bonus points. Some categories of merchant have implicit hold amounts, so the authorization will say $1, but because the terminal is a gas pump it's supposed to be treated as $100. Note the phrase supposed to. Some banks will actually only hold, and maybe even only verify, that dollar, but are still committing to provide up to $100 when the settlement comes through. I used to work in the shop at an automotive dealership chain. One day a guy from corporate was visiting our location, decided to have his car serviced. As you can imagine, it was leased with very low miles. Which is fine. It's not a bad idea to change oil in newer cars a little more often, at least for the first few thousand miles. So I changed his oil, check all his fluids, filters, and a quick check underneath to make sure nothing looks off with suspension or tires or fluid leaks or whatnot. Car is basically in pristine condition. So I ship it. Later that day I get called into the service manager's office. Mr. Corporate is in there. We'll just call him Ryan, cause that's his name. He had both his engine air filter and cabin air filters in there with him. They ask me why I didn't recommend he replace those filters. I straight up told him that they don't need to be changed yet. And they didn't. They had obviously collected a little dirt, but it was not enough to constitute recommending new ones. Well, they both went on to lecture me about how these filters were filthy, and how I could have been the reason he blew a motor. You know, that kind of bullshit. Well, what did I do? Changed my ways. Any chance I could get to personally talk to a customer, to tell them that they really could wait on certain services, or get them cheaper somewhere else, I did. Moral of the story, if you are getting your car serviced at a big dealership, they are going to recommend services or parts based on relatively minimal wear. Learn how to check your own filters, and it's not hard to learn what certain fluids should look like, so you don't get scammed by a service advisor. And also, it's typically cheaper to get your parts at a parts store than at a dealership. Before you start reading, this is all worst case scenarios I have witnessed working as a security officer in a hospital. This is an outline of what licensed practitioners have the right to do. If they feel like it, you have zero rights in a hospital. A doctor can literally strip you of every human right they feel like without question, and there is nothing you can do about it. Google what a Section 12 and Section 35 hold is in Massachusetts. They can lawfully indefinitely detain you, and the only thing saving you is the licensed physician's good graces. Trick is, you don't even need to suffer from any illness. It can be completely dependent on someone reporting you. If you call the police and say seems really depressed, I think they might kill themselves, and I don't know if they have a gun, whether it's true or not for either statement. The police will almost 100% certainly detain you, and you will be held for involuntary psych evaluation for upwards of weeks, and they'll probably get a warrant to search your domicile under red flag laws, whether you own a weapon or not. This isn't even busting on the police. They're doing what your legislators told them to, because they're legally obligated to. This is how people like Michelle Cassell-X were killed, and the hospital likely wouldn't have done much better for her. If you're mad you're involuntarily held, that works against you, and the social worker will almost positively note that as a sign you aren't mentally well. It's basically a really quiet form of swatting. Google what swatting is if you don't know what it is. Someone without any risk to you. If you report it, and a situation everyone just assumes is right. I've seen family members do it to each other, especially to discriminate against people with actual mental health issues. I've seen parents bring their children in with police escorting them, and they leave their kids in the hospital alone for weeks. I've seen foster parents drop their foster kids off lying about their mental health just to get a vacation. You name a shitty situation, I have seen it. If your doctor woke up on the wrong side of the bed, or your social worker didn't have coffee in the morning and are upset, that can dictate whether you go home or not. Why? Their jobs legally depend on you not killing yourself, so they will make every effort to prevent even completely healthy people from doing so by forcing you to do a bunch of things to save their skin, whether it's a healthy or therapeutic option or not. While you're in the hospital, they will almost 100% force you to take any number of drugs. You can legally deny them, but if you resist long enough and hard enough, it'll get much worse for you. If you get mad they are being pushy about it, expect security to come talk to you, and if you yell at security and staff about it and get angry enough, they'll just drug you without permission. Also, once you are involuntarily committed, whether it was warranted or not, you lose several rights as a citizen semi-permanently, only to be granted back to you by a judge in court. You can voluntarily commit yourself to avoid that, but once again, it's on the doctor. If he doesn't like you, he simply changes the paperwork a little bit and you're suddenly involuntarily committed without your say in the matter. A judge can change this, but expect it to take a while for them to see you in a normal non-inpatient psych facility, like a normal hospital. If you're an adult male, expect this to be weeks long. They favor women and children over males for various reasons. TLDR, the mental health system in America is appalling and grossly negligent. I work in cybersecurity and a few big honest breaches, small and large, happen more frequently than you're aware, but most get sorted out before it's considered an issue. This means someone can actively take information, but as long as it isn't big enough, people don't bat an eye. It's just part of the business. Another kind that isn't really a secret, but is just outright ignored a lot of the time, is how these data breaches happen. It isn't a bunch of hackers sitting in a round room all clacking away on a keyboard until they say we are in and start downloading things. It's most often some regular person, and for whatever reason, laziness, lack of knowledge, bad memory, used an unsecure network, went to unsecure sites, they leave their computer unlocked, leave their passwords written down, or just flat out get fooled into giving away information that is enough for someone to get into the system and possibly take tons of people's, maybe even your, information off of the servers to do whatever they want with it. As a last bit, it's also not always easy to track these people once they have a hand on the information. Oftentimes the breach isn't immediately spotted. If it is, we still might not be able to find the person or all the people responsible, and in the case we do, this information is already in their hands, and distributing or selling it is the easy part for those who do this. So it's impossible to know how many copies they have and where it all reaches by the time it's secured. TLDR, if you are ever leaving your computer, even for a half second, lock your computer. And no, this does not mean just close your laptop screen, because most people don't have their laptops set to lock on sleep mode, which isn't set by default. For Windows users it's Windows key plus L, for Apple users it's Control plus Command plus Q. Used to work the phones at one of those companies that calls to tell you that you've won a free cruise. They are technically not cold calls, because most recipients said yes on a survey or online sign up somewhere about being okay receiving third-party communications. That information is then sold to the companies, like mine, that give away cruises. The entire conversation from the provider's end is read from a script. They have no system to check for reservations, openings, deals, savings, etc. It's all a complete lie. The times when we say, "Let me check that for you," and you hear a pause on the line, it's literally the script saying, "Hit mute and pause for 7 to 10 seconds." It's a tactic called artificial urgency. They make the whole transaction feel as if you're on a time limit, and that if you don't jump on the deals right that second, that it will be passed on to the next person on the list. We are trained to keep you on the phone, even if you say that you need to speak with a spouse or family member to make financial decisions. They teach us psychological tricks to make you feel in control, even though everything you're choosing is based off a script where we see and direct you wherever we want. They say they can only take a credit card because they don't want your account to bounce. They'd rather you maximum out your card because it's easier to fight the banks with that than it is a debit or bank card. The upselling is garbage. The things they charge you for as amenities are typically free or inexpensive on a regular cruise ship. These companies are basically the Spirit Airlines / Frontier Airlines / Swoop Airlines of the cruise ship world. They nickel and dime you for everything. Their fleet is the old, used up, retired, cast off ships of major cruise lines after the ships have been stripped and pared down to basics. I eventually couldn't take it anymore and felt like a massive piece of shit. So I could only work there for a week. Picked up my check the following Monday, called out sick, and just never went back again. I'd rather be poor than a liar that screwed other poor people out of money with bullshit cruises. Subway. Used to work there. The regular and light mayonnaise are both the same light mayonnaise. We just pour it into 2 different bottles, so it looks like there's regular full fat mayonnaise as a choice. Also, does your Subway have a fused tea container? 100% guaranteed that there's mold in the faucet that has been there for years and cannot be cleaned out. I spent over an hour on my first day doing everything to remove the mold from ours with no success. The silicone bread holders are only ever rinsed down with water, put onto trays, and the frozen unproofed loaves are placed straight on there smelling disgusting, but you won't know by the time the bread is baked. It smells so good. Stay away from the meatball and cold cut combo subs. Chances are you're sometimes getting spoiled meat if you're always ordering these subs a lot. It's easy to tell with the cold cut combo. Just turn the meat at different angles to see beautiful shades of holographic greens you've never seen before. Promptly return to counter and order a better sub. The dates that come printed on the packages end up being ignored as meat from other packages are cycled through the same bin. We don't know when the meats go bad. Don't order Subway. Just go somewhere else with your money. You're getting ripped off anyways. I have worked on customer service related jobs for 10 years or so, in different fields. When making a complaint, never raise your voice or start yelling. If needed, wait until you calm down before you submit your complaint. 3 main reasons: being stoic, clear and emotionless allows you to give a more precise and complete recounting of the facts. The customer service agent will take your complaint more seriously if you don't lose your temper. That's what they are expecting. You won't ruin your reputation with the customer service desk /agent or front store clerk. If you are not in a blacklist, you are likely to receive better service the next time. The desk agents will remember you as the person that had that huge problem, but was respectful to us. Always document everything. Start taking pictures, notes, videos, or audios as soon as something starts going wrong. Take the name of the person you are dealing with. If you get to a manager and say your agents are useless, the manager won't listen or care. If you say Agent X was trying to help me, but I need additional assistance, the manager will pay more attention. They will ask the agent about what happened, and it's more likely to act on your complaint. When preparing a complaint, write a list of everything you want to bring up. Think it as an interview. You need to answer what, who, when, how. Most systems will have a complaint process in place. Ticketing system. The more info you give, and the more prepared you are, the better. Finally, read instructions, document, policy, etc. A customer service rep will take you more seriously if you say something like, I was looking into your website, and it says your policy blah blah blah, however this and this happened to me, over this and this happened to me, and it's not fair. No matter what third-party companies, that is Expedia, Hotels.com, Booking.com, try to promise you with hotel perks, especially at smaller privately owned hotels, just by booking through a third-party site, you will most likely be prioritized last for special requests, that is late checkouts, favorite nicer rooms, free upgrades, etc. Those sites lose the hotel a lot of money. For example, if the regular rate is $100, but Hotel Tonight offers $85, the hotel gets about $75 of that at check-in and still has to pay Hotel Tonight another $15 in commission on top of that, meaning the hotel loses about 40% of what the room is worth. They only keep business with these companies because it brings in customers they wouldn't get otherwise. Think about it. When you're in an unfamiliar place, do you drive in circles looking for a hotel, or do you hop online? These sites are destroying local business. So, if you check into a smaller hotel and certain things don't seem quite up to standard, it likely has nothing to do with the owner not caring enough and all to do with the hotel not making enough to correct basic issues. Best solution for everyone: use the apps to find the hotel. Then call the hotel and tell them the exact site you're seeing and ask if they will price match. Most of the time, the answer will be yes, and you will receive a much warmer welcome, especially if you are willing to throw a few extra dollars into the discussion. The regular rate is $100, Hotel Tonight offers $85, but you agree to $90. You pay the same as you would on the site. The hotel gets more money to better your next stay, and the hotel sees you as a loyal customer, rather than a cheapskate who couldn't care less if they are in business next week or not. Accountant here. I work as an auditor. We have no clue what we are doing when it comes to the Paycheck Protection loans. Official guidance changes all the time. Also, we fuck up. Make sure you really take a good look at your financial statements. We have so many clients at once, and management who are assholes. Pubic accounting is terrible. Also, if you ever donate money, put a stipulation on it. Right now I'm auditing a non-profit where the CEO has made over $1 million, while the mental health co-workers are making pennies. Yes, I know how much they make from payroll testing. Point also, before you pay someone or use TurboTax to complete your taxes, check out your local United Way's VITA program. CPAs often volunteer to get continuing professional education credits, which we need to keep out licenses. If you make $60K or under, we'll do your taxes for free. Everyone hates the auditors, but to be honest, we don't want to find issues. When we find issues, it just creates more work on top of the mountain of crap I already have to do. 99% of auditors hate being auditors. We are just doing it because we need the audit experience. Just work with us so we can get what we need for testing, and then we will be out of your hair. The last thing we need is an audit to drag on because a client is dragging their feet. When you do that, I end up working weekends, salaried, so no overtime, to catch up. I work for a moving company to make money to be able to afford college, and I was scared to work there at first because even as a 20-year-old I've heard horror stories about movers. I work for a company with 6 employees, yet we have the best reviews in the metro area of my state. My recommendation is to hire smaller companies because we charge less than any big name company in our area and have better reviews. It's just harder to find us. In the 6 months I've worked here, I don't think I've gone a day without being complimented on our quality of work and our genuine concern for other people and their belongings. So if you are going to hire movers, look for the smaller companies. Oftentimes they are found through a U-Haul website or a site called Moving Helper. I have friends who are also movers, but work for big name companies, and even they admit they don't care about your stuff and are just in it for the money. Side note, tip your movers, especially with a small company like mine. I do 2 to 4 moves a day 7 days a week. Obviously some are much easier than others, but even if you just hire us to move a few big or heavy pieces of furniture, a small tip means the world to us, especially since a good majority of us are people who are struggling to make ends meet, and because we don't make much for the amount of work we do and the amount of work we put in to make sure your things are safe and that you're happy and everything fits in the truck. And yes, sometimes we do take a little longer than you'd like to play Jenga in the truck to make sure all of your things fit and are safe. We aren't trying to scam you, but it leaves a sour taste in our mouth if we can't fit what you want into the moving truck. Used to work for the post office as a rural carrier, a city carrier and a Sunday Amazon carrier. Management is corrupt, usually in larger offices. If your mailman is slacking by giving you mail that isn't yours, or delivering packages to a spot on your property you don't like, remember that they could be going through a lot because of work, or just life in general. Being a carrier is a damn difficult job. High stress, awful on your body, high labor hours, usually pretty awful supervisors and postmaster. The union helps, but it can also be pretty corrupt too. I once knew a carrier who had shoulder surgery, very common for postal workers, and even though he was completely healed and didn't hurt anymore, told me himself he was able to get away with only doing a third of his route a day, having a lower level carrier, newbie, help him throughout that, and then when he was supposed to return to the office and do supervisor work, the newbie had to take over the other 2/3 of his route. It created a lot of wasted manpower, but the union makes it acceptable for him to do that. Also, even if someone does a hit and run on you in your mail truck, and there is no damage at all to your truck, they will still fire you. The entire company looks down on you for taking any sick days, even if you are allowed sick time, even if you've only taken 2 sick days once a year, and even if you change jobs within the company, your work in your previous role is used against you regardless of them promising that you aren't held accountable for it, whether it was good or bad work. They put you on a 90 workday or 120 calendar day probationary period when you begin your first new role, where they can fire you for whatever reason they feel like. This probationary period is supposed to treat you like a new employee, but they still use your previous experience in the old role against you. They nitpick the tiniest issues they had with you, never say anything positive to you, even if you're damn good at your job, and they quietly / secretly look down on you taking your breaks and lunch. Anyway, point is, if your mailman or mail lady is an asshole, do not blame them for it. They have one of the hardest jobs in the world, and they work for one of the most corrupt companies in the world. Side note, one of the plants, where they actually sort the mail in giant machines, in my state got shut down, because someone higher up wanted to make themselves look good to their bosses. The idea was to save money, but it only moved money and a lack of money around. A lot of good mail handlers, their workers, just as hard as mail carriers, lost their jobs, and a few others had to drive hours away to different offices for their work. That kind of salary doesn't make it easy to pack up and move. Personal opinion, I would love it if USPS went out of business or got shut down, but only because the executives and upper management are cruel and corrupt. A truly good supervisor is a very rare breed. Point is, there are many secrets going on with the United States Postal Service. A hell of a lot of people and businesses rely on it, and about 70% of what you see about it suffering and needing a bailout is utter crap. There are a ridiculous amount of ways it can be improved without bankrupting it, but none of the higher ups understand that, or are willing to implement those improvements. Sorry for the rant. It's just a huge problem that needed to be said. FYI, I worked there for 2.5 years, and though I love delivering mail and packages, there was too much unnecessary poor treatment of my coworkers and myself that made the offices in my state miserable places to work. Going postal is definitely a phrase for a real and serious reason. Movie theaters. I worked at Regal Entertainment Group for nearly 4 years. They tell you that concessions are so expensive because they don't make any money from the box office sales. This is a lie. They make around 20-25% of the box office sales. This depends on the chain. Some get a higher percentage than others. Theaters still heavily rely on concessions for their revenue. The quality of concessions is terrible. First, we are told we have to ask you to upgrade every single thing if you don't order the largest size. For only $1 more, you can get the large. Even if the customer can't speak English, we were told to play charades with them until they answered yes or no. The same with deaf people. If we didn't, we would be written up. 3 equals you're fired. The best thing to do when you order is say something like this: 1 medium popcorn and 1 medium Coke. No upgrades, please. We don't have to barrage you with the upgrades that we ask hundreds of times per day. When we prepare the popcorn, we cook it with canola oil that is terrible for your health. Generally, the more oil we put in, the yellower the popcorn gets. So be careful of brightly colored popcorn. The butter, it's all fake, has so many awful things for you in it, and comes out of the dispenser so fast, you have no idea how many calories are getting topped onto your popcorn. Hint. 1 TBSP has over 25% of the total amount of recommended fat you should consume in one day. Drinks are kept in the back and run to the concession stand by long tubes that go underground. These are never cleaned. Combos do not exist. They have pictures of different combos that are there to make ordering easier, but the price of the items overall doesn't change. People generally assume they save money when ordering a combo, but that's false. The 3D glasses that you pay extra for and are asked to recycle after the movie were sometimes reused without being cleaned. The cleaning staff that comes in usually during the credits has a busy schedule. Movies usually start around the same time and end around the same time. 7 PM and 9:30 PM were the big night rushes, and when the movies end, there is almost never enough time to properly clean. We would often sweep everything under the seats and move on to the next. If all theaters weren't cleaned or looked clean for the next show, that'd be bad, so we made it look clean, even if it wasn't. There were multiple occasions when guests vomited, and we put some absorbent on it and quickly swept it up on the seats, floors, etc. The seats are never cleaned. Imagine what you're sitting in. As staff, we had our free movie privileges routinely revoked for failing to reach sales goals. I have so many more things, but I'll leave it at this for now. I've worked in the event venue industry for 30 years. If you book a venue to hold an event, find out who the event coordinator and the operations crew leader are. There may be different titles at different places. Meet them. Be prepared, professional, and outwardly grateful for their service and professionalism. Because here's the deal, they can make or break you. If you are polite and respectful to them, and you have your junk together, they will totally bail you out of almost any situation you might end up in during the run of the event. But they don't have to, and the resources they have available to them are invisible to the public. If you have an attitude problem, if you treat them like they are your servants, if you boss them around barking orders and being a jerk, if you don't have your stuff together, didn't come to the venue prepared and organized, and especially if you expected them to provide what you thoughtlessly failed to consider, they have the ability to let you crash and burn. They won't be happy about it, but there might be a little bit of satisfaction if your event fails because you failed to plan and you were honest to them. Anywhere I have been, they wouldn't go as far as to sabotage your event, but they certainly have it in their power to do so. Treat those people really well, and almost any challenge you might encounter, they can make it evaporate for you, because they put on events every day and they have the tools and secrets to solve everything. Worked in hours a year ago, and here's what I learned. Affirmative action might be the reason why you didn't make it to the interview. Depending on the AAP the company/organization has in place, you were disqualified for simply not having an additional month or two of experience. Example, say if the job posting has 1 year experience doing this as a requirement and you only had 10 months, your application will immediately be passed over. You must meet the 1 year requirement. Why do jobs post positions if they already know who they want to hire? Again, AAP. They have to post the position for a certain amount of days and go through all the formal interviews and paperwork. They also have to ask the same questions they ask each candidate. We can't see your face/know your race. If your picture is on your resume, eliminate. If you walk in and try to hand us your resume, shred. Of course it's different if you are already known, exception to the rule. A lot of things are now generated by keywords. We use words from the job description and try to make experience relevant, unless it was a pretty cool job. The software we used would give us a 3-paragraph summary of each candidate and would let us know how likely a fit they are. If it's a low-level position that attracted 100 plus apps, then sometimes they would choose even or odd numbers. If they are only looking at even numbers and you were the 27 applicant, sorry. Some of these examples are limited to the affirmative action plan that the company I worked for adopted, but it doesn't differ that much across the states. The idea is to give all an equal opportunity when they apply. TLDR, paying for more engine power is a waste because the company uses the absolute minimum amount that will make it across the rail. Railroad checking in. Background. When you are paying to send things by rail, it is of course bulk items and you are charged by how many loaded cars you need moved. The weight per car is of very little importance to cost, but it does matter for how much power we need to move your stuff. That said, the amount of power also affects the speed your stuff will be delivered. Customers can, and do, pay more to get a higher amount of power for their shipping, a bit akin to paying for priority, but we also charge for priority. The way my company calculates power is horsepower per ton or HPT, and the standard HPT is typically 0.8, 1.0 on the majority of non-mountain territories. If you are shipping in mountains it is higher, but I don't work mountains, so I don't know the standard. I would guess 1.2. Some companies will pay to receive 1.2 or more. In some cases, it will say in plain text on our work orders scheduled HPT 1.2, meaning that's what they paid for. And the very next line will say actual HPT 1.0. But the company has people that dictate what/how many engines will be attached to what train, and when we, honest workers, point out that it's scheduled for a much higher amount, we are, very politely, told to fuck off. Also, the companies and even the Federal Railroad Administration are actively working towards removing humans from freight trains. Right now we are arguing/bargaining to keep the conductor job on the train, but the FRA already basically said fuck us, and 2 people on a train is not necessary, so we get no support from the Fed. If/when we lose that, they will eventually try to automate the trains and remove the engineer as well. They have already started testing crewless trains. Seems like good business, right? Imagine a small computer glitch or a GPS flub letting a train go 70 miles an hour in a curve that can only handle 30, and that dumping an entire load, 14,000 tons, of crude oil, diesel, or other petroleum in your town, and of course that derail will set it on fire. Hope you didn't care for anything or anyone in that area, because it's gone now. Your medical data is not safe. Here's the reality of most medical data in the United States. Your data kept at the hospital is quite secure, but most of that data is not kept at a hospital. Most hospitals are not equipped to properly bill you. Because of this, most of your information is forwarded to a third party, who has much lower security standards than you'd expect. This will be, at best, just used to print and mail your bills and invoices. Sometimes it will also be to facilitate collecting online payments. In these instances, the third party then forwards your information again to another party to facilitate those payments or works through low-cost contracted services. These fourth parties will often be less secure than the third party. All of these third and fourth parties are supposed to adhere to the same security as the hospital, but they don't. They are very often smaller companies who don't have the money to properly secure your information and only skim by on the fact they're never fully investigated. Mandatory training will be bypassed, security audits are often performed by the company being audited, and no one has the resources to investigate all of them thoroughly. This is also compounded by the hospital often sending more information to these parties than they require. A third party may only need minimal billing information to print the bills, but the hospital might dump huge portions of their database instead simply because it's easier, or they don't have a better way to transfer the data. It's all a huge tangled mess of failures, and I worked for one of them. If you ever get billed for a medical procedure in the USA, assume that a whole bunch of people who shouldn't have that information now have that information. The best case is that bad actors had access to information about your medical history, what procedures, and when, what treatments, how much they cost, and how you paid. Worst case is bad actors get access to PIN like your SSN or CCNs. Happens a lot more often than you think. Lawyer here. You can and will lose cases if you pick a bad lawyer. Before selecting a lawyer, don't be lazy. Consult multiple lawyers near you and pay for the consultation. They will take it more seriously. If they aren't, then you know they aren't the lawyer for you. Reviews online aren't all that helpful. All law firms who have been around for a while will run into a few crazy clients who are also the most vocal. You really need to just go and meet the lawyer and trust your gut. Typically, if a friend or family member recommends an attorney, they probably did well for them. Another sign the attorney is good is if they take the time to explain the law to you confidently and in near plain English. If you are a client, give all the information you have or know to the attorney and be truthful. We are hired to be on your side. It doesn't matter what the horrible truth is. If the attorney is disgusted with you, then nope out of there and find a better one. If you lie or omit facts, it's going to seriously hamper your case. If you don't want to tell us, then it's probably a fact that's bad for your case, and we won't know to dodge that landmine or to spin it in a positive way. If you do find yourself in the unfortunate circumstance of needing an attorney, make it easy for them to understand what's going on. Write out an entire timeline from the beginning of the incident to the end, and bring any supporting documentation. If you prepare this and send it off to an attorney before your paid consultation, they may be more inclined to take the case because you are organized and got straight to the point. Feel free to include a narrative as to what happened. Lawyers are not your therapist. Please try to provide only pertinent information. The $500/HR you get charged can probably pay for multiple therapy sessions. Traditional mattresses have a very high markup and can usually be negotiated down, sometimes 30 to 40% of the sticker price. Don't pay sticker price. Some brands have minimum prices that must be met and cannot be sold cheaper. However, a mattress retailer can then throw in free pillows, sheets, etc. So make sure you try to get something extra. It is very difficult to comparison shop with mattresses. Most mattress retailers get their own slightly unique mattresses with names they choose themselves. Other companies probably have mattresses made by the same manufacturer with similar specs, but they will have a completely different name, so it pays to really do your homework on the mattress and then look for similar amounts of coils, foam, etc. Queen and king size mattresses require center support from the frame. It needs a crossbar with a leg to the floor or you may void your warranty. Stains on the mattress can void your warranty. For the most part, box springs don't really exist anymore. They just use foundations which are just supportive boxes under the mattress. Most of the technology goes into the mattress, so box springs aren't really necessary anymore. Queen size foundations often can't fit around corners and tight spaces. If you have even the tiniest concern it may not fit, ask for split boxes. Mattresses are much thicker than the old days. A new mattress and foundation might look ridiculous or completely hide your antique headboard or bed. You can ask about low profile foundations which are a couple inches thinner than normal size. Former game developer big studios and publishers will offer royalties as part of your overall compensation, but typically have stipulations like royalties only after the first several months of sales. Basically you get nothing cross-collateralization if your game does well and our other title doesn't. We can use your royalties to cover our losses. Big publishers absolutely fund multiple studios to develop a single game, then lay off most of the team just after launch, avoiding overhead on maintaining the studio and your royalties. Looking at you, Activision. The Call of Duty franchise had thrived on this. For every blockbuster there's 100 studios that fail to even launch or succeed. I went through 6 studios in 5 years before leaving the industry, and every single one shut down due to loss of investors, executives defrauding the studio, or bad management. The best advice I got for this industry: work on projects, not for studios. The best way to move into lead positions or get more money is to move to other studios. Be prepared to leave after launch. Always do what is best for you. The company has no loyalty owed to you and will always do what is best for itself. Not so much a secret, but insurance companies scam a lot of older people who don't know any better into signing up for something called a Medicare Advantage plan. Essentially, it allows a private insurance company like Aetna or Humana to take over a senior's Medicare plan. There are benefits to this, of course: lower prescription drug costs, lower out-of-pocket costs, etc. But in a lot of cases where Medicare would approve treatment, primarily preventative or higher quality treatments, all of a sudden where traditional Medicare patients could quickly and easily get access to services before, now they have a money-saving, penny-pinching insurance company able to deny these treatments. A lot of people don't even know they are on these plans until they end up in the hospital needing services emergently, when they end up having to wait 3 to 5 days for insurance authorization, if they are even able to obtain it. And a lot of the people who have these plans are perfectly happy with them when they are saving money on prescription drugs each month, when they are on a fixed income, until they need access to acute care services. Most of the time they don't know what the downsides to these plans are. Unfortunately, the people who sell these plans are straight up grifters, and it's way too easy to switch your plan over. They oftentimes prey on people with dementia too. Bear in mind there are legitimate reasons to switch to these plans, especially when people don't need access to services that traditional Medicare will automatically approve. But inevitably, every person will need access to them. In short, make sure you check your parents' insurance periodically and warn them to be on the lookout for this sort of thing. The last thing you want to deal with when your parent just had a stroke is fighting with an insurance company about whether or not they are going to get a chance to regain their independence, or being sent to a nursing home to save Humana money. The health score on restaurants means fuck all if they have between 95 to 100 or an A depending on where you are. But if it's lower, it means they're absolutely shit. No health inspection at a chain restaurant has ever been a surprise. They typically know that they are going to get it sometime that week and will make an effort to be cleaner and hide the shit they do. That'll be a problem. It can change state to state, but it's actually really hard to outright fail an inspection. One area I worked, they only counted an offense once, even if they can see multiple instances of it. All the plates are dirty. 1 mark down. Half the food is well in the danger zone being sold. 1 mark down. Mold in the walk-in. 1 mark down. Another did things based on severity, but you could get 5 critical mistakes before even losing that A rating. A good third of health inspectors don't care. They just want to get their inspections done. They'll just say, I won't write that down, but fix that before the next inspection, or do a quick walk around before saying it all looks good. And with the inspections being virtual, at least where I am, it'll be so much easier for restaurants to hide shit. All that said, if you see a restaurant that doesn't have a nearly perfect score, it means they faked up massively inconsistently. The nastiest kitchen I ever worked in was a 93, and it had literal reach sheet caked on the walls, with every ingredient a week out of date. Health inspectors weren't even the ones to eventually shut them down. It was the corporate car inspection that did it. Every city has those two intersections that are so close together you often think it should just be one to make it easier on everyone. Or a road that seems to be snaking for no reason. All those designs are intentional, but not always by the choice of your city planner. Note, my background is in geography/GIs, not urban planning directly, but there is enough overlap. Point first, there are many organizations that have a say in your local city's urban layout. Looking at the US, you have Tiger and the Department of Transportation, at the national level, and each state has their own and each region in the state has either a metropolitan or rural planning organization, MPOs and RPOs, that cover a few cities. Your county might have an extra oversight organization, and each city will have their own city planner or engineer office. And in those offices, you got people handling different issues, so the person planning the public transportation isn't the person planning the streets. This causes a lot of headaches and confusions, because each organization has their own guidelines you must follow in order to get access to their funding. And yes, those guidelines do contradict often. A common example is that a new trend in city planning is adding green to pavement markers because you're more likely to notice green. Well, some organizations are requiring it, while others are banning it. Another example I had to deal with personally was a requirement from the state saying we can't place two traffic lights within a certain distance of each other, despite being needed for two busy intersections. Second, even with all these oversight committees, the loudest and most demanding voices will always be the residents. You might have a beautiful idea in your head, but it will get instantly shot down by the residents. An example from someone I've worked with is that they were going to build a bridge just north of downtown. The goal was to relieve traffic of Main Street and give people more than one route to keep traffic low everywhere. Well, this one street was furious that the bridge would lead directly into their neighborhood, so we had to move it about 100 feet south, turning one intersection into two. It is the same intersection as I stated above that needed two traffic lights. This of course did nothing to decrease the traffic on their street, but it created a headache for drivers, causing more accidents. Third, some designs are done on purpose to prevent you from killing someone. Street parking is often planned to make people drive slower and to give a barrier between cars and pedestrians. Snaking roads are done to slow you down, so you are not going 80 on a 35 road just because it's flat and straight. Some designs look stupid, but are actually the smartest designs. Your local city planning/engineering office wants what you want, because we are driving on the same roads as you. We hate the same things you do, but sometimes it's something we cannot fix, tried but was forced into making a monstrosity, or do it on purpose to keep you safe. Building one sidewalk takes months of planning and preparing. While many people want to blame the city for a bad road, it is pretty much always not their fault. Ex-furniture store worker here. We were taught to try to skip over the contract as much as possible due to hidden fees and how much of a colossal shit ton of debt you will be in after a certain amount of time if you decide to finance. Point, I've read a lot of furniture store contracts and a lot of them have a bunch of ways to screw you over. We were taught and encouraged to also lie about how we would give you a good deal if you bought warranties on the item you bought by showing you a fake subtitle that's an expensive monthly payment. By adding a lot of stuff onto your purchase without you seeing our screen, we would say that how much you pay without the warranty. Point, we would check your credit and destroy it with how many banks we go through just to get you some money to buy stuff and make commission. Point, then showing you how much it would be with a warranty, which is cheaper than the fake total because we deleted the unnecessary items, and we say the company wants to give you more time and leniency to pay the item off as opposed to without the warranty, cause we really want to help you in case something goes wrong. I never did this, but the top sellers who made thousands in one paycheck did a nasty trick without telling the customer and skipping over the contract quickly. They would add on a lot of unnecessary services and warranties and things you didn't even know existed and you absolutely don't need because commission. Everyone knows, corporate management, they don't care. The top sellers literally make up to a 6-figure income a year because of these tricks. No one does the math. No one reads the contract. It was easy to do. I felt bad, really bad. So did my friend who I managed to get hired there. But everyone said, if you don't do these tricks, expect to be fired soon. I left and I try never to think of it again. No matter who it is, read the contract thoroughly every page, do the math, have them explain everything. The real sellers pretend to be your best friend, so you feel you can trust them. Do your research, otherwise you're an easy target. Let's talk about ticketing point. Service fees are really shitty, but they are the only guaranteed source of income for some venues, especially as large live entertainment companies consolidate power. You can typically save on fees by purchasing at the box office, but you'll still see some fees. Another advantage to buying in person is that venues hold seats for pre-sales and public on sales. However, these seats are released for sale through all channels once the line at the window is gone. Point backstage passes are not a thing. In the event that they are, sales are almost always conducted through an artist's official website, fan club, or a third-party VIP ticketing company. In the event that VIP ticketing is done through the venue, they will not receive any specifics about the timing of any VIP events until much closer to the day of the event. If you use Google to search for tickets to a live event, be wary of the results before making a purchase. Ticket resale companies pay lots of money to appear at the top of ticketing search results, and even knowledgeable customers might unknowingly spend way more money on tickets than they would through official outlets. Some venues task their staff with identifying and cancelling orders that were demonstrably purchased by scalpers. So you might be overpaying for tickets that have been invalidated. Scalping companies, even legitimate ones like StubHub, can be tough to get a refund from. StubHub has the best track record. Smaller companies can be very evasive and even threatening in the event of a refund request. I could come up with more, but this was a good start. So I've worked in retail, I've worked in construction/general labor, and I'm currently in the military. So first off, retail, whenever the shelves at stores are empty, or if we say we've run out of something popular, we usually have more of that product in the back, and either don't want to have to deal with having to bring it to the front of the store and stock the shelves, or we just don't care, and are mainly making it seem like the thing is in short supply, so we can raise certain prices. As for construction and general labor, most general laborers are people with high school diploma or JEDs, and make anywhere from 10 to 26 an hour, more than some people with degrees make, or more than fast food and retail makes. When I was a temp worker working as a general laborer, I got contracted to a factory for 5 months or so, working night shift 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, and I received overtime with anything over 40 hours, so constant overtime. My base hourly pay for that job was $28 because I worked the night shift instead of $26.50 if I had joined the day shift. And all I had was a high school diploma and no previous job training or experience in the field of general laboring. So if you are looking for a good paying job, they always need a general labor somewhere. And finally, military. Recruiters will openly lie to your face when getting you to sign up. They have quotas to fill certain jobs, and will make some jobs seem more appealing than others, even if you aren't interested in that job. Now granted, they don't get paid more to fill such quotas, but they still have to anyways. Though while you might get low pay at first, the benefits you receive is the balancing factor. Also, for those who are looking for a fast way to gain US citizenship, the military has a policy and system in place that helps people gain citizenship faster. If you serve in the military for, I believe, a 2-year minimum contract. This is from a friend of mine that works in online ads. You know how they say, if you're getting some digital thing online for free like mail or Facebook, then you are the product. That is only very narrowly true, in the sense that yes, you are being marketed to, and they do have to know something about you to do that effectively. But people think that all of the data these companies like Google and Facebook collect on you is primarily useful for advertising, and it's this deep dark conspiracy, blah blah blah. Turns out, that's mostly all bullshit. The type of things these companies need to know about you for advertising purposes just isn't that much. They need to know things like, are you male or female, age bucket, income bucket, This whole idea of hyper-personalized advertising based on reading your email or social media posts is bullshit. They do those targeted ads based on tracking your clicks on other sites, which you can mostly block pretty easily if you want, and they don't really keep a whole lot of history of that kind of data. They don't need it. They need your email to be able to serve you your email when you want to read it. Most of the big data stuff they're keeping, almost all of it, isn't for ads. It's for the services they are providing you. They are much more interested in keeping data to keep you happy and on the site so they can serve ads than they are keeping data on you so they can figure out what ads to serve. This is something people love to fret about because it sounds like it should be true, like there's all this big data analytics stuff going on. That is definitely true with little niche companies trying to find an edge, but they all fail because the big guys have your eyeballs. That's what wins. Eyeballs if you very roughly know who they're attached to. They just don't need a very detailed picture though point. And for all that said about it, companies that spend on ads don't really have any idea what they're getting. Not so much a secret as it is advice. Be nice to hospitality workers and more specifically for restaurants. Tip accordingly. They work long hours and have to put up with a great deal and are almost never backed by management due to fears of blowback from online reviews and social media, company policies and procedures, or some other arbitrary reason. Sometimes the managers are placed in even worse situations. This has only gotten worse for restaurants that have remained open through the COVID situation. People have realized that they can make a fuss over anything and get something free out of it while not realizing the impact they could have on that worker. What they don't see is the manager that's working 50+ hours a week and barely making ends meet trying to put on a strong face for the rest of the team. They don't see the servers that have family issues, haven't eaten a decent meal in weeks, and stress every day about how they'll pay their next bills. They don't see the line cooks and dishwashers, who are quite possibly the least appreciated people in the restaurant, getting yelled at and being held accountable for mistakes that aren't their fault half the time. Paying higher hourly wages or finding better jobs isn't always the answer. Tipping a consistent percentage with your tab is a start. More than any of this, being nice to hospitality workers and treating them with basic human decency can really make their day. Thanks for reading. If you can't tell, I'm a hospitality worker and have had a long day. Cheers. Former makeup artist at Mac here. In case you didn't know, Estee Lauder owns Mac, Aveda, Tom Ford, Bobbi Brown, Smashbox, Origins, La Mer, Clinique, etc. Just to name a few. Even if you claim to prefer one brand over the other, your money is still going to the same company. Most makeup artists don't deep clean their brushes and use it on customers in stores and outside of work on external clients. The most they'll do is put alcohol solution and rub it on some tissue. I've seen some who have applied makeup on a customer, didn't have time to clean, then use the same brushes on the next customer and the next and the next. Mac always claim they don't test on animals and blame China's rules for testing in its own country. This also applies to the other brands. So any makeup or skincare brands being sold in China is tested on animals, meaning they are not cruelty free like they claim to be. It's more like we are cruelty free in most places in the world, except in China. Employee discount for all of these was around 70%. I still find it mind-blowing they still made a profit regardless. Just goes to show how overpriced most of these products are. At every training in HQ they give you a huge package of free Mac products and a sneak peek for future product releases to tease people on social media. They teach you the correct things to say when selling these products and host mini games to win more free makeup for you to try out and promote. You don't need to have experience to work as a retail makeup artist. You don't even need to have used or like the makeup brand you're working for. You are just a salesperson that needs to meet weekly targets. Work as a financial services consultant. So here are a few things that shocked me, which I have discovered after 10 years in the industry. Everyone in finance isn't super bright. Most of them are average/below average in terms of technical skill and knowledge, and have just learned the specific thing they need to do the way they have been told to do it. The tech/software landscape at most banks is completely shit, and usually held together with sticky tape by a bunch of mistreated guys. Got a business account and a personal account? Chances are the bank can't connect the two. I worked at one bank where they didn't even keep a historical record of the amount of money retail customers paid on their loans. This was not a small institution. Smaller businesses in this industry are usually run so badly that we can send someone 1.5 years in the door into most organizations and they're able to highlight at least a handful of things they could do to easily make more money. If you call most banks with a complaint about a small amount of cash and say that you're going to take it to the regulator, there's a high probability that the bank will just pay you back, as there's a de minimis charge from the regulator for dealing with cases. In the UK this used to be £500, but my information is slightly dated now. In spite of all of this, banks/asset managers/other financial institutions generally make fuckloads of money. This isn't because they are necessarily great at what they do, it's a function of the fact that being able to always sell something for more than you pay for it is an easy way to make cash. Paramedic. Not a secret so to speak, perhaps to some, but a great opportunity for us. You do not get seen faster if you come to hospital via ambulance. You are triaged, categorized, the exact same way as if you walked yourself through the front door of ed/er. There is no special queue that we get privilege for to offload our patients quickly. We get considered that same as the potential hundreds of people who will self-present in that waiting room. That whole backquote rush them into resus and get treatment stat that you see on TV/movies. Their main difference is they are actively dying, so ambulances are good at streamlining that intervention process. If you arrive to hospital through the waiting room and you're unwell enough, they will see you as quickly as necessary, even if you just walked in. If you end up getting taken to hospital in an ambulance and you are capable of sitting and waiting like you would have done if you had driven yourself or taxi/Ubered, you will sit in the waiting room. And we haven't even talked about billing yet. No favorites. Just lots of patients to see point. So I'm not saying backquote don't call if you're genuinely unsure, concerned or simply can't work out how to get yourself/someone to hospital on your own. Call. But I'm talking cost plus colds, sore joints, cramps, lethargy, diarrhea/constipation etc. Doctor? Yes. Emergency ambulance? All I ask is if you can make it to your nearest hospital ed/er on your own or by help of family/friends. Please strongly consider this first. More often than not, family/friends are following the ambulance up to hospital, so they can be in company anyway. So if they just got in the car together in the first place, then that's cutting out the expensive middleman. The less unnecessary trips we are tied up with for people who make it in their own way, the more available we are to help you and your loved ones when something proper terrible happens and you need help. For listening to my TED Talk. Stay safe and see your doctors regularly. Expedit. Added backquote intervention, so it doesn't sound like we streamline the people dying process. Lol. Teacher here. Sometimes, estimated grades are absolute horseshit. UK-based secondary students' data has to show progress. Logically, when someone learns an entire syllabus, they do better in some areas than others. In reality their performance should fluctuate topic by topic, but the data always has to show them moving upwards. Content-based subjects, things like history, are affected the most. If a student got a 7 last term whilst studying a topic they find really interesting, and a 4 this term in a topic they weren't as interested in, the predicted grade still has to move up, even if their recent test scores show a decline. Also, parents are far more effective at promoting good behavior in schools than teachers ever will be. Your children are categorically a product of your own behavior. Teachers can hundreds of students every day. Trust me, we can see the difference between how they are being raised, and it makes a world of difference. If a teacher rings you about your student, take that seriously. The school day is incredibly busy. You're managing the behavior of 200+ children every day whilst marking all of their work and planning new lessons. If I take time away from that to ring you, that's an additional job that I'd really rather not have to do. I'm doing that because it really is necessary. Do not gloss over that. It is honestly night and day between students with active parents and those without. Once had a parent of an incredibly rude student tell me that I should do my job and manage his behavior because he was doing his job by teaching his son to be respectful. I'd caught him taunting a learning support assistant about the way she looked in the corridor. He wasn't even one of my students. I believe as more and more apps become available for smartphones and tablets, it will become harder and harder for a new app to stand out. Applications and the ability to rapidly develop new feature functionality inside of applications, especially customer-facing functionality, will be the way to monetize existing core competencies, gain market share and expand the customer base in new ways. The faster you can configure and reconfigure your apps, the faster you can unlock shareholder value. For any strong consumer-facing brand, like fashion is a great example, apps are incredibly valuable because you have a piece of real estate on someone's mobile phone, so you always come front of mind. It's like having a bookmark that's even more in your face than a normal bookmark, so that's really important for strong consumer brands. However, I'm a massive strong believer in whatever app you develop, it has to be different from the mobile web experience, because if not you end up with this kind of so what mobile app. Why do I want this to take up space on my phone? Why do I want to download this? What's going to be in it for me? Companies have seen mobile as a relatively small part of their technology spend, and their technological spend was traditionally a part of marketing. Now, of course, mobile and the technical spend is their business. You have to spend on the technology, that is your business, that drives your business. Your apps are a primary income, and unless you spend the kind of money that is required to grow a primary income, then you will not see a primary return. I work in audio and music production. If I get sent a project to edit / prepare and or mix, I'm definitely going to always tune your vocals to some degree. You tell me in your notes you want your vocals raw and natural sounding? Yeah, I'm still gonna tune it, unless you're god tier, and chances are you aren't. This approach is standard procedure in commercially made music and saves both artist and producer a lot of time and money, allowing them to focus on performance and delivery over pitch perfection. Good result and pitch in a performance doesn't mean tuning it to hell, and a little bit of tuning on a great vocal can actually help you to put your best foot forward as a performer. Poor pitching left unattended can distract from the unique tonal qualities and timbre of what might be a very nice vocal performance. That and being out of tune stick out like a giant sore thumb, making the song nowhere near as enjoyable. In my experience, those who ask for vocals left alone, they'll use words like raw, unpolished or natural sounding most often have the least amount of experience working with producers, or in the studio, or have tried and failed to do a bit of post-production themselves with cheap or entry-level tools that can't do much before audibly ruining the audio. They'll also buy into the hype that gets spread around the internet. Tuning / editing your music equals BAD, okay, and that real musicians don't need any of this stuff. You bet we edit drums, bass, guitar, and vocal performances. The important factor is, how much do we have to do if any, and on what projects? Usually we just want yours and our collective work to sound good. We aren't trying to butcher anything. Sorry if I sound a bit ranty, but I'm still surprised at the amount of people this sort of thing surprises. Here's a list of my previous workplaces and their secrets that would make you think twice before buying from the companies or using their services. Unfortunately they are all Scotland based, but most of it pertains to whole UK. Quite a large fish processing company that deals mostly with mackerel in the northeast of Scotland. Fishing vessels have yearly / seasonal quotas of fish that they can catch, so sustainability can be maintained. Most boats that were fishing for this company were hauling in more than their quotas allowed. They were fudging the numbers and the local inspectors were paid off to look the other way. Almost everyone knew about this, but nobody could do anything as the local council was paid generously by the company to look the other way. When the proper government officials got the wind of this, the company was audited and inspected. They got a 6-figure fine, but as soon as the coast was clear, they went back to the same shady dealings. Most of their products were frozen and sold to foreign markets. Frozen products have a specific shelf life and a use by date. If a batch was nearing its use by, they would just remove the labels and slap on new ones, extending the shelf life by another 2 to 3 years. The blocks of fish had gone yellow from freezer burn. Doesn't matter. Slap a new label on and sell it to an African country too. quite a famous fish processing plant that mostly dealt with salmon in the northeast of Scotland. The plant curees, smokes, and processes salmon, haddock, cod, mackerel. The products go all over the UK for most of the biggest retail stores. They were producing basic and premium products. What was the difference? Most of the time, nothing. If they needed to fill the product quota for the premium product, just use the cheaper product and disguised it. The salmon they bought in had different grades. But most of the time the higher grade salmon was as bad as the cheap stuff, depending on the salmon farm. If the raw material quality assessors downgraded the higher grade raw material and insisted that it shouldn't be used for the premium products, their assessment would be overturned. The fish farm would be notified about the low quality, and the farm would refund the price difference. But the fish would still be used as a premium product, just hiding it in a product where it wouldn't be noticeable. Best before dates meant nothing. 3. Fast food chicken by a rather famous colonel. Quite often the chicken was at least a day past its use by. The motto was, if it smells okay, it's still okay. The cleaning and sanitation was minimal. You had to clean and sanitize everything in the allotted time. Don't have time to do that? F it, we'll try to do it tomorrow. The workers are mostly students who are overworked, underpaid. There's a certain time frame for serving customers. You have to do it quickly. Quality is not as important as speed. The whole location would be penalized by corporate if it wasn't up to speed. The product that's sitting on the heat racks is there twice as long as it should be. And that's why you usually get dry chicken. The only time you would get anything fresh would be right when they open. If the raw chicken was fresh, that is. Never get ice in your drinks. The ice machine never gets cleaned, and you get less drink in your cup, as the ice cubes. A huge point: never get anything from the coffee machine in the morning, as there is still chemical residue in the machine. The coffee machine is supposed to be cleaned and flushed with water to rinse out the chemicals. Most nights there's not enough time to do the full rinse cycle, so there's still some chemicals in the system. Not supposed to be harmful, according to corporate, but it makes the drinks taste funky. The ice cream machine parts only get a quick rinse. The workers can take home whatever is left at the end of the night. Most of them refuse, because they know how the place operates. 4. Huge bus company that connects Scotland. Workers are overworked, underpaid, work long hours without proper breaks. Speeding, cutting off other vehicles, jumping lights is tolerated, as long as you make your times. The vehicles don't get maintained as they are supposed to be. If it's not broken, doesn't need fixing. That's why there's so many reports about breakdowns, buses catching fire. If anyone wants the company names to avoid them, DM me. Former salesman in a German supermarket here. We have fresh backed goods. Do not come in the early morning to buy these things. Seriously. Yes, we do and indeed a fresh batch every morning before we open the store. But on top of the fresh goods, we throw the unsold from the day before on top to have less lost income. On discounted products that are short before to expire or are already expired, we place on purpose the 30% or 50% discount over the date, so customers are unable to check the expiration date on the goods, and we get rid of expired products that will usually end unsold in the bin. Every week, when you see online or in the mail our promotion in special, the good deals are already sold internally and will rarely or only the half of it ending up in a shelf. When you piss of one of the cashiers, they will give you on purpose a hard time. They will scan by mistake a item too much, even say it to you, and call the manager, because they cannot delete the item without approval out of your shopping. After it they will give you on purpose a lot of coins, and argue about they do not have enough change. That's not true. They usually have some around 1,500 to 3,000 euro alone in bills, and we can delete on our own the last product out of your shopping. Some cashiers do actually more money with the bounce point system as their earn. Whenever they ask you for a loyalty card and you do not have one, they will scan a card from a friend and buy with the loyalty card's universal gift codes at their yourself or sell them on eBay. Oh, I have some emergency vet clinic. We cannot legally report someone who brings in an obviously abused or neglected animal as they're seeking medical attention. We can, however, give a tip to animal control to follow up on. The job is emotional and not easy, especially being emergency care. Be sure to get anyone's name that helps you and send them an update or a simple thank you. Kroger, the company is doing whatever they can to prevent having more employees with benefits. Part-time associates do not qualify, and they have greatly reduced the number of full-time people they hire on. Most complaints go as far as the store gossip pool, generally with nothing being done about it. Point no brewery. Generally, we can cut you off or have you leave for whatever reason. Raising a big fuss about not getting your way won't do any good for yourself. Not really a secret, but we definitely listen to your conversations, especially if you're at the bar. I've heard some wild things. If you're having a bad date or someone won't leave you alone, tell your bartender. It's likely we already know something's up, and we'll be willing to help you. Wildlife Rehabilitation Center. No, you cannot see the patients we take in. They're wild animals, and shouldn't be habituated to humans. Yes, you can request updates on an animal you've brought in, just don't expect them every day. We rely heavily on donations. Paper bags, old sheets and towels, produce, just not moldy, cat and dog food, wet and dry, baby food, peanut butter, eggs, jars, lids, containers, crates, birdseed, nuts. We really go through a lot in a week. Typically you can get a list of what's most needed when and donate accordingly. Trust me, almost nothing goes to waste, especially if you're in an area with bears. Front desk agent at a luxury hotel. I have literally a dozen secrets, but I'll share these too. I was talking with one of the veteran housekeepers during the overpass shift last week. We don't tally things like towels or soaps or anything. The housekeepers basically have credits they get for finishing rooms. Once they earn enough credits they can go home. Thus, they want to finish their rooms as quickly as they can to go home. They don't have time to count the towels or toiletries. Moreover, they just throw them in the dirty bag and that gets collected into a big wad and can either be washed in-house, if the hotel is big enough to have enough washers to do those kinds of things, or they get sent off to a linen company that does them for us and exchanges them for fresh ones when they pick them up. Now we are a luxury brand with multiple locations and with corporate overlords, so smaller hotels may be different. But our hotel has 350 rooms and I've been at my particular property for about a year now, and I've never ever seen anyone charged for towel replacements or anything. It's basically just factored into the room pricing already, since some amount are going to go missing, or ruined or W/E. The second one is the front desk controls what you are charged. I have complete authority to charge you the standard expected price or to give you sheet for free/discounts for bad experiences. I also assign your room for you and am in charge of whether or not you get a comp upgrade. If you're a dick then fuck you. I don't care, you can get the shittiest room and I'll tell you we have nothing left. You may get some money off your bill if issues happen and you're a dick, but those issues are going to have to be on us and not some exterior bullshit I can't control like street noise. Even if I put you on a side with a street. However, if you're polite and work with me, I will do everything I can to make your stay nice. If it's your birthday I'll try to get you chocolates or a piece of cake or W/E. If it's your anniversary I'll get you wine/champagne. I'll give you nice rooms and be liberal with my removing of stuff on your bill. If you experience issues, always tell a hotel why you're staying if it's something special, and do be a dick. Work with us and be understanding, like we have to be understanding for you when an issue arises. Edit. Wording. Front desk associate at currently 2 hotels and have worked for multiple others. Travelers pro tip: book your reservations directly with hotels and stop messing around with third-party booking websites like Expedia, Bookings, etc. What they do is buy up our empty rooms, resell them on their websites at cheaper prices, but in all actuality, the price they are showing you and what you think you are paying for is a before-tax price. This normally doesn't matter much except for the fact hotel tax is normally in between $10-15. Side note, once your third-party reservation hits our screen we physically cannot change anything on it. We are also not allowed by contract to these third-party companies to not print out receipts to our guests if you book through them. Why? Because then guests will find out they really aren't saving any money at all. It's quite the opposite. If you call your hotel of choice and directly book with them, you cut out the middleman. Find the room you would like to book and ask for the lowest price on it. 9/10 you'll get the room discounted and save more money that way. And if you need to change something last minute on the reservation, you can do so without jumping through hoops like you would with third-party bookings. And always, if you must use third-party booking agencies for your next trip, pay attention to all transactions closely. I cannot stress this enough. Car saleswoman at a big name luxury dealership. Yes, management is the one that handles pricing. But never try to pass up your sales associate and go straight to the manager. You'll piss off the both of them, and they won't be as willing to give you a good deal point. Even when a dealer says the price is firm, they more than likely have somewhere in the $1K range to wiggle. Always try to ask for a few hundred off, unless it's a brand new car. Ask for the newest sales associate to help you out. They'll appreciate it and go above and beyond for you. Management also wants to help them get a unit, so they'll be more open to negotiating point buy during the last 3 days of the month. Sales is trying to get their bonuses. Be polite to everyone in the dealership. Word gets around fast, and it will affect the way you're handled in the future. If the price on a brand new model is too high, ask for their demo and courtesy inventory. These aren't always advertised, but they are marked down like crazy. Point private sellers will always be cheaper. Ask the brand dealership nearby for a pre-purchase inspection on the car you're interested in. It's only a few $100s. Tell people about your sales associate. We usually offer a feral cash or a gift to you if a car deal is made. HVAC, American Standard, is the exact same thing as train, just different badges. Plumbing, don't flush Q-tips or wipes, damn it. Especially flushable wipes. Just human waste and TP. Sinks, garbage disposals are misnamed. Don't put big stuff or starches in it. You can do like 1 to 2 potato peels at a time. No big chunks of anything really. And remember, there is a GFI button on the bottom, and also a 1/4 inch Allen spot to free the tines. Dishwashers, if the hose to its drain is not pinned up higher than the output area, the sink will backfeed all of the wastewater to the dishwasher, therefore washing your dishes with nasty water appliances including a count and furnaces. Nearly anything can be fixed. However, certain things like compressors, older, outdated Freon, and some stove door hinges are either more cost effective to buy a new one, or in the case of some door hinges, cannot be repaired. Newer things are more efficient enough to warrant just getting a new furnace rack, rather than repairing it, unless it is a very minor repair. Electrical surge suppression systems truly are worth it. I get at least a call a week, whether it is Storm or POCO related. Don't get generic sheet like Smart Electrician brand equipment. Get rid of knob and tube as well as aluminum wiring. For God's sakes, don't mix two similar metals. Copper and aluminum, if you have to, use purple wire nuts. Don't do something unless you absolutely know how. Can't tell you how bad stuff I follow is. Also, your service is always rated for 25/50 greater than what it says. In some bizarre case, everything electrical item you own is powered on and running. Point general, whole home tune-ups are worth it. Water heater flushes, /furnace tune-ups, and more. Always once a year minimum. Point there are more. Just off the top of my head. Point edit. Like a tradesman, we can always tell. Many financial advisors, wealth advisors and investment advisors earn over $1 million per year and are substantially less knowledgeable about retirement planning and investment advice than you'd expect. They are just really good salespeople. A far greater portion of their training is geared towards selling and closing less sophisticated clients. They are trained by the banks and wealth management firms to be really good at sales. They are incentivized in a manner that promotes a behavior of competition within their firms to make the most money. I've worked amongst some of Canada's most successful investment advisors, each earning over $1 million per year in selling commissions and fees. The biggest secret is that once an advisor has made the sale, they receive ongoing fees in the form of mutual fund trailers, typically about 1% of the value of your portfolio each year, and management fees. Some products like hedge funds and tax strategies funds offer even higher incentives, up to 5% upfront plus ongoing fees to the advisor. So the advisor's objective is always to build the largest pool of client money that they can earn ongoing fees on. For an advisor with $100 million of client assets, they can easily take home $1 million each year in commissions and fees. It takes about 150 retired clients with about $1 million in their retirement portfolio. While I've simplified it here, there are many other incentives that the companies provide to the financial advisors. If they are selling insurance packages to their older clients, for example, they can earn 150% of the first year's premiums. Yes, 150%. This is huge if they get a client to agree to a policy that's paid up in a few years. The premiums can be a few $100,000 for older clients, and the advisor can easily earn $150,000 to $250,000 on a single large insurance ticket. While many rich clients may use the insurance strategy to avoid taxes, etc., these arrangements are highly lucrative to investment advisor and so-called estate planners. As a former auto parts store employee, I've got a couple. Unless there's a deal on the filter and oil you want, and the filter is an uncommon one, never buy our oil. Walmart and other big box stores sell oil at half the price and the same brands. Also, brands are bullshit. Store brand is usually name brand in another bottle. Unless you're buying premium, you're getting bottom shelf with a fancy label. There is a difference on oil filters though. Some use actual filter, some use recycled cardboard. And you can tell when you put them on, your car never come right in. If you need an actual point part, call First. Your local parts house carries a few thousand parts, most of them for whatever vehicle is most common in your area. For me it was 1500 series Chevy pickups. I had 3 of every part for them. But your Dodge Neon? Or a Prius? I'm gonna have to call that in from my distribution center more than likely, and you've wasted a trip. If you call and let me know, I can order it, give you a time for pickup, and have it ready when you arrive. Point: we are not mechanics. Some of us know a point little because we worked on our own cars or those of friends, but at the end of the day it's a retail job and we hire people who've never turned a wrench to do it. If you've got serious issues with your car and you're stumped, take it to a shop. If you know what's wrong or suspect it, bring it in and get what you need, maybe even ask if we agree, but don't think we are experts. Most parts shops have a battery tester they'll use to check yours for free. They also have a charger, and if the manager isn't a dick and your battery is dead, they'll charge it for you. Formerly worked at a high-end designer opticians as a dispensing optician. Most of our customers were very wealthy, and as such, decided that they're smarter than we are. Especially about optics, a very common complaint with new specs is that they feel weird when picking them up. This is just a 1 or 2 day settling in period that's very common with high prescriptions or complex lenses such as varifocals. Usually a quick check to be certain of measurements tells you if there's actually an issue or if they just need to try them for a day. Of course, telling our overlords this rarely went down well, as we work in a service role. Obviously we don't really know what we are doing, and the knowledge that they can pull out of there as holes makes more sense. Point: a very common practice was to send specs away to the lab for analysis and call the customer a week later to say they're back in. I can hand on heart say that this worked every single time. But the whole charade of stroking egos and being spoken to like shit had to go ahead first. The main reason I no longer work as a do is dealing with those people day in day out. Point: listen to people who've spent years studying in medical fields, please. If you really think there's a problem, raise it with the appropriate board in your country, such as the General Optical Council in the UK. Point: TLDR, Google isn't a good replacement for years of study. Point: bit more of a rant than a story, my bad. Hi, airline customer service agent here. Don't be a dick. There will be something wrong with your seat and you'll get reassigned to a shitty seat. Another thing is that we'll charge you for everything we can if you're rude. Your bag 1 pound over the weight limit? Guess, due to the weather, or another excuse, we have to be extra strict today. Nope, in reality, it's our way of saying you're being an ass. If you're nice to us, you might get a complimentary upgrade, but don't ask for one. That's the best way for our first class to be full. Point: if you're celebrating something, tell me. We'll do what we can to make your trip extra special. Again, if you're nice. For example, I had a gay couple celebrating their marriage by going to Hong Kong, where it was recently recognized as legal. I put all sorts of notes in their reservation and had them upgraded on their first leg of the flight that we were flying them on. I can't do anything about connections because other agents get cranky when you mess with their flight. They were pleased as punch point. If we do a good job, please write the company. Managers are used to catching nothing but crap all day long. A nice letter about an employee goes a long way to brighten their day and ours. I keep my commendation letters to read when I'm having a bad day to remind me that, in spite of some people being people, I do love my job. Another way to get on our good side? Bring treats. Some chocolate will go a long way with me. I was having the day from hell. I had gotten cursed out in 3 languages including English. A passenger gave me a pack of Starburst and said I was doing a great job. He almost made me cry because he was kind and appreciative when I was clearly busting my ass. Please don't bring homemade treats though, because of possible food allergies. Know what documents you need ahead of time. You must have the passport book to travel. Not the card, not a photo. It is not our job to tell you what you need. If you need something called Anita for Canada, do it ahead of time, not when you get to the airport. Use only this site. It's the official government website for Canada. Otherwise you get ripped off, and it can take longer. You'd be amazed at how many tantrums I deal with because people don't do their research prior to going on holiday. For most countries, you'll generally need at least 3 to 6 months left on your passport before it expires. Make sure this is done too. We can't do anything about the immigration laws, so don't even ask. I'm not getting fined or losing my job because you were an idiot point. If you're a crew member / fellow airline employee, please let us know. It's kind of an unwritten rule that we take care of our own point. Moral of the story: if you're having a rough day, we usually are too. Don't cop an attitude. Just be nice. Kindness is free. We bust ours to make sure your trip is great. Your insurance rates don't go down because you've been a customer with a company for a long time. Insurance rates are calculated by driving history, zip code, market value, parts and labor, medical costs, uninsured motorist claims, weather-related claims payouts, the claims history on the year, make and model of every other vehicle just like yours, your employment, education, and so much more. So, yes, you can be a great driver and still see an increase. All of it is calculated by risk, and it's done via our system, not by a person manually entering rates. You can yell, complain, and cuss me out all you want, but we don't have a magic change price button. Even if you say, if you guys don't lower my rate I'm canceling, we still don't have magic change rate button. My word of advice? Be nice. I'm always willing to either quote a new policy or spend more time looking for discounts for the kind customers that are just hoping to get a better rate before they shop around. The more rude you are to me, the less time I want to be on the phone with you, and the less discounts I'm going to find. I don't know where people learn that screaming at someone or threatening to leave will lower their rate, but it does not work. Also, yes, if you only get into one accident after 20 years your rates will go up. That's how it works when you lose good driving discounts and we have to pay $15K in your claim. Your risk just went up. Welcome to Insurance 101. Residential cable technician here. USA. Concerning Wi-Fi, the difference between 2.4G and 5G is commonly misunderstood. 5G is not better per SE. It's true that 5G is capable of higher speeds, but because it transmits on a higher frequency, it won't travel as far or penetrate walls / obstacles as well. That's where 2.4G comes in. The speed caps at around 70 megabits per second, but it will reach farther because it transmits on a lower frequency. Also, the average user will almost never be using more than around 5 or 10 megabits per second at any given time. 15, 25 megabits per second for 4K streaming. So when you complain that you're paying 4 gigabit speeds, but you're only getting 850 megabits per second on your speed test, chill. Unless you're constantly downloading massive files, then you will never need all that internet. Most households get by with no problems at 200 megabits per second. Moreover, many devices are not even capable of reaching the speeds that people are often paying for. Like if you have a device that is only 2.4G capable, then paying for 400 megabits per second isn't going to help you. We get trouble calls for this all the time. You can also do online gaming at the slowest speeds available that your cable provider offers. Most online games use far less than 15 megabits per second. What matters far more is the latency, which even with a 20 megabits per second subscription will be fast enough to keep your ping at 70 ms or less. I know because I gamed that way for almost a year. Now you won't be able to download the games as fast, or stream your sessions, or stream 4K video at the same time, but it does work for gaming. In my experience, 90% of people are overpaying for their internet speeds because they have no clue how any of it really works, and internet providers are perfectly content to keep consumers as confused and ignorant as possible. Dentition secrets. Most of us have disordered eating, or some association with an eating disorder. We are working through it, and the best way we know how is to help others work through this also. If you see a dietitian peddling a supplement, run. Miracle juice that makes you lose 20 lbs/9 kh on a week. Nope. Supplements should only be offered if your labs are low and you aren't eating adequately, or in a food desert/inadequate access to foods. A lot of supplements can build up in your system and cause toxicities with their own issues. Juicing and things are normally reserved for pre-surgical needs. Now if you want to do something like that, then your dietitian should be open to discussing it, the pros/cons, and how to safely incorporate it after thorough vetting. There are a few things that are a hard no, like ingesting large amounts of chemicals to lose weight, or doing several enemas a day. These are not recommended, and things I've had to say a hard no to. FYI, it's dietitians who are board certified in nearly every country, not nutritionists. The main difference being that a nutritionist is considered anyone who reads a nutrition related thing and relays it to another person. Did you say blueberries can help with brain health? Yeah, you're a nutritionist. A dietitian has to go through the rigorous training process with clinicals and all that. Depending on your program, it's similar to being a med student and takes around 4 to 6 years, bachelor's vs masters, plus internship. That said, there are a number of nutritionists out there that I wish we could redirect into being dietitians. Their love for nutrition and energy would really push us, current dietitians, in research, awareness, and setting new standards. We push for a lot for ourselves, but new blood is always a bonus. I'm sorry if you've come across a judgy dietitian before and it's totally turned you off, but it's an unfortunate truth of like that there are judgy providers are in every field. Give it another shot if you can. I work at a dog kennel and know someone who used to work at a different one. The one I work at now is very good and is one of the only ones I would recommend in my area. Not really secrets, but some things to note. When you board your pets anywhere, do your research no matter what. Ask questions before choosing a place. Some kennels put all the dogs out together at the same time in the same yard regardless of size and temperament. A recipe for disaster. The place I work at now does groups no larger than 6 and pays close attention to who gets along with who. There are alerts about pets and owners. If you are constantly rude or not following the rules, trying to get around certain payments that we have clearly disclosed to you, etc., we will have a note about it. We do a lot of little favors here and there for regular customers who are easy to work with. No exceptions for rude clients. Same goes for veterinary practices. At pretty much any kennel, your dogs and cats will spend the majority of their stay in their room. They do go out several times, but only for about 15 minutes at a time. We would love for them all to be out playing all day, but there just isn't enough room to have them in groups of a manageable size, supervise them, and get all our required cleaning and other chores done with limited staff. Lastly and most important, we really do care about your pets. Are there problem pets and owners? Without a doubt. But most of our clients and their pets are just wonderful, and while they're here we do our best to treat them like our own. We worry when we hear that they've gone missing from home, and cry when they pass away. Like someone else said, the pay is crap, and lately with nobody traveling the hours are too, but it's worth it to get to work with the pets. Most guitars direct from manufacturers are terribly set up. I've been at a shop for 12 years, where we always set up every instrument before it hits the floor or is shipped out. When I open up a new guitar, the nut slots are left high, the neck has too much relief, and the fret ends are sharp. It's almost always at least 2 out of 3 of those things. Nut slot height and neck relief are crucial to how a guitar will feel and intonate. You gotta take care of that end before adjusting action and intonation at the bridge point. I think about someone buying direct online or from a shop that doesn't work on their instruments, and it makes me sad. Someone out there trying to learn is having a real hard time. They're doing everything the online video is showing them, but it hurts to play and sounds bad no matter what. Thank you to all the guitar teachers that send business to the repair shops. So many times I hear customers saying, "My teacher says I need this adjusted point." My ex-coworker worked at a large guitar manufacturer's factory in Mexico. They each had to set up 13 guitars each day, even if it meant staying late. No one liked to stay late. Pointers. Get your guitar looked at by a professional you trust. Once your guitar is properly set up, you won't need to worry about much more than changing strings and adjusting the neck every once in a while. If you have ever pushed a push mower and seen the little black flap on the back that keeps sticks and rocks from hitting you, I used to work for the company that made them. Point Company is in a small town in southern Illinois. When I was there, I signed an NDA stating I wouldn't give away the information regarding certain plastic materials that were used. The flexible part of the trail shield, as they are called, is made from low density polyethylene and metallocene in a 50/50 mix by volume. The rigid part is made from high density polyethylene. All materials start out as virgin material with no color added. If you wanted the part to be bright yellow, you can have them made that way. The company that I worked for made all of the ones you are likely to encounter on a gas powered push mower. The absolute scariest part of that company was when they started making plastic parts for a nuclear power plant using equipment from the 1970s. I'm just waiting for the day when I hear about a nuclear power plant having a meltdown and how the parts they made were the cause of the meltdown. I'm not exaggerating about 1970s equipment. The first extrusion molder they bought was found in a fence row in Kentucky. Another one was from at least the 50s, if not older. One of my co-workers said they contacted the company that manufactured it to see if they still had the blueprints. They were told by a very old employee that the blueprints for that extrusion molder had been thrown away in the 1950s. I'm retired from RV industry after 40 years, dealer and some wholesale. RVs are no different than insert mass-produced product here. From appliances to furniture, everything is built to satisfy the buyer's need for high value, affordable, newest, coolest on the market. I have not read many comments about who you buy from. Your dealer should invest many hours in receiving the new unit correctly. Check over, report back to MFG, repair and/or store correctly in order for it to be looked after for its future owner. Rarely done, like almost never. Also, your dealer will do a proper PDI, pre-delivery inspection, ensuring less problems at the user level. Most dealers consider gas/water/elect/wheels test enough, hence a million issues with cabinets, leaks, squeaks. Warranty. Most dealerships are run by salesmen. Enough said. Tour the service department and reass between the lines. If it looks like SN at T, smells like SN at T, it is probably SN at T. But if it's run like a professional shop should be, then you can trust them to treat you the same professionally. Parts and repairs. After the dealer tray has a proper part, adept will have at least $300 to $500,000 in stock. Take a yaw if they won't show you, or if you do and see dirt, dust, unorganized mess. Facts don't lie, they won't be able to look after you properly. Educate the consumer. We had many suit to RTS day. We have owned many RVs and no one ever explained how to use the camper or how to maintain it like you guys. The owners of campers are notoriously bad at maintenance. Your RV is in hurricane force winds and earthquake like force every time it's on the highway. You may want to check your sealants. Lol. Last but not least, are the staff happy, motivated and truly happy to be at work? How long have they been at the dealership? High turnover means good people have left because the company didn't support the staff who want to support you. Hope this helps. Looking forward to answering any questions. Signed, 1973, 2013, 40 years in the RV trade. I worked in auto insurance as customer service. These secrets are reflective of my former company. A lot of these I learned from handling calls and talking with other agents. I'm not sure about other companies though. When you're calling about your payment/billing and the rep tells you they made an exception or did something else, but you never see that change, it's because they only told you they were doing something to get you off the phone and get a good survey. And as you keep calling mentioning how this rep told you this or that, the new rep you're talking to is making up some other bullshit that's not true / they're never gonna do to get you off the phone. Calling to cancel your policy won't make the rep suddenly cut your rate in half. They are not able to do that. All they can do is go over any discounts with you. When they send you to another department, it's because they don't want to deal with you mad at them over prices they can't control. Anyone who tells you they suddenly found a major discount and don't give many details, or it's a discount you've never heard of, or were able to greatly reduce your entire premium, is just lying to get the good survey and not have to deal with you. When you're looking to remove a vehicle on your policy, some states really do require that your license plates are surrendered / cancelled / destroyed before the car can be removed from the policy, and it must be confirmed. Other states, it is either not required, that confirmation is necessary, or the vehicle removal can be future dated. Some agents, never was me, but I know of a coworker who had done it a lot. In the states where it's not required, or it can be future dated, will tell you otherwise, and to call back once you get rid of the plates. Just because they don't want to deal with you, reps don't have control of phone wait times or even when your call is taken. Calls are just routed to them on a random basis. In my time of working there, I've gotten calls of a person who had just dialed. Other times, it was someone who had been on hold for over an hour. TLDR, I worked in auto insurance. One of the industry secrets is how many times reps lie to you or pretend they did something just to get you off the phone because they didn't want to deal with you and they wanted a good survey. Law enforcement, specifically policing, is not very interesting the majority of the time, and certainly not like what documentaries, films, and TV make it out to be. I'll give you some examples to compare of some of the biggest misconceptions / tropes out there perpetuated by the media coverage of criminal justice / law enforcement. Point: missing people cases. The majority of the time, especially these types of investigations, are nowhere near as eventful as they are thought to be. In fact, typically all missing persons are located within 24 to 48 hours after being reported as such. Usually, this is because someone in the family or friend group of the missing person knows where the subject is, but for whatever reason, a lack of communication or miscommunication has occurred. It is much less common for the subject of the case to have been a victim of foul play, but the media obviously cover the cases where a homicide or something else suspicious has occurred. Where a person is later found to have passed away, it is often down to suicide. Murders / homicides. These are often sensationalized unfortunately when covered by the media, especially when there is a suggestion that the victim may have been victim to a serial killer or other dangerous unknown persons. In reality, most of the cases of this will have been the result of ongoing domestic violence, drug deals gone wrong, etc., rather than being committed by a complete random or a serial killer. In short, it is far more common for someone to be murdered by a person they know and trust than someone they don't. Types of crimes that are dealt with, at least in the UK, where I live, from what I have heard, is that many more of the calls received by police are more likely to be things like road traffic collisions, RTCs, arson / house fires, robberies, and misdemeanor offenses than they are to be much more serious offenses such as murder, etc. However, obviously it seems that the media do not cover this kind of stuff, since it doesn't have the same shock factor as homicides. But it is another way in which false expectations of the job of a police officer is perpetuated. Bottom line is that I just get frustrated with the fact that so many people seem to underestimate and underappreciate the hard work that comes with being in the forces, but also how the job is usually far more mundane than it is made out to be, especially when that is the main reason people are attracted to the job. This is more well known now that Super Size Me 2 is a thing, which you should watch if this at all interests you, but any kind of free from /organic /etc chicken is a ripoff. A lot of chicken brands like to claim their chicken is "free range / grain fed / hormone free / so on, and that it's a "better quality," hence the increase on price. It's a complete scam, at least in Canada, though I believe it's the same in the US, from what little I've looked into there. All chicken is legally required to fit most of these boxes. You hardly have to do anything to make these claims and be "FDA approved" or "certified free range." Believe beef and pork is much the same as well. Just buy the regular sheet. There's no difference besides the price increase. If you're really worried about quality, get your meat from a butcher. Some grocery stores, not many, but a few, still have them, or you can look for local butchers shops. Also recommend buying on sale. Meat is stupid expensive right now because pandemic. All the big meat producers keep getting outbreaks, but if you shop sales you can get things super cheap. A few examples of sale vs regular price. Western Canada for reference. Bone steaks, on the nicer end, about $30 / 2 steaks vs $14 / 2 steaks. Top sirloin, mid-tier, $30 / 3 vs $13 / 3. Whole chicken, $18 vs $7. And if you're on a budget, you can make 2/3 steaks or a whole chicken stretch into almost a week of meals easy. A lot of people don't cook it, just because it's "expensive," but it doesn't have to be. It's also super easy. If you're new, Google can tell you literally everything you want to know. I started buying cuts I wasn't familiar with once I started working in a butcher shop, because I can get stuff cheap quite often, and I would just Google "how to cook X steak / roast / chop / whatever" or "X recipe" and just find something that had ingredients I like / recognize. I can only recall one really bad mishap, where I didn't end up eating what I cooked, and that was entirely my fault, because I wasn't paying attention. And I'm 100% self-taught, aka Google schooled, on cooking meat. As a prosecuting attorney, you should always answer all of the questions police officers ask. While you have the right to remain silent, if you've committed a crime and are being questioned, I recommend you sing like a canary. Point of course, criminal defense attorneys will disagree. And this is sarcasm, of course. While full confessions certainly make my job easier, I would encourage all people to exercise their rights. They are your rights. Use them. On the other hand, there is nothing wrong with being honest and answering questions, even if your answers would incriminate you, so long as you understand the implications of your choice to speak. Don't let officers push you into saying something you don't want to say. Many times, officers will tell us whether a particular person was cooperative during the investigation, which can result in more favorable resolutions or better sentencing recommendations. But at the end of the day, it's our responsibility to prove that a crime was committed and who committed it. If you are the suspect, you don't have to help us in doing that. At the end of the day, you have the right to remain silent at all times an officer is speaking with you. You have the right to request an attorney and have him or her be present with you while you are being questioned. If you indicate that you desire to not speak or to have an attorney present, officers must stop asking you questions. Also, there is a bit of a nuance in terms of whether an officer's failure to advise you of your rights prior to questioning can prevent what you say from being admitted at trial. An officer is only required to advise you of your rights before a custodial interrogation. This basically means that your freedom of movement has been restricted in a significant way, such as being placed in handcuffs, placed in a cruiser, in an interview room at the local station, or you reasonably believe that you are not free to terminate the questioning and walk away, and that you are being subject to interrogation, which is basically questioning an officer reasonably believes could elicit an incriminating response. Again, as a prosecutor, my job is to seek justice, not convictions. That was the oath I took. All attorneys are tasked with upholding the Constitution, regardless of how it affects your particular role. Know your rights and use them. If you elect not to exercise those rights, make sure you understand the implications of that decision. Accounting / assurance less of a secret and more of a lack of general understanding by the public. In most of our industries, your client and stakeholder are the same person. Person A buys a better phone and they will get enjoyment out of that phone. The client making the purchase is the same person as the person relying on the product. So in general, better product equals more profit. In public audit, the client is a company and the stakeholders are disorganized groups of interest that don't communicate well with each other. The goal would be to provide a better audit so that our stakeholders have less risk. But we don't get paid by our stakeholders. Our clients have zero interest in a higher quality product and just want the rubber stamp of approval. The secret that everyone knows in their guts and is gradually becoming reality is that the industry has so much downwards pressure from market groups and regulatory institutions that it can no longer faithfully perform our moral and professional obligations while staying in business. It's super faked up because the ones that lose out on this whole deal are your mom and pops when their pensions get wiped out in another fiscal disaster. The industry has no one lobbying for it, and it doesn't have the time or resources to fight the legislative battle against other interest groups to get better quality audits out there. The worst part is that it isn't even just public audit, it happens to gov institutions around the world like the eyes. No, the Panama Papers weren't supposed to happen. No one at these tax agencies wanted it to happen. They are literally just too helpless to stop it from lack of funding and lack of facts given by stakeholders, since there's no public knowledge about the reason for these functionalities to exist in the first place. Basically, although it seems that things are just barely being held together right now, the whole system is really coming apart at a foundational level. When it comes to compliance and just following the law in general, everyone in the industry knows it at some level and we can't do anything about it. Haven't seen bartender yet. If the bar is crowded, waving your card/cash won't get you served faster. If anything, you're almost guaranteed to get the "hold on" sign. On the flip side of that, if you know you're going to be going up fairly regularly, tip for the night on your first round, i.e. throw in a 20 instead of 5 trips of $4. You'll get remembered, and more often than not you'll get bumped up in the line. Don't ask for free sheet just because it's allegedly your birthday. Take your ass to Applebee's and get a slice of pie. At my old bar, we used to do the birthday shot. Basically anyone who would ask for a free drink, we would take a shot glass and fill it with the runoff in our bar mats. Obviously not to really serve, but it was the only way we could say gdfumf politely. Don't skip out on your bill. This is restaurant etiquette in general. But dine and dash means that the staff often has to foot the cost on that table. Anyone who drinks any of the following on purpose is a bar worker: absinthe, Fernet, Malort, and or club soda and bitters. Don't ask the BT to give you a little extra unless they know you're getting a regular drink. Note, knowing someone either means they tip well or they're a service person too. We take care of our own. Just like Dun and Dash, they have to absorb the cost. So good tippers usually even it out on their end in the tip. This'll be fun. In the cancer research community, we have compounds that activate the immune system to an incredible degree. Not so great in terms of inflammation. This can be useful when you have a cancer that is actively sending immune suppression signals to help avoid the anti-tumor portion of immune function. These compounds, granted, this is in mouse models, can absolutely clear cancer out of these mice. Just incredible. The catch: in humans, and indeed, even in some of these mouse trials, the subject will just be overcome by the immune response. It's like nuking a city because you have one bad block, in theory. As of right now, these are being studied pretty intensively, but it's semi-promising, and we don't usually like to bring it up because we get the whole "you already have the cure to cancer" conspiracy theory line. No, we don't. Arsenic can kill cancer too, but you're not gonna make it out of that treatment. Fun edit. 3 meters owned a patent to one of these chemicals that they dubbed R848, also known as risaquimab. This chemical is in wart cream, using I believe dimethyl sulfoxide as a vehicle to get the drug into the wart. The immune system gets pissed and takes care of business. Inject that into a tumor in your body, your immune system will probably kill it, and the resulting inflammation would probably end your life. I feel like I have a lot of these, but the most practical would be from my time in Magnolia Home Theater. It's been several years now, but I feel very confident the following hasn't changed. Point: we didn't make a lot on the TVs. We often got asked all the time for discounts, like it was some kind of used car lot. There was nothing for us to discount usually. Our employee price was barely better than retail. We can and will wheel and deal on open boxes, however. That is where the real savings is. Sometimes the TV comes back just because the size was bad. Otherwise it's basically new. We could cut those 20-30%. We had a lot of room on those and would do so to get rid of them. Lot of people don't want them because there is a stigma there about returns. Just not the case. Point: also, expensive HDMI cords are complete BS. I sold people on gold-plated, super engineered $400 cables all the time. The $10 ones work just as well. Don't waste your money. Cables do matter for other things, like audio wire, not HDMI though. Point: 4K/3 does not make a TV better. Full stop. 4K was intended for very large screens, to maintain detail and clarity on larger surfaces. The picture isn't actually better. We were very careful not to merge 4K TVs next to regular ones for this reason. Same with third TVs. To be clear, the best TVs usually are 4K/3, but that is just the manufacturers are including the actual good tech that gives it the better picture. Point: along with the 4K, all of the 4K third curved screen is nonsense to extract extra money from you. I'd see people paying extra. Point: Momi for 32 inches 4K TVs and just shaking my head. At that size you will never tell the difference. Point: oh, and Insignia TVs at best, but we are made. At point: the LG factories, and we are usually great deals, but people didn't want them because they were a less known brand. I could go on all day. It's not so much a secret more than it is something you don't realize until you work in the industry. I inspect and both destructively and non-destructively test welds for piping and plate, fluid and structural, for industrial plants and tanks, ships, buildings, welder qualification exams, anything really. We are contracted only to test those welds and give our interpretation of the results based on experience and a standardized code. The secret is that the engineer or engineers who build or builds the project on paper determines, usually by their own sets of standards, what percentage of the project has to be tested. That means a job of 1000 welds could possibly only require 5% testing according to those plans. 50 welds that test good are supposed to be indicative that the entire lot of 1000 are likely good, which is kind of horse shit. As I mentioned before, I also test welder qualification exams. A 60-year-old welding veteran with 40 years under their belt can fail a qualification test in perfect conditions. It might be 1 time out of 1000 welds compared to the rookie at 1 time out of 50 welds, but it only takes one faked up weld to break apart while transporting something volatile and end up killing someone, and welding out in the field is the opposite of perfect conditions. So those large 5% jobs really put into question how useful testing them to begin with really is. Well, I question it anyway. Point: on the other hand, in the defense of those jobs, I did a 30-day turnaround inspecting some welds made back in the 1940s before these standardized codes were put into place, meaning as long as you couldn't kick it loose it was deemed good, and they are only half a weld. For welders and inspectors here, these pipe were legit only capped, no root, no hot pass, no fill pass, only a cap to bridge the pipe closed. Those pipe are still in service today and holding strong points a while. Yeah, it is kind of silly to only test 50 welds out of 1000 and assume they're all good. Maybe the code is so strict that passing 50 welds in a row is a good indication that even untested welds that would have failed the code will hold up anyway. Who knows? Work in pharmaceuticals and health insurance. I'm also a licensed health insurance agent. For the love of God, please check your plans. Don't go cheap if you're more prone to illness for your health insurance. Cheap plans don't work. You're wasting your money because if you an emergency you'll be screwed. Also check for copayment assistance. Don't just settle on paying for what your copayment for a medication because of pride fac that take advantage of brand name medications and their companies that'll help because they provide half off on most copays, or they may pay your entire copayment if you're lucky. There's nothing wrong with generic medications. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. It's okay to have generic meds, guys. I swear they usually are made by the same company anyways. Also, when you're having anything done, don't feel like you have to be loyal to a provider. If they are out of network, then you'll pay double. And also, most likely a lot of the time they won't tell you they are out of network until after something has been processed through insurance. I've spoken to plenty of medical professionals who just want their money at the end of the day, and I hate to say it, some don't give a fuck about you on the back end of it. If you're aging into Medicare, please review any plan you're choosing. Don't just choose one cause it's $5 a month as well. Again, do not go cheap, guys, don't do it, it's a trap. If you have Medicaid or government funded insurance, it's okay, I swear. Don't feel insulted that you're questioned about your coverage. Are you having prior authorization problems? Okay, then you need to make sure you stay on top of your doctor's office as well as the insurance company, because a lot of the time paperwork isn't sent when they say it is. I'm rambling because I can literally write a 10-page paper on this topic when it comes to healthcare in the US. I may have to update this when I'm not on mobile, but yeah. Be nice to your insurance company's representatives also, cause they can make shit happen for you. Removing you from collections, going above and beyond to figure out how to help you. They'll even call different insurers for you to figure out how to smoothly transition you. PLZ, remember, they're humans who get yelled at 24/7 and get called every name in the book without even knowing you from an atom. Olive Garden server. Want a full-size chicken Alfredo for half price? Order a kid's chicken Alfredo. For your side, choose the spaghetti with marinara. Sub the spaghetti noodles for fettuccine, no extra cost, and sub the marinara for Alfredo, somewhere between $1 to $2, and boom, you've got 2 half portions aka 1 full adult portion of chicken Alfredo for about half price. Bonus points if you're a server and choose this as your half-priced meal during your shift, and all of a sudden you just paid about $3.50 for this. Other Olive Garden hacks: we're supposed to charge people if they ask for an extra half dozen breadsticks, soup, or salad to go after their meal. Most servers have a brain and we'll just get it for you without charging you to increase our tip. However, if your server is a manager's pet, just ask for a refill of any or all of these, as if you're planning on eating them there, and then after they come, ask for the to-go boxes. In the same vein, we are only supposed to give 1 mint per person, but any of us with brains give a handful when people ask us for extra. Again, if you have manager's pet for a server, you can ask the hosts for mints on the way out. They usually have some at the host standpoint. We have to charge you in order to get the kitchen to give you a full boat of dipping sauce. However, we can get you a small ramekin, or 2 or 3 of them for free by just asking a cook. So just ask for that point, not a hack for guests, but a way to make your server happy here. We hate when people order soup, salad and breadsticks. It requires us to give your table twice the attention of our other tables. Even though your bill is lower and 95% of the time it means we get a shitty tip from your table and all of our others, because time and attention is being taken away from them. We work with probabilities. Your diagnosis looks like A because it has some of the clinical findings of A and not the ones from B. We are almost never truly 100% sure. There are tests. Some have a high number of false positives, so if you are negative we can rule that out. Others have a high number of false negatives, so if you are positive we are sure that is your disease. The pre-test probability is important to know if we believe the test or not. Do you have a high enough chance to have disease A to warrant a test? Or if it's positive it will change everything. We mostly rule out life-threatening things first, and then the most common diseases, and we usually ask you to come back if anything does not go according to plan. If that happens, we check everything again. We observe, ask more questions, correlate our findings, sometimes order more tests, and then get a plan for your treatment. Again, until you are disease free, or we find out what are we dealing with. Sometimes we never find out. You never come back because your symptoms improved and we think must have been one of those never uses. So if your doctor can't find out what's wrong with you, maybe it's because they are ruling out the most common things first, not because they are bad doctors. In construction they use risk and fear to make things way more expensive. Usually in the form of risk of danger to your kid/your family. No one wants to say no to anything when risks to their kids are brought up. even if it makes something 10x more expensive than it really should be. Point example, we have hundreds of codes and inspections for plumbing. Plumbers not only need a contractor's license to be a plumbing contractor, but also need a specific plumber's license, and it's specific to that state, with a lot of states not recognizing each other's licenses. Very hard to get this license. Point why? Well, cause water, you know. It can completely destroy your house, black mold, floods, all bad stuff. Point so only makes sense you want a highly skilled multiple licensed person dealing with it right. Kinda funny then, that there's not a single inspection for a roof on a house. Not a single inspection for siding on your house. What's more common? A pipe bursting or rain, no inspections for doors and windows, no inspections checking all the penetrations through your house to see if they're watertight, all the gas pipes, dryer vents, lights on the walls, water spigots, none of them get looked at to see if water will get in. I could install the roof upside down where it's a giant funnel on a brand new house and the inspectors don't even look at it. If you want to build a new house with your own money, on your land you own, the government will still force you to pay $50,000 for permits and inspections, in my state and county at least, and they would sign it off, and the entire house would be destroyed first rain. Point so why is this? Plumbers got together a long time ago, and created unions, that give money to politicians, and they wanted to eliminate competition. They didn't want some kind, handy guy who totally understands how kindergarten level easy lots of residential plumbing is to charge so little. If he does, he forces them to drop their wages too, to compete. Point. So they got rid of all those guys by forcing them to get licenses. They did it so that guy can't fix your faucet for $20 an hour. They successfully barred those guys, so now you have to pay the $125 an hour plumber who comes with his helper, who they also charge $125 an hour for. That's what most of my plumbing subs cost me. $250 hours approximately. Or it's based on fixture units, so to put your sink in I have to hire a plumber, cause I'm a licensed home builder, but not a licensed plumber, who charges me $1,700 per fixture unit. One sink/faucet is a fixture. That's how much I have to pay them to put in one sink. One toilet is a fixture unit. One shower is a fixture unit. And I have to pass the cost along to you guys. So you're paying thousands for something that lots of people would do for 1/10 point if they legally could. I'm not anti-plumber either. It's this way with almost everything. Not just construction. Almost everything is artificially more expensive than it would be in a true free market. Fear gets you to open your wallets. As a photographer, you never really need the top of the line equipment. Hell, even bottom of the line equipment is good enough for 90% of the cases. People don't know if you have the very best camera or just one that looks like it. As long as it looks impressive, they will be impressed, as most of them have no clue. This is also true to online publishers and even some magazines. That 40MP camera of yours, they don't care. Your image is going to be retouched and posted or printed off a 12MP size anyway. Besides, most of the mid-range equipment is almost as good as 99% of the top super expensive equipment. Mid-range brands lighting equipment is just as good as the top brands. Lighting modifiers are actually very good on the mid-range brands, and no one is going to not take you for a job by asking you, do you have top brand? No, okay, no thanks. What they care is the end results. Most places to get into modeling photography, sport photography, journalism is 80% connections, 20% creativity, and being in the right place at the right time on the right angle. If you are extremely dedicated and creative, you can bypass the connections issue. If you are not, and most of photographers are not, you will not be able to enter that market and just end up being a local photographer who does the same generic photo shoots in your career. The US military has bases in a shitload of countries. The service members and their families have to move from time to time for any number of reasons. My company is a contractor that helps them move, but doesn't own any trucks. We contract the work out with smaller, local moving companies when shipments are lost, more than half the time. If someone at one of those agents would just go look in a warehouse, they'd find the crate/box right there. Calling my company, we can't do that. Nothing we do can force some corksucker to go look in a warehouse. A lot of the time the box/crate is found later the survey's done, especially after the move is completed, wind up making a huge difference. Better surveys equals higher tier rating, which I'm not 100% what all it means, but I believe it opens the door for larger numbers of shipments we can accept per area. This in turn means next year we can hire more people. I was one of those people last year. The military offers 2 types of moves: household goods, bedroom and kitchen things, furniture, etc., and unaccompanied baggage, pro gear, some clothing, etc. If you're in the military, or know someone that is, those things that you take for granted, but aren't able to take on your flight, or in your car, have the budget to get them when you arrive to your destination. Like baby things. A lot of the complaint calls we get are related to waiting on baby things that are in transit. We cannot make that stuff move faster. If it's on a ship, that sheet moves slowly. If it's on a plane, customs is more thorough. If it's by truck, trucks break down and get into accidents. There's all sorts of fucking delays, and there's literally nothing we can do about it. Literally nothing. All we can do is offer some money, which is usually valued as a per pound cost rather than item cost, unless clearly a high value item like a TV or game console, or whatever. For baby stuff, that is absolutely needed when you move from Kansas to Okinawa with your heavily pregnant wife, but your best bet is to trim that stuff down beforehand, or plan on getting it once you move. Get the carrier and stroller and whatnot locally. It won't save you money, but it will save you time and hassle. Seeing what I've seen, I'd ship things I want but nothing of high value that couldn't be affordably replaced. If my couch is lost, I'm really not gonna be happy about that, but I file a claim and go buy a couch. Simple. Spending hundreds of dollars and more on baby stuff only to have it lost cause a truck caught fire. Happens rarely but does happen, or is severely delayed. Cause Corksucker Jones wouldn't look in his warehouse. Then you get a fraction of that money back and have to go buy it again. Pissed off spouse, etc. Just save yourself headache and buy it once you're there. I worked in a buffet in 2004 to 2006. I accidentally dropped a whole smoked meat on a, let's say it, faking disgusting part of the floor. I brought it in the back to rinse it and putting it in the oven for a couple minutes before I bring it back in the front to serve it like nothing happened. On the Friday we would receive Milefuel's cakes. We were in the fridges. We would lick the custard between the 2 sheets of pastry. But not too much. We would leave 50-60% of it, and when it was time we served it to the clients. One time, we pissed and put a beer in a basket of fruit salad. I once pissed in a basket of chocolate pudding. The fridges leaked in the salads baskets. When we cleaned in the afternoon and there was nobody around, we would lick every utensils in the room. We once saw a huge spider trapped in a jello. The dishwashers were faking sick. I'm talking about 35 years old Sri Lanka people who barely speak French or English and are aggressive. One time a guy threw a boiling pot of water in my direction. I somehow found a way to avoid it. At other buffets, Montreal, at the same time period there were contests of who can piss the most in the food. At another buffet, Chinese, a dishwasher saw a cook dropping a basket full of chow mein on the floor. He putted it back in the basket as if nothing happened. Don't know if this counts as a secret, and it's not something that's taught, just something I figured out. I work in market research. I'm that annoying person who calls in the middle of dinner to do a survey. We mainly do follow-up surveys. So if you called your power company 3 days ago to report an outage, we call you to do a survey about that experience. I have no control over who I call when. It's done via computer, and I work when I'm told. Not a secret, but market research calls and telemarketing calls are not the same thing. That national do not call list flat out does not apply to us. Things I'm not allowed to tell you over the phone. 1. We can, usually, see your name and address, sometimes email. It depends on what info you've given your utility provider. Sometimes we can see your phone number, but always, again, the computer does the dialing. 2. You have to flat out ask or not S to take you off the calling list, which we will actually do. Add right now to the end of what some people say to get an idea of how we, as employees, have to respond. I'm not interested right now, but you might later. I don't do survey right now. but you might later, unless you specifically ask. We aren't allowed to take you off the list. 3. Classification questions: age, ethnicity, income, employment status, etc. A. If asked at the beginning of the survey, must be answered to continue the survey. It's the group your answers with others most like you. Side note, a lot of people hang up at the age group question. We don't need to know your exact age or birthday, but we do need to know if you would like 18 to 25, 26 to 35, etc. I have no clue why. Like, what am I going to do with the fact that you're 45 to 54? If we have the needed amount of surveys for your age group, you don't have to do the survey. B. If asked at the end of a survey, can either be skipped entirely, just be like, I'm not answering those and hang up, or you can say that you prefer not to answer. If you don't want me to know your total household income in 2019 was $150,000 to $200,000, that's fine. It won't affect the survey. 4. You have to get to at least the classification questions for the survey to be completed. It doesn't matter if you spent a solid 15 to 20 minutes answering questions. If you just hang up because you're tired of doing the survey, absolutely none of your responses will go through. Most surveys are not that long. You can always ask how long it should take. We can reschedule. I think that covers it. Point also, please don't scream at us for calling you during dinner. This is a 3 to 4 hour a day job that pays $8 an hour, and often our shifts are cancelled. I might work 9 hours one week and 3 the next. I'm an 18-year-old male, not in an industry currently, but noticed a lot of people talking about diet for weight loss, BS, and running or doing heavy exercise, lifting weights that destroy a body cause none of your muscles are stretched. Building fake unstretched on a body has not just stood still. Stand up, practice extreme deep breathing exercises, not if you're a smoker, while stretching, and am not talking about an app or yoga or pilates, which are all good when your body has reached that level of muscle flexibility, grace, and control. You might be poor like I am and not be able to afford tons of meat for a protein-based diet, which is the only that works for people. Genetically processed protein. Other diets are based according to what our genetics say are. Some people are vegetarian because eating meat is harmful to their body. But if you're not born that way, all of stupid green eating people. Tell me eating green works when you're a construction worker or a service hand in a factory or any activity throughout a day. A woman needs 50 g of protein and a man needs 60 g without doing anything for the quarantine day. A bowl of rice, dal, split peas, a sugar beans or any kind of bean to replace meat cause you can't afford it is 15 g of protein. Highest source of protein to feed people, and I've researched. Feel free to research. Take a lot of time. Diet protein. Exercise, stretching, breathing in deep through nose, hold it until you feel like you're gonna burst, then breath out all your air and hold on breath in any air until you feel like you're gonna burst, then breath normal 5 to 10 times a night before you go to sleep, and keep your body straight while doing it. I've noticed that my core starts getting tighter with stretching, and I've got more strength. Not pull up or exercise that your body is not prepared for. That breathing is deep and strong with a stretched body. That why people look stiff and clumsy, can't move proper. Myself as an asthmatic person who can't breathe properly, can't have a proper diet cause I'm poor, and can't exercise properly because I wasn't breathing properly. Oh, don't do this. If you're a smoker or an asthmatic who is currently severe, drink mango leaves if you can, and swim in a pool or the sea if possible. And if you're a smoker who has 2 free months and want to detox, I would say in my experience with a mom who was a smoker, thyroid issues, obese and more, molasses and water with essential vitamins and nutrients for the body without eating, and just detox and sheet black pimples and plus farting vomiting. Extremes. So consult a proper doctor who is a servant of the people, who has the medical exp and knowledge, not a qualified thief cause pills don't work when you got all the medical problems and spent time and money on advice and fake pills which never work cause I would sure as hell be in on exercise bedridden. Fat asthmatic. If my mother listened to the doctors who had spent time watching their son die, or their mother who was traumatized and obese with thyroid and abuse, be alive today cause of doctor. Actually it was plus bigj in heaven. So here, sorry for your time and God bless you, and common sense, and don't follow her. Mind or world, both are designed to bring you down, which I'm still on the walk of Christ as God reveals all the evil, wrong, perverted ways, and thinking of myself as well as all the demonic thoughts that we all think in things we do and can't control. Call it main, while it's just stupid me not walking in God, but I still feel his spirit, as sinful, stupid, horrible as I am. Interned in a large court system in the southern US for a summer sentencing for non-violent crimes, and whether the prosecutor pursues your case are entirely subjective and based on random factors. It largely depends on what judge you get, whether you wear nice clothes to court, your attitude, whether the defendant is black or Latino, or even if the judge or DA is having a bad day or wants to get out early to golf. There are usually too many cases to handle, and not enough space in jail, so many get dropped or reduced to probation or house arrest. Point, it's all about money. If you can hire an attorney with connections and the time to keep dragging it out, clerks like me would take your name off the docket, because everyone is sick of dealing with it. You can also hire expert witnesses who sell their credentials to give an appearance of legitimacy to your technical arguments, or make the jury get so lost in the weeds that they don't care anymore. Being from a good family counts for a lot, so does having a good career that could be threatened by jail time. One slimeball defense attorney was on the state board tasked with recommending judges to hire courts, so if a prosecutor wasted his time with a jury trial, they would mysteriously end up doing junk cases like homeless guys contesting their open container and littering citations. Wealthy out-of-towners or foreigners would usually be let off with warnings. It would be pointless for a judge to go against powers he doesn't know for justice on a case nobody cares about. Point, evidence and case files are usually on paper and stored in dusty file cabinets maintained by hungover unpaid college interns like I was, or underpaid, overworked office staff. If a case is dismissed for lack of evidence, chances are someone just lost your folder. Of course, for serious cases with media attention, everyone is on their best behavior. These are a chance to get re-election points and publicity, or for the defense to build a reputation and get more high-paying clients. I worked as a server for 10 years. I could list 1 million industry secrets, but the most important things are, we are almost always going to start a table the same way, same greeting, same enthusiasm. What happens after that is usually up to you. If your server is rude during your meal, it's probably because you're a piece of shit. If they are rude from the beginning, you probably just use bad energy. Also, we are not your enemy just because we expect a tip. We hate the shitty system just as much as you do, and telling us to find a different job because we don't like certain things about it is about the most fallacious argument I can think of. But I'm happy your job is perfect. Point, I now work with specialty, expensive prescriptions, and my secrets for that industry are the few $1,000 copays are not set by me. Call your insurance provider for an explanation. Don't yell at me for it. There are a ton of manufacturer and government funded copay assistance programs. I used to run a manufacturer program that dispensed free transplant meds, $60 a pill, to qualifying patients who made up to $150,000 a year. You can make that much and qualify if you are still struggling for whatever reason. There are a lot of options. Even if your copay is small, like $50 to $100, you can still potentially get a card that will bring it down to $25 or $10, sometimes $0, depends on program. Just don't have missed doses. If money is a problem, ask your pharmacy team for help. Point, also, the pharmacy stuff until recently was an actual secret because there were gag orders on pharmacists in regard to money saving options. Trump got rid of that. I work with claim processing for total loss and repair vehicles. If you bought an extended warranty when you bought your car and your car was totaled, repaired, or just sold/traded in, most likely you can get a prorated refund on those purchased warranties. To do this, 95% of the time you would contact the dealer that sold you the vehicle. The dealer reaches out to the warranty co, usually third party, to cancel. Then they wait for the funds before you get the refund. No, it's not smooth fast process at all. If you are impatient with the dealer, I can assure you it will be delayed more than the normal few weeks. The type of warranties that are cancelable for refunds: mechanical repair warranties, prepaid maintenance warranties, some dent warranties, Credit life and disability coverages. Gap contracts if the vehicle was not totaled. The type of warranties that are usually non-cancelable. Anything physically applied to the vehicle, rust protection, undercoating, interior protection, paint protection, theft window etching, security systems, vehicle locator contracts, usually dent warranties if it was totaled or a pod and the lien holder is on top of their game. They will have already requested the refunds to be applied to the outstanding balance on the loan. This is 100% legit as the warranties were probably part of your original loan price anyways. So don't be surprised if the dealer looks into the warranty refund for you and tells you 2 weeks later that the refund is going to the lien holder anyways. Not really a big secret, but something people rarely know unless you read the fine print on those contracts, and people rarely do. Fruit grower here. Well, most of the people may know this already. It applies to fruit and some vegetables. Tomato for example. Sensitive fruits and veggies are picked unripe. For example, apricot can be completely orange in color. It could look ripe and nice, but when you pick it, it is very hard, firm, and if you try it, it is sour. Ripe apricots are very sensitive. Even a minor hit or blow to the fruit itself can completely ruin it in a matter of 10 hours. That is why every major fruit producer picks them unripe. They look ripe, but trust me, they are not. Same thing as with almost everything you buy. Bananas, apricots, cherries, peaches, pineapples, tomato. Tomato is the absolute worst. It can be completely red, yet it still needs a couple of more days on the vine. Also, tomatoes can be picked half ripe when they have orange color. Once picked, they can get fully ripe and will be fine to eat, but the taste won't be the same if you left it on the vine. Ever noticed how bananas have green tips? Ask people who live in areas where bananas are grown. They will be disgusted by how people are eating unripe bananas. This is done simply because unripe fruits are firm and more resistant to impact. They won't get soft or start to rot on the shelf. This in turn improves resistance to transport and storage. You want the real deal? Either grow your own, or if you are lucky and your neighbor has a farm, chances are he will even give it to you for free. Health wise, it is completely safe to eat those unripe fruit and veggies, but the taste difference is jaw dropping. Former pizza slinger here. Think twice before ordering a topping that isn't very popular. For instance, anchovies, banana peppers. The container has likely been sitting in that Macalline cooler for a long time. For anything that comes in a tin, fish of any kind, chances are that it has not been stored in an airtight container. Either every store has that one customer, the one who orders every week or two and finds something wrong with the food every single time they order, but never complains while the food is still there and hot. They complain a day or two later after they've eaten it all / tossed it out. They whine to the store, and if they don't get free cards, coupons for free pizzas, and a refund, they escalate it to corporate / a submissive owner who just wants to make the customer happy, which will cave in every time. There are people who have not paid for a pizza order without getting a refund in years because of this. This is factored into future price increases. These people also never ever tip. Also, the standard caveat, be nice to the person on the other end of the line. Most will dig deep to find a good discount / special for you, and at any corporate / chain place, there's always a special. In particular, let them finish their spiel. They're required to say it. If you start talking over them while they're trying to say thank you for calling X, may I please have your phone number? Or whatever, you'll just have to give your order to them again, unless whoever designed the POS software allows them to go back and just enter customer data out of order. This is extremely rare, but if your phone number is 1 digit off from a store's number, or else close enough that you get customers calling you to order pizza all of the time, go in and complain about it, politely, along with proof / the call record. If possible. If it's bad enough, they'll offer to buy your phone number off of you for a few grand. For this reason, stores that have been around for a long time will often have a dozen or more phone numbers, far more than the actual number of telephone / lines. Only the primary one will usually be posted publicly anywhere. One last thing, yes, the stereotype of half of the drivers are on weed is reasonably accurate at many places. On any given shift, you're gonna have at least one stoner on the clock, though most are smart enough not to partake while working. What they don't tell you is that one or two are probably dealing the stuff along their routes bonus item from when I worked at a grocery. Just because an item is featured in the ads and signs as being a special doesn't automatically mean that the price is any lower than usual. As a manager once put it, it's on special, not on sale. Implication: it's not false advertising, because we never explicitly stated that there was a discount. Not unique to a specific industry, but folks should be aware of the $HOLE tax, especially in business-to-business transactions. Unlike business-to-consumer transactions, where everyone typically pays the same price for a commodity, your attitude as a buyer can dramatically affect the cost you pay for a good or service in B2B transactions. A whole or generally unpleasant. Your price just went up overly demanding. Your price just went up pretending to be an expert or tough negotiator. Your price just went up take too long to make a decision. Your price just went up loyal repeat customer. Your price will be better than any other clients. Don't make waves during the negation process. You're likely to receive unsolicited discounts. In good faith, be kind and respectful. During negotiations, you'll likely receive a truly best offer. Most of our deals are in the $1 to $10 million range and are specific to oil field equipment in this particular case. But the principle's a universal point. Believe it or not, the customer is not always right. And believe it or not, your vendors and service providers are not out to screw you or your company. Kindness and respect from both parties will end up with everyone getting the best deal. Point LPT. You don't have to be a dick to get a good deal. Child protection and social work. Not a social worker, but held a clinical position within child protective services in my home province in Canada, and worked most of my career very closely working with social workers. When a child is put in foster care and the biological parents have lost parental rights, the aim is to get that child adopted. However, they will lie and pull dirty tricks to get kids adopted. First off, they will deliberately not disclose the full extent of complex needs the child has to get them adopted. They will lie about offering services after the adoption, especially if you have to pay for services. So if your adopted child needs counseling, well, that's your problem now, not the department's. I also have known social workers to use other service providers and non-profit entities to conduct home visits for them and pass it off as if they did it. So you are required under policy and mandate to conduct home visits, especially with high-risk clients, and take notes and put them into an province-wide database which acts like a legal document. I have known social workers that enter notes into the database about home visits that they never have went on. The legal, ethical, and moral issues along with liability issues with this are mind-boggling. This on top on rampant workplace bullying and harassment, including several of my own experiences over 4 different offices, gossipy backstabbing cliques, micromanagers galore, and a shit ton of other issues that violate our Child Protections Act. I used to hold this profession in high regard, but after nearly 10 years I had to get out. For a profession that lauds itself on being about social justice, empathy, ethics, best practices, care for your client, it was very disappointing to see how it really is. The worst treatment I have received, and have seen others received from co-workers and managers, and have seen even perpetrated against clients, was from social workers. Another American insurance agent. There's a lot of myths surrounding insurance. Some vary from state to state and company to company, but these apply to all. As far as I know in the US, no, it doesn't matter if you're a boy or girl. That would be a legal nightmare. Not to mention an ethical point, it doesn't matter what color your car is. I think people believe this because you're more likely to be seen by a cop if your car is a loud color. Dwelling cost is not related to how much you paid for the house. It's an estimate of the replacement cost of the house based on materials and square footage. Know your agent can make your rates go down if you negotiate. We don't control the price, only the coverage. At least in the US, your rates don't go down until you are 25. That is when statistically your brain is fully developed. Insurance is for the big claims you can't afford, not for a flat tire or a small dent in your car. There is nothing wrong with a $1,000 deductible on a new car. Your agent can see your driving history, so don't lie to them. They want you to have the best coverage for the least amount. Your credit does affect your rate, but getting a quote will not affect your score. A quote is what's called a soft pull on credit. Your liability limits are the most important. Coverage is your policy. First three numbers at the top like 25/15/15. If you are liable for more than that for damages, you can be sued for them. There are a ton of variables that go into rates. So yes, your neighbor with the exact same house may have gotten a cheaper quote. Also be kind to your service agents. They are on your side. Theme park attractions worker. If you are ever on a ride that stops and says it is for technical difficulties, there's a very good chance that it was due to a guest doing something unsafe like trying to get off, reaching their hand out, etc., and not necessarily because something is wrong with the ride. Occasionally it will be due to someone peeing or vomiting on the ride, which depending on the location, can be very time consuming to clean. Neither of these things are particularly polite to announce, so we are intentionally vague. If you ever see a wait time drastically change at some point during the day, this is likely why. On a related note, I hardly think this is a secret, but there is a 75% chance that anything you come into contact with at a theme park has been peed on or thrown up on at some point. If you ever want to watch major fireworks or parade displays, ask a crowd control worker early on for their opinion on the best places to watch. Parade routes are long and oftentimes people gather in certain areas much faster than others, which experienced workers will know about. Find out earlier in the day how early you need to find a spot. For fireworks in particular, if it is busy we will literally send you in a system of circles until you finally settle somewhere you can stand. If there is a worker standing right there, it is probably a walkway that needs to be open for traffic flow and potential emergencies. After a certain point you're better off settling for a less than ideal spot than trying to fight with the crowd control workers who will be continually telling you to keep moving. If a rule seems ridiculous, it's because there is often a herd mentality, so while your family standing in a spot isn't usually a problem, the second one person/group stops in a walkway everyone will stop, and it creates an unsafe situation. Crowd control actually has a very specific flow to it, not unlike street traffic patterns, that generally seems completely irrational and chaotic to a guest who has shown up last minute to a show. But it is actually carefully evaluated and tweaked by management over several years to best suit a park's operation and keep up to date with fire codes. We play a selection of the same dozen songs at every wedding, regardless of how unique you think your selection is. We've already played it before. Even when you request popular songs rather than classical, I guarantee we have already played that at least for weddings last month. If you want wedding music that's actually memorable and original, leave it up to your musicians. You'll end up with some banging stuff that will make your wedding stand out from the masses. For example, I had one couple let me choose what my quartet would play for the procession. We played the first movement of Beethoven's Third Quartet. We timed it exactly right, so that the bass drop happened exactly when the bride entered the hall. It was absolutely beautiful and completely cohesive, as we weren't switching songs between parties as they entered. For another example, my own parents told their musicians, a flautist and a violinist, to play whatever the hell they wanted. As a result, they got a really specific mashup of some damn good duets for two treble instruments. Most of those songs were ones they had never heard before and have not heard since, as they were originals. But if you want to be the 6,000th person to request that one Ed Sheeran song and also Pachelbel's Canon, sure, go ahead. Why don't you have Vivaldi's Spring while you're at it? That's sure to be a winner among the crowd. If you want passionate, beautiful music, tell your musicians that you want them to come up with something that they want to play. If you want run-of-the-mill standard crap that you could get just as easily from hiring a student from your local middle school who happens to play the violin, go for the standard crap. Your choice. I have worked in the food industry for 15 years as a server and bartender. There are so many things the general public doesn't realize. The ice bins are disgusting almost always. If they do burn the ice, they generally just wipe it out with the same sani towel used for the tables and counters, then refilled with new ice. Also, closing the lid causes a minor inconvenience, so it usually doesn't stay closed. And the scoop we are supposed to use there is one per side. So the cups that just got ran through the dishwasher once and are still dripping wet are used directly to scoop the ice. Less ice does not mean more alcohol. Lemons typically don't get washed before they get cut. Sometimes there is no way to ring in your special request, so we have to go tell the cook who has several other tickets. So if it takes a little longer, it's probably the extra communication / distractions for the cooks. If there is multiple stations in the kitchen, chances are the order will come up over a 10 to 20 minute span. The first dishes up will be cold, or they get ran first. Yes, a manager and expo should have it running smoothly, but generally they don't, and it isn't your server's fault. The hosts do not care. They hardly wipe the tables, usually don't move any caddy condiments to wipe underneath, and almost never wipe the booth. And the prints on the windows, they ignore seeing them. Also, the dirty bathrooms or lack of tissue is usually the host server assistant. We pay them to do all of those things, then usually end up doing it ourselves, and miss out on tables. Most places pass their health inspection by waiting until the week before and forcing everyone to detail clean everything. Once inspection is over, so is the extra cleaning point. If you try to call in sick, even with a doctor's note, management will almost always make you come in and try to work until they deem you too sick, usually right after the rush is dying down. They will literally not let you call off. Most servers do not get breaks. Some prefer it, me, but some need a break and don't get one. People will steal food out of the server window if given the chance. Fries, chips, any bread or finger food, they are the most common. New cooks are awful for everyone, and I mean no offense to anyone. They will hire anyone if they are in need, and if the person has no cooking experience, it is not a 1 or 2 week training, especially for salmon, chicken, steak. And if they are proud or too confident, they become uncoachable. The guest suffers, then your server, then ultimately the restaurant. With that said, there are many people who come in willing to learn and take pride in their work. But there are so many more that are there for the check, and they do the absolute bare minimum and do not care if they send out half-cooked tilapia 3 times in a row. I have worked in the food industry for 15 years as a server and bartender. There are so many things the general public doesn't realize. The ice bins are disgusting almost always. If they do burn the ice, they generally just wipe it out with the same sani towel used for the tables and counters, then refilled with new ice. Also, closing the lid causes a minor inconvenience, so it usually doesn't stay closed. And the scoop we are supposed to use there is 1 per side. So the cups that just got ran through the dishwasher once and are still dripping wet are used directly to scoop the ice. Less ice does not mean more alcohol. Lemons typically don't get washed before they get cut. Sometimes there is no way to ring in your special request, so we have to go tell the cook who has several other tickets. So if it takes a little longer, it's probably the extra communication / distractions for the cooks. If there is multiple stations in the kitchen, chances are the order will come up over a 10 to 20 minute span. The first dishes up will be cold, or they get ran first. Yes, a manager and expo should have it running smoothly, but generally they don't, and it isn't your server's fault. The hosts do not care. They hardly wipe the tables, usually don't move any caddy condiments to wipe underneath, and almost never wipe the booth. And the prints on the windows, they ignore seeing them. Also, the dirty bathrooms or lack of tissue is usually the host server assistant. We pay them to do all of those things, then usually end up doing it ourselves and miss out on tables. Most places pass their health inspection by waiting until the week before and forcing everyone to detail clean everything. Once inspection is over, so is the extra cleaning point. If you try to call in sick, even with a doctor's note, management will almost always make you come in and try to work until they deem you too sick, usually right after the rush is dying down. They will literally not let you call off. Most servers do not get breaks. Some prefer it, me, but some need a break and don't get one. People will steal food out of the server window if given the chance. Fries, chips, any bread or finger food, they are the most common. New cooks are awful for everyone, and I mean no offense to anyone. They will hire anyone if they are in need, and if the person has no cooking experience, it is not a 1 or 2 week training. Especially for salmon, chicken, steak. And if they are proud or too confident, they become uncoachable. The guest suffers, then your server, then ultimately the restaurant. With that said, there are many people who come in willing to learn and take pride in their work. But there are so many more that are there for the check, and they do the absolute bare minimum and do not care if they send out half-cooked tilapia 3 times in a row. Building off the last point, the number of cooks and servers that are unaware of the proper food handling and storage is astounding. The number that are completely aware and disregard it is just as high. Point management is solely responsible for ordering products. Servers have no control of it and are just as frustrated when a product is unavailable. Point. When you have a party of 10 or more and don't call ahead, it is inconsiderate to everyone, staff and guests alike. It usually isn't just 1 or 2 during a rush, and having the extra 10 minutes to set up makes the entire experience more fluent. Point. The dishwasher heats up to sanitization level during rinse, and aside from bringing out boiling water, the cup of hot water for the silverware is not hot enough to sterilize. It should be polished right after being run through twice, so they don't get the water spots, but during busy times they generally get ran and sit a while, leaving the spots. If the servers polish them properly, the silverware is much cleaner. Before putting it in the questionable cup, and hot water running out of large boxes is so common because everyone requests them, even for the smallest things. Likewise, employees use them for employee meals, no matter the size. Not really a secret, but a lot of people are into warehouse sales industry works. Point. Businesses, for example restaurants, generally don't buy at grocery stores, they buy at specialized distributors. These distributors generally don't sell to consumers, so most people aren't even aware those exist. Point. Businesses generally buy at net price without tax, therefore the bottle you pay at $10 has net price plus tax plus margin for grocery. Why don't businesses pay tax? Because that tax is usually the VAT, which the US does not have, but most of the world does. VAT is basically a tax applied when a business takes raw materials and makes a product out of them, therefore adding value to the raw materials by turning them into a new product. Since resin is only a product to people adding value to it, the buyers don't have to pay tax, which must be added before selling to a person who will not add for, but use/consume it, end consumers. So your $12 bottle at the supermarket costs more like $9 to restaurants and grocer at the distributor. Both pay the same price point, but you pay $12 per bottle at grocery and $5 to $8 per glass at the restaurant, depending how fancy it is. On top of that, the wholesale has packaging not available to you. You know those cute little toilet paper rolls you buy? The wholesale guy sells TP in 1 kilometer magazine for restaurants or public toilets. Point. That cute little half-liter olive oil flask you get at the supermarket, wholesale has it in 10-liter canister. Same brand, same quality, but the restaurant ain't no carrying 20 of those to their place. Usually normal consumers aren't allowed to shop at wholesale. You need to register as a business, but if you have the right buddies it's often possible. Welcome to the real world. Retail cashier at a drugstore here with a few genuine facts. Most generic meds, even OTC, are the exact same ingredient composition and ratio as the name brand. The extra money you're spending is on the branding you're trained to trust more. Buying generic gets you the same thing at a better price. Most store staff will love you as a regular customer if you follow 3 simple ideas: be quiet, be respectful, and be quick. If you have coupons, have them ready in your wallet alongside your payment option to make it easier to find them. Don't gab on your phone like you're the only one in the store, especially at the checkout. If you need to find something, be clear and let the staff respond to each question as you ask. I have encountered and heard about too many bad regular customers because they lack this etiquette. Be the example, not the exception. If you want to complain about someone or something in the store, telling front-end staff does not help unless it is directly told to the store manager. The rest of the staff, if the complaint is small and tedious enough, will laugh behind your back once you leave the store. If it's a big deal to you, find a contact number to relay it to corporate. If it otherwise isn't a big deal, don't bother. Nothing will be done about it in the first place. And please, if you find out you don't want something while you're browsing, don't randomly put the item in some haphazard shelf. Bring it with you to the front and tell the cashier you weren't interested in it so they can set it aside to be put back. We won't be bothered by this, and it's better than someone grabbing it thinking it's priced lower than it actually is, because it was put in an empty spot with a lower price, because of where they found it. Saves us the headache to explaining things to ignorant penny pinchers, please and thank you. From your local drugstore cashier. Professional skincare industry. Your dermatologist does not know the best skincare products for your skin. They treat diseases and disorders, and will prescribe a medicine to treat something, because they know you won't listen to the fact that your acne is caused by your poor diet or skincare regimen, and B, because your insurance will cover it. When they recommend Cetaphil or Neutrogena, it's because those products won't interfere with the prescription, not because they are the best. Those companies leave boxes of samples with your derm for free so the derm just gives them out. Derms don't get training on different skincare products, they just have 15 minutes to diagnose and prescribe point for most non-infectious non-cancerous skincare issues. A licensed esthetician can help more than a derm can. The esthetician will do a consultation and spend time on your skin, examining it and finding solutions that fit your life. The only problem is, this way takes time and commitment from the client to follow directions for recurring treatments and daily home care, and most Americans would rather pop a pill for a quick fix. Also, since it is not covered by medical insurance, most people are loath to pay out of pocket. They also think the esthetician is only trying to sell them products to make money, but the products they are recommending are 50% of the solution. Going for a facial once a month, but using CVS brand face wash and coconut oil for home care is like paying a personal trainer to work out once a month, eating McDonald's every day, and expecting to lose weight. Work at a small liquor store with a wide variety of liquor, especially bourbon, whiskies, straight, blended, etc., and always get asked for the rare and highly allocated bottles by bottle hunters, collectors, and actual customers who actually drink and enjoy them, rather than hunt and collect. We'll put out a bottle or two to keep customers coming back, but keep the rest in the back for the boss and owner to delegate. Who can get one or not because of past experiences of customers who brag online that they got one, tag us on their post for others to see and bombard us, and or decide to flip it instead, since we don't price gouge, and they can easily make their money back plus more from those willing to pay. I have to lie more than half the time to those I don't recognize as regular customers, friends of the owner who have helped us out and always get a bottle. Or those I know that I have been given permission to give if asked. The secret, if we see someone regularly, actually knows and buys other bottles, just as good as the bottles they're really looking for, and we have available, as well as not going to flip it, we'll take notice. Remember, you let our boss know, convince them, and try our best to get you a bottle, if it means you'll continue to do business with us instead of the larger stores that do stupid stuff like a waitlist, lottery, or a loyalty program that requires you to spend over $1,200 a year or something to even be considered to be in the know whenever they have bottles to sell. And whenever they do decide to sell to you, they price gouge, and yet we are considered the bad guys when we determine if you're a legit buyer or flipper. I work in the housekeeping department, not necessarily housekeeper, in a 4-diamond hotel, but a lot of guest, what we use to clean the rooms, and what do we do if guest leaves stuff. I lie obviously, but in reality, when it comes to cleaning we literally just wipe most everything with just water. We have the special cleaners, we just don't use them, because it takes too much time. Or we just don't clean it, if it's good enough. The only thing we actually focus on is making the beds. We don't wash the duvets or the pillows, just change the covers. Only time we wash them is if there's bed bugs. And honestly, if we spot them, we leave them until the next guest mentions it. If you leave something in the room you really only have a day to clean it. Most housekeepers just pocket whatever they find, and as long as it's worth under $50, except alcohol, we take that immediately. We wait for a day for you to claim it, after that we tell you we didn't find it. Usually the room is still about as dirty as the last guest, we just make it look nice. Also, when you call in to get extra towels, shampoo, water bottles etc., you get charged. I mean, if you call for one set of towels or one of something we won't charge. But if you're calling for multiples of something, we will charge you, and it gets charged to your room. And if you think you give the money to the houseman, what I do to pay for it, well, you're out of luck, because we just pocket it while you still get billed at the end of your stay. And if you argue it, the front desk will tell you it's in the contract. It's not, and you obviously didn't read it. And what you gave us as a tip. I do help desk for a certain specific patient portal program that rhymes with PyFetched. PyFetchests aren't interconnected between medical organizations. So, if you have a PyFetched with St. Dudebro Medical, you can't use the same login information with Wand Medical. You have to set up an entirely new PyFetched for Wand. Why does almost every medical group seem to have a PyFetched? They are tied into a certain electronic medical record system that makes up around 60-70% of the US market. Your PyFetched is not going to have all of your health information. It should have the important stuff, but there are some things that it just doesn't share. If you need those details, you just need to request your medical records directly from the source. Oh, and your provider has to release certain things to PyFetched before it becomes visible to you. So, for example, if you have a test result that isn't showing, it's probably because the person who ordered it hasn't released it yet. Speaking of which, the PyFetched help desk cannot give you your COVID-19 or any other results over the phone. We can't provide medical information or advice. We can't see any of it anyway. The people at the PyFetched help desk are probably contractors who don't even work in your city or even state. So if you start off your call with "I see Dr. blah blah on Bacchuswood Road," it's not helpful. I'm going to have no clue what you're talking about. Depending on your state, yes, we do need to ask your 12 to 17-year-old teen for their permission for you to help them with or be in their PyFetched. There are special protections for that age range that restrict parents from accessing certain types of health information. No, I don't care that they are still minors or you pay their bills. The law is the law. Yes, the section for paying bills sucks and seems to stop working arbitrarily. Sorry, we hate it too. Radiation oncology. Not all radiation cancer treatment plans are going to be the best for a particular individual. These are created by dosimetrists who, to a degree, are kind of like pharmacists who fulfill a prescription for the doctor. Radiation oncologist. The issue is that this job requires a high degree of physics and technical competence, which is something younger freshly graduated professionals generally have. However, often you see folks in these positions who have ticked the necessary boxes to sit in a seat, are bad at their job and adversely impact the quality of patient care. Often this occurrence is tied in with years of experience which are now redundant because of where the field now is technically. They use the years of experience as a crutch to convince physicians they are doing the best they can, when in reality they are struggling to grasp simple technical problems/software. I have seen not insignificant over/underdoses of radiation brought on purely through poor managerial decision/putting the wrong people in jobs/poor understanding of software/ego point of view, or a loved one are going to have radiation treatment. You need to be asking the physician what they are doing to ensure that you/loved ones are receiving objectively the best quality of care for your individual case. Get them to prove what kind of quality metrics and credentialing they have in place for their staff creating the treatment plans. I found out about this one day at work. I work in a nondescript office building in which several companies own a stake in. Some cookhead homeless, Vietnam soldier looking guy that roams that downtown STR1P was muttering about all sorts of crazy things, and I just so happened to listen in a little during my smoke break. First he repeatedly said sympathy, 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 and on until he changed to a more intelligible tone. He then said 7 is the last character, yet the most sympathetic of us SP3 without talking. This is a human condition. The word stuck in my head. It doesn't mean anything. It didn't mean anything. But the word stuck in my head. So much so I began to dream about it. This is where I began my research. I started watching green text videos about Reddit posts on YouTube. I would find nothing too similar, but the ideas in my head grew, and my obsession with it. The more Thug 40 I gave it, the more it seemed to follow me. Ed set small goals or nudges, such as, I want coffee, and then my coworker presented me with a coffee. Here's the thing, I never asked. I never would. Everything began to make sense. Why the popular kids had everything they wanted. Why some people are so rich. Why kids on TikTok throw around the word manifesting. I admit it isn't as cookie as that trend, but it holds merit. I kept it to myself, and I never spoke about it to anyone, but underneath I called to it, and it nudged back. It wasn't my greatest moment. I was going to my office building when I bumped into the Home 5S man. I spilled my coffee all over him. I didn't know what to do, but I knew not to feel like I was as because then people would be called to think I am. It was stupid, but that's beside the point. I wiped him down with papers he had in a box which were all kinds of nasty. He was yelling at me in hostility. After I did that, I looked and I saw it. There it was. I was in disbelief. It said the human condition test, and I had one motive. To run right there and spree a 6 as much as I can to the world. This Reddit is the one place I know to go to. I'm gonna need your help to spread it. There is much about this world that we don't know. The Homo sapien species has evolved wireless communication point, and it starts with a 1. Your car and home insurance rate rely very heavily on your credit. If your credit is too good, you'll pay more point. If you don't have your policies bundled, you'll almost surely get cancelled after a claim point. There are times where we are bullshitting you and everything isn't squared away, and we are fighting with underwriting as we are talking to you. But because 99% of the time you don't know what you're talking about, we bullshit you to keep you calm. Every car says they are newer and safer, but truth is it takes years to get the data to find out if it is actually safe. So you pay more for a brand new car because we err on the side of caution and assume it isn't until we get the data. In a few years, shopping around and jumping from company to company actually causes you to pay more. Odds are your company will reward you for loyalty and you'll get a better rate after a few years of sticking it out than switching when the rate goes up. Your personal record of driving isn't what determines your rates. It's how many people put in claim within a few miles of your address. Lots of claim means higher price for you. Even if you have a clean record, point being 26 has less to do with your rates than you think. More, we care how long you've had your license. But men and single people are charged higher than married people and women. The whole thing about a red car is bull. We don't give a damn about the color of your car. Your group life insurance rate will skyrocket once you're not with the company anymore. Buying your own saves you the headache because it goes off your age and health personally at the time of the application point. If you lie and we catch you, it's illegal. If you lie and we don't in 2 years, it's our problem, and you're in the clear. Other than that, it feels obvious that unless you're literally perfect, you're getting charged for it. You will never win haggling with a home remodeler. If the price isn't good, cut down on the amount of work or use less expensive material. When a contractor walks in your house, you are sized up immediately. Keep in mind, we talk to home owners for a living. We can tell if and how you are going to try to get us to come down on pricing before you ever do. We know what we need to make to do the job, and if you manage to haggle us down on price, we have already accounted for it, or you will get the crappy subs to make up for it. If you want to get more for your money, ask after the fact for extra work in the certain scopes that you are working in. Don't give the contractor problems on the front end. If the project with pricing. If you are finishing your basement, ask if the drywall guy can patch holes around your upstairs. Most of the time we won't charge you extra because both the PM and the trade are already making what we need on the job. If you start messing with our profits at the beginning, we will be all too happy to use cheaper labor and mark up additional work to make the difference. Point be upfront about your actual budget. If you can speak to us with candor and honesty, we feel like we can do the same. There is no benefit to telling your contractor a lower budget than you actually have. If you are upfront, we will work with you to make it happen and keep you very informed on where your money is going. Don't worry about getting your budget right for the job. It doesn't matter if it's above or below actual cost. Your contractor will tell you, and a lot of times we will spend hours sitting with a client for free reworking the project to fit their budget. This is a very different response than if we think you are trying to take our profit out. If you are above budget, 90% of contractors will try to get you to add more work to use the rest of the money. Just tell us to put it in the bid. Once you have that, you can ask us to take the items out. If you don't want them, get 2 to 3 quotes To make sure you don't hit one of the 10% who will just mark everything up to your budget point, don't tell your contractor if you are getting multiple quotes. This doesn't get you a better price most of the time. It just makes us not care about your project. You're about to be in a hypothetical short-term relationship with this person. Don't tell us we aren't the only one. It's not the worst thing, but some of the time we never send the bid cause we have too much work to be bidding against other people. If you don't receive a bid, you probably missed out on the best contractor. Ask the contractor to keep his own contingency. Yes, this will increase the price of your bid, but on projects $40k plus you will definitely use the money. Often if you let the contractor decide how much contingency to hold, he will make it go a very long way before coming to you and asking for more. I work for an IT company, basically the one stuck between users and technicians. Not much of a secret, but please remember, if I'm the one reaching out to you for approval for your user damaged laptop, don't come back at me over the costs of the parts and labor. If I were the one in charge of pricing, do you really think I'd be the one emailing you over this? If I reach out to you to try and get a technician to assist you, and you're rude as hell to me, or try to demand that I give you a tech right this second, for one, I have no techs to give you at that second, but even if I did, your rude attitude will have me scheduling you 2 weeks out. I'm bombarded with demands from my techs and management. I'm working with what I have. If you're nice to me, I'll do my best to assist you ASAP, but if you're a dick, then you better believe I don't give a damn that your monitor won't power on, or that you need Microsoft Word installed. I'll make your entitled wait. Granted, these days 90% of the time, if I'm telling you I have nobody available, it means I really have nobody, because we're short on techs and not enough hours in the day. No, our technicians will not drive 4 hours to the middle of nowhere to assist you at your house, especially when they don't receive compensation for their gas mileage. If I don't get back to you right away, please know I'm not actually ignoring you, but I'm swamped with constant requests and emails for fixes and repairs. I'm one person on a small team trying to manage hundreds of requests. We are seriously doing the best we can, even pulling and pay to try and stay on top of things. We just want to do our jobs, but there is only so much a person can do. We are only human. I'm not an octopus with 4 laptops and 3 heads to work on everything simultaneously. You can return dead plants to Home Depot. The handwritten markdowns on sales tags on merchandise that you see on the sales floor. If it's in the middle of the month, you can ask for a bigger discount and will likely get it. Never ask at the end of the month, because all the markdown allowances are usually eaten up and you will likely not get the discount. There are cameras everywhere except the bathroom. You will get caught shoplifting by a loss prevention person if they are at the store that day you are there. Otherwise, you can walk out with a lawnmower and tell the cashier you paid at the other register on the other side of the store. Wave an old Home Depot receipt at her and tell her to have a great day and keep pushing the lawnmower to your car and drive off. If you return a faucet, every part better be in the box, otherwise, they will give you a hard time. Not. Hell, you can return half cans of spray paint. Also, if a sales associate is rude to you, don't be afraid to call a manager on them while you're in the store. Those people are paid to be there to help you, especially in these departments: appliances, flooring, windows and doors, flooring, and kitchen/plumbing. All those sales associates are paid well. If you are lucky to have a Home Depot with a kitchen design department in it, just FYI, those sales associates are the top paid people in the store. Why? They know everything about most departments. Their hourly can top out at $42 an hour in some cases. The lowest hourly is $13-14. Benefits are great. Very rarely does Home Depot hire management from the outside. They always promote from within the ranks. Every day is different. One day you might have 2 customers who are brothers in the paint department who start fighting and progress to throwing at each other 5-gallon buckets of oil-based primer on one another, who end up being arrested, covered head to toe in white paint, and the cops trying to figure out how to get them in the police car with all that paint all over them. Or you are taking customers to the vault in the back because a tornado is about to hit the store. So, most people who work there do not find it boring. Customer service interactions: be friendly with your agent and never ever yell at them. It will get you nowhere. Point best case scenario, you talk to a supervisor who does whatever they can to please you, and then you get a flag on your account labeling you as an asshole. Point I used to work in the CS department for a mortgage company, and I can tell you that if I talked to an asshole, I did the bare minimum that I had to do to not get in trouble. That is, answer your specific questions and get off the call ASAP and forget you exist. Whenever I talked to someone who was an ass, or yelled, or was a pain, I would literally just take off my headset, wait for them to stop talking, and then just repeat whatever I said before. I would literally not hear whatever you had to say. So to all the 30 to 60 something women and 20 something men out there, I know that's a stereotype, but that's the most cum age and genders for dickheads I talked to, who think being a squeaky wheel will get you the grease. Knock it off. Maybe that will help you get a late fee waived, or a small discount on your order or whatever, but the fact is that most companies will do that anyway with a little patience. Whenever I talk to a friendly and happy person, I would go above and beyond what was expected of me to help you. I would schedule callbacks, make recurring alarms in my calendar app to help you. I would follow up with you when your issue was fixed. I would spend time between calls researching your problem. Basically, all CS agents use a virtual phone system that is amazingly flexible. I used one called 59. I could do a cold transfer, where it was like you just called the number one sent you to. I could do a warm transfer where I explained what was going on to who I was sending you to. I could call from 100 plus different phone numbers by literally just clicking a drop down box. I could put you in a queue that literally never connected to a person, so you would eventually just hang up. I pretend like there was an error and hang up on you. I could send you back to the queue for incoming calls, and a whole host of other stuff to get off the phone with you if you were an as. Also, if hate talking to an automated customer service agent, be it phone, chat, email, or whatever, ask them to say word that is mildly inappropriate like business, snatch, or chode. Some agents will not be comfortable saying that kind of stuff, but automatic systems will never, and I mean never, say anything even remotely inappropriate. If they reject saying it for whatever reason, either tell them first something like, this call is recorded, right? So you won't get in any trouble, because I specifically asked you to. All calls to a company more than 5 people are recorded, so that's a safe bet. Or if they refuse to say something like that, ask them to transfer you to a different agent. They may tell you that they can't, but that's bullshit. They can do it as explained above. I'm a banker for one of the largest banks in the US. I am the one that refunds your fees. If you're nice, you'll get further. If you're demanding, rude, a repeat offender, or just make bad choices, don't count on getting very far. I genuinely don't care when you threaten to bank somewhere else. It does not affect me or my company, and our policies remain the same. I will simply wish you the best of luck and offer to close your accounts for you. Nobody wants to release the hold on your check. There's a hold for a reason, and sometimes it's not worth us risking our jobs to release it. A teller can decline your transaction, even if you're being sketchy, but the system allows it. If you show up more than 15 minutes late for your appointment, there is a good chance you'll have to reschedule, as I'm busy with other clients besides you. No, you cannot just walk in and expect to be seen on the spot. You don't just walk into a doctor's office and expect to be seen right away. It works the same way at the bank. We will gladly take you if we can, but if not, please understand that we have appointments booked and are very busy. I can't speak for other bankers on this one, but for me personally, rest assured that I would never suggest or offer you a product or service that I did not think would be beneficial for you. I would never offer a credit card to someone who is unemployed knowing they will get declined and then end up with a senseless hard inquiry in their credit report. New car salesmen probably aren't lying to you. Cars are so standard that you can find all the information. Look around for a while on the car you know you're going to get and see the ads for the lowest price brand new one you want. Sometimes we'd sell them knowing we are taking a $1,000 loss, just hoping that we'd make it back in the finance office or in bonuses from the car manufacturer. Yes, we would literally take a loss to sell a really popular car so that we sold more than other dealers. Used car salesmen might be lying to you. There's less incentive to lie in new cars because there's not as much to lie about. Everyone knows more about them, and there are surveys that must be positive or else the salesperson might lose out on half their pay. When you buy a used car, there's no survey, so it doesn't matter to them as much, strictly speaking. If you have any questions, have your mechanic check it out fully with the sale hinging on that. Our dealer said that we put every used car we get through a full 148-point inspection or some BS, and it's such BS that it embarrassed me when I saw how often that's complete BS. Point. When you buy a car, know your price. Don't be ridiculously $10K lower than the price, and just be firm. The manager will try and do whatever it takes to win your business. You don't have to be freaked out. Just have a plan and don't be difficult. The salespeople are happier when you know your price, are serious, and don't act. We can tell you're acting. I work in the insurance industry as a claim adjuster for one of the biggest insurance companies in the US. Most body shops are pretty cool in major cities, but a lot are shady. Especially here in Los Angeles, on a weekly basis we have to review the damage to cars, because body shops will intentionally cause damage to your car in order to get more money out of the insurance company. A lot of the time, if the damage is underneath the bumper/fender, they'll ask for the repair to be paid by the insurance company and the shop won't end up fixing it, and there's nothing as your insurance company that we can do. Our job is to verify the correct repairs are on paper, not that the correct repairs were actually done. And shops that don't beat up cars will ask for stupid things on their estimates and say that your insurance company is cheap and not paying. Such as when we replace a bumper, anything attached to the bumper, the labor to remove those parts is included in the replacement. Removing your fog lamps, included with the replacement of your bumper. But the shop will still ask for the addition time to remove the fog lamps. We deny it. They call the customer to complain. We try to explain, but most people don't understand how repairs work. They will even say I don't know anything about cars, but you guys need to pay for it. Also, a reason for dealerships being so expensive is that they charge a dealer rate on top of the correct repair time. Say Mercedes-Benz repair manual says it takes 2 hours to replace a bumper. The dealership will charge 1.5 to 2 times the amount of labor time plus charge their expensive hourly rate, which is higher than local shops because they pay a huge franchise fee to the manufacturer. Speaking of franchise fee, never take your car to a body shop your dealership recommends. The shop doesn't have to have good reviews or good service, they just have to be willing to pay $10K, $40K monthly fee to the dealership to refer them clients. A lot of the time they will try to overcharge the insured in hopes of getting more money, but we end up denying all the BS they ask for. Also, Tesla has crappy quality control. All the cars I've ever seen, the gaps on the cars are always off and will have some sort of bodywork issue. Their technology is ahead of everyone else, but quality control is light years behind Toyota. I made this account purely so that it's untraceable back to my main, and thus to me. Point basically, I'm a forklift driver at a plastics manufacturing facility. We melt down various types of plastic into sheets, then a different department molds them into whatever the customer asks for. We are a food supply company, so that means everything has to be spotless, right? When I worked in the molding department, the machines had tooth chains to hold the plastic in place while it was being molded. Those chains were constantly overgreased, and the plastic would rub up against various sections, so at the end of every shift, no matter what machine I was on, I had to clean up big puddles of plastic powder/grease slime not only from the floor, but from key sections of the machine itself. Point plastics manufacturing companies are constantly at war with each other to produce the least amount of scrap. In my region, we are #1 for least scrap produced. On paper, anyway. In reality, we throw away about 30 to 40 pounds of plastic every day. This is because the plastic we throw away is not able to be recycled. About 60% of the material is like this, or because it would cost too much to grind up the remaining 40%. Not only that, but you know how I said the place has to be spotless? Well, one of the supervisors on the other shifts chews and spits into a trash can on the production floor. Needless to say, I and my supervisor are trying to get him out of there, not just because of that. He's also the laziest man you've ever seen. sits in the break room the whole shift, then complains that his job is so boring. Remember these things next time you eat a pre-packaged meal. I read a lot of the comments, but not all, so sorry if this is a repeat. Body shop estimator turned insurance company damage appraiser here. Body shop. Repairing a car is a craft. Even if you go to a dealership body shop, your car is not going to be painted in as good of conditions as the factory. Parts come in damaged, shit happens. Most shops, if the flaw is not visible to the lesser trained eye, will deliver a vehicle back to you in less than pre-loss condition and hope you don't notice. Most people don't. It's not lazy, there are just many limiting factors, plus a lot of y'all are really touchy about getting back in your car as soon as possible. If you need an estimate and intend to repair through insurance, tell the shop that. It's about 50 over 50, but some shops will write with insurance rates, which are lower and more cost-effective part options, to reduce the amount of changes they have to make on their end when they match the insurance estimate. No reputable shop will change it back if you tell them you've decided to pay out of pocket. Insurance damage appraiser. There's not much you can do to argue payout on auto, like you can with bodily injury. This is why most attorneys won't even touch property damage. Policy language, insurance law and contract law are very clear, and as long as we know we didn't do anything sketchy, it'll uphold. The Department of Insurance exists if you feel like we did something wrong, but threatening a DOI complaint won't necessarily make us change our stance. And if we know we did everything right, we don't care if you threaten that, and especially not an attorney. We don't care if you threaten to change insurance companies. It's not the claims department's job to handle customer retention. We do want to provide good service, but that sort of threat won't get you what you want. There is some leeway we can afford in estimates and settlements, but it's an individual choice, and we are risking a hit on an audit if we make that concession for you. While saving money for profit is obviously the main objective of keeping costs down, there's a tangible benefit to the insured as well. Everyone is worried about their rates, while simultaneously demanding we pay more. Claims payout directly correlates to your premium. And for the love of God, some of us, especially people like me who has been doing this for nearly 10 years, know that your windshield or alternator didn't get taken out by a rear bumper hit. We are not calling you liars, but maybe it's a bad coincidence or you didn't notice an issue until you started paying attention to your car. We get penalized for underpayment as much as overpayment. And, as with any customer interactive job, if you're nice to me, I'm much more likely to bend for you. I'm a restaurant manager, 17 years in industry point. If you say I know a guy who, or I know how these things work, you don't. And now your server or bartender thinks you're an asshole point. A corporate bartender isn't allowed to hook you up. It can cost them their job point in certain states. Like NJ, it's legal to pay tip staff $2 an hour. After claiming tips, they don't even see that. Also, they have to tip out other staff members. If you leave zero on a $100 check, you literally stole $3 to $10 from that employee. You shouldn't go out to eat if you can't tip. If the server is bad or dishonest, that's one thing. Your personal beliefs shouldn't punish a hardworking person. Point. Literally nobody is going to spit in or fuck with your food if you send it back. We want you to be happy, not complain after you're done and say I know WHAPNSWHENYOUSEND food back. Drinks aren't supposed to taste like alcohol, you faking idiot. Point. If you try to use an expired coupon or ask for happy hour or lunch deals after the specified hours and we say we can't do anything about it, literally 95% of the time we really can't do anything about it. If corporate calibrates certain functions in our point of sale terminals to not be there after a certain time or date, then you're sole. Not that we love taking expired stuff. Anyhow, a dozen people should be able to figure out a check. The only way a check should be split is cash/card, not 12 faking checks. Yelling at a host is the quickest way to get treated like shit in a restaurant. Point. No ice in a drink doesn't mean more alcohol. It means a smaller glass or more mixer. Nobody is going to give 2 extra of the most expensive part for no charge. When you ask for no ice and expect more alcohol, that'd be like ordering a steak that comes with a potato and saying no potato sub steak. No smoking doesn't mean it's okay to vape in a restaurant, you jackass. There's plenty more fats just for now. Not a secret per se, however a fact a lot of humans choose to not educate themselves on or care, I guess more so. So when they are actually informed, they indeed act like it is some huge kept secret that's unfathomable. Point here it is. If your insurance wants you to pay a certain price for the drug your provider says you absolutely need, it is not the provider or their staff that sets the cost. We didn't prescribe it because we thought you should be on a different med that may not work for you, that you can't take. Please do not be mad at us because someone you know takes it and their cost is $10 a month, but yours is $250. You are responsible for your personal insurance prescription plan. When office staff is asked to do a prior auth through your insurance company, please be aware I'm not the insurance company employee and I can't make it go quicker. I can't spend 8 hours a day with that as a priority. I cannot be on the phone every hour calling your insurance comp asking them if they have come to a verdict of approval or not for your recipe coverage for that medication. Nor can I change the 48 to 72 business hour window they have. If they deny it, well, I can't automatically do a appeal as a doctor needs to be involved with further documentation or fines. What method can be changed to that you can take or haven't already tried, and that may be just as expensive by the way, because again I don't know your coverage or the cost through pharmacy. Finally, when that med is or was finally approved and sent through to your pharmacy, if your prescription is now not in stock at your chosen pharmacy, the one you asked us to use for your meds, and we did, just as so like you requested, guess what? You might have guessed it, my listed job title duties does not include calling every pharmacy in the county asking if it's in stock, giving them your info to run as well as your demographics. Because you are not a customer in their system, so they can tell me, so I can call and play phone tag with you, just to inform you, if DH at pharmacy that has it in stock can now provide it to you $2 cheaper than Walmart pharmacy down the street, who told me 90 minutes ago it's in stock, but you just had to go on and on for 12 minutes about how you hate going there because they are always so busy and behind. And of course now with COVID you have to wear a mask and then go another 3 minimums explaining how it affects all your other medical issues, which you then name off for another 2 minutes, while I'm just trying to get you to say where you want to fill it at. So I respond, yes I know they are busy ma'am. Then I think to myself as she rambles on, I know they are busy because I called them, not you, and had to let the phone ring for 6 minutes before a pickup, and then be put on hold for another 17 minutes all for a out of breath overworked underpaid pharmacy tech, who is probably making their own Reddit post right now about your fellow cult fam of in the dark not let in on the secret fellow brother and sisters, can then say, please hold for the pharmacist, since this is a new recipe to be called in and not a refill. So I hang up with said out the loop patient, call the pharmacy, continue to repeat my waiting patiently while listening to a static connection of an hour 5 times repeated instrumental version of what appears to be Take a Bow by Madonna. But of course, right when I'm about to hear my favorite part of the song, again, as I'm singing in my head to myself a lovely duet karaoke version with the one and only Madonna, I'm quickly snapped back to reality as pharmacist picks up and talks to me like I'm a bother of their own point now, as I look over at my coworker giving me the stank eye because they are now doing what was actually my assigned job of the day. I know I'm in for fellow coworker attitude and fake everything is fine. Please do not raise your tone, curse me or attack my coworkers and myself because you are not getting the results you want from your said insurance and or pharmacy. In closing my rant of the evening, I do all this for you because I like to help PPL and appreciate when someone goes above and beyond. However, please be appreciative and not upset if I didn't get right to it, as I actually have patients in the office to attend to as well. Secret, I guess, is you're an asshole if you display any of the above said qualities and / or we will make fun of you / gossip vent. Aka, talk shit about you more if your actual name is Karen. Please be aware that I'm also aware our healthcare system is fed up, nor do I agree with the price of standing prescription medication. I'm a human and need medical assistance from time to time involving my own insurance coverage / lack thereof, just like you and my patients. This is not a rant about the assholes that run insurance coverage or own rights to boost med costs. because that is overall not a secret. This rant right here is for all the entitled patients of the world who should worry more about their acting skills than why I'm not taking my workday on the phone with their insurance, because they are more important than the emergency that just walked through the door. Nobody buys your I didn't know that you didn't know the cost ahead time, that it's not my job to see if it's stocked anywhere, or that it's my job to know my personal coverage or even insurance company name / or that I'm supposed to bring my insurance cards with me to my spot so you can do your actual job. Because it's just one big secret. Please join me next week on Secrets Uncovered, Rant Edition, Episode 2, title, Why Some Doctors Act Like They Are Unaware They Have Shitty Bedside Manner, and That It's Their Fault They Are Behind Schedule. Finally, why the patient takes it out on everyone but the provider.